Chapter 765. But currently, the relationship between Feng Yuan and Land Spirit of Langia had not deepened to the point where he could sell immortal goo recipes. Even the mortal goo recipes, Land Spirit of Langia treasured them and refused to sell them. Regarding goo refinement, Land Spirit of Langia was very stingy. Feng Yuan was willing to pay a high price to buy his hairy men earlier. These variant human slaves, as long as they were related to goo refinement, Land Spirit of Langia treated them as treasures. Not to mention goo recipes. But if Feng Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal Goo, the situation would be greatly improved. Eat Strength Immortal Goo could allow goo immortals to create their own strength path Dao marks. This way, the Dao marks obtained would be perfectly suited to his body. Feng Yuan's cultivation level was currently stagnant. He could use this immortal goo to make up for it. Feng Yuan was moved. One could say, as long as it was a strength path goo immortal, they would be moved when they saw Eat Strength Immortal Goo. With this strength path immortal goo, I am not afraid the other party will not be moved. Feng Jioge sat calmly. He was very confident. Once this goo appeared, the surrounding competitors immediately paled in comparison. As long as one was not an idiot, they could see the benefits of Eat Strength Immortal Goo. If I did not see any flaws, I might have made the exchange already. What a pity. Feng Yuan laughed coldly. At this time, in the 23rd secret room, someone made a bid. 1 Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo, along with 15 drops of the immortal material Law Eye Blood. Hearing this voice, Feng Yuan's smile became even wider. Earlier, he had used Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Goo to exchange for an Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo. But during this process he did not expose his identity. Feng Yuan had confirmed the buyer through Qin Baisheng. Thus, the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo ended up in someone's hands. Other than Qin Baisheng, the other Goo immortals present did not know. Qin Baisheng had signed the alliance agreement. He naturally would not leak any information. Thus Feng Yuan could use it boldly. As for the person in the 23rd secret room, it was none other than Tai Bai Yinsheng. Feng Jioge had made preparations for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. He asked Prince's Impatience for help. How could Feng Yuan not make the necessary preparations? He had already arranged for Tai Bai Yinsheng to secretly change the secret chamber, through Qin Baisheng. Although Tai Bai Yinsheng did not reveal his and Feng Yuan's identities when they were in the 11th secret room, the Black Dragon Sect's secret room had already been destroyed. But in another secret room, it was undoubtedly better. After Tai Bai Yinsheng made his offer, Feng Yuan did not respond. As time passed, Feng Jioge secretly frowned. On the other side, Domination Immortal Chu Du suddenly made a bid. He also took out a Beast Strength Immortal Goo, and added a small portion of immortal materials as a bargaining chip. Chu Du did not need delight in water and mountain immortal goo. He could use it if he had it. He was also a strength path goo immortal. The reason why he gave up on a strength path immortal goo. He was eyeing Eat Strength Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan chuckled, immediately understanding Chu Du's thoughts. Who asked Chu Du to expose his identity, he could easily fall into a passive state. As for Chu Du's interference, Feng Yuan was happy to see it. He did not say anything and allowed the auction to continue. Under his instructions, Tai Bai Yinsheng raised his bid again. Feng Jioge's brows furrowed even deeper. He had no choice. He also started bidding. The moment he said that, Tai Bai Yinsheng immediately spoke. His aura was overbearing, showing his determination to obtain this immortal goo. Feng Jioge could not help but feel suspicious. Could it be that this Eat Strength Goo did not attract the person in the 10th secret room? Or was he being greedy? He had to wait for a higher price. Feng Jioge did not fall into the trap easily. He was a hero after all. He decided to slow down. This way, he could analyze the situation calmly, and also probe Feng Yuan's intentions. Sword Master Yulan stopped bidding. As if she was unwilling to part with Eat Strength Immortal Goo, she backed out of this competition. This situation attracted the attention of the Goo Immortals. The happiest one was Chu Du. He sent another message, urging Feng Jioge to sell Eat Strength Immortal Goo to him. Feng Jioge laughed lightly, rejecting again. On the other side, Feng Yuan instructed Tai Bai Yinsheng, raising the price continuously. As the price rose, it gradually became higher, Most of the participating Gu immortals backed out, saying that this price was too high. Eventually, only Chu Du and Tai Bai Yunxing were left. Chu Du was having a hard time now. His true target was Eat Strength Immortal Gu. But Feng Jioge did not relent. He seemed to want to compete for Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu. Chu Du did not dare to slack off, he kept bidding. On one hand, it was to prevent Eat Strength Immortal Gu from falling into his hands. On the other hand, even if he obtained Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu, he would have a high chance of exchanging it with Swordmaster Yulan. Tai Bai Yunxing's thoughts were very simple. Whatever his junior brother instructed him to do, he would do it. Even if he obtained Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu, it was fine. Anyway, the price he bid would end up in his pocket. Feng Jioge's strategy was very simple. He would sit back and reap the spoils. When the competition was almost over, he would put in some effort and raise the price by a large margin, deciding the outcome. Between these three people, due to their own intentions, a stalemate was formed. As the stalemate continued, after a few rounds, a Gu immortal in the hall was the first to realize. He blurted out, "Why is this Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu so popular? There is a huge pile of immortal materials. The price is already so high." Only then did everyone suddenly realize this point. Yes, it is already very high. A Wisdom Path Immortal Gu that can only produce joyful will can be sold at such a high price. It is quite rare. In my opinion, the reason why the price is so high is because Lord Chu Du is involved. He is willing to give up a Strength Path Immortal Gu to obtain Delight in Water and Mountain. He must have his own plans. Chu Du, who was being discussed, was not in a good state. He had a worried expression. He was truly lacking in financial resources. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have delayed the tribulation. The pressure from Tai Bai Yunxing made Chu Du feel unwell. When did I, the Grand Domination Immortal, fall into such a predicament? Chu Du had outstanding battle strength, but in this auction, it was not battle strength that mattered, but financial resources. Under Feng Yuan's instructions, Tai Bai Yunxing raised the price again. Chu Du gritted his teeth and endured. After a few rounds, Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu's price. Under the attention of the Gu immortals, it slowly rose. Qin Baisheng had been observing this silently. When he saw this, he could not help but praise inwardly. This Sha Huang, as an immortal zombie, is actually so shrewd. He is not simple. But Chu Du's financial resources are clearly depleted. He is already hesitating when bidding. If it were me, I would stop while I am ahead. Qin Baisheng knew. Feng Yuan's plan looked simple, but it was not easy to execute. To execute this plan while being part of the situation, it required a lot of judgment, as well as analyzing other people's thoughts. If he went overboard, it would be all for naught. Feng Yuan did not understand the meaning of stop while he was ahead. He kept instructing Tai Bai Yunxing to raise the price. He was imposing. Chu Du could not hold on anymore. Sweat appeared on his forehead. His gaze pierced through the single room. He looked towards the direction of the 23rd secret room, thinking that this person probably had a special need for Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu. Otherwise he would not bid such a high price. And he was acting like a fierce tiger, pressuring others. Forget it. Chu Du sighed. He went silent and did not participate in the auction anymore. Like this. Only Tai Bai Yunxing was left. Even so, Tai Bai Yunxing raised the price again. He raised the price by a small amount. Meanwhile, there was no sound from Swordmaster Yulan. It was as if she had withdrawn from the auction long ago. Feng Yuan smiled coldly, telling Qin Baisheng his decision. Qin Baisheng heard this and was stunned. Why would he sell his own people to his own people? But he soon realized that Sha Huang and Baisheng were not as close as they looked. He thought about it and understood. But he felt that there was something fishy going on. Qin Baisheng shook his head. He was on the stage. He did not have time to think, he announced. 23rd secret room going once. After pausing for a while he said, 23rd secret room going twice. The Gu immortals in the hall discussed softly. It seems that the winner of this round is the 23rd secret room. That's right. Number 23 is very concerned about Delight in Water and Mountain. Even if Domination Immortal withdrew, he still raised the price. His goal is to differentiate and increase the gap. This is to prevent the seller from selling it to Domination Immortal at the last moment. This price is really high. I am drooling over the immortal materials. To think that such a high price would appear at the last moment, it is almost in the top 10 of the highest prices. The outcome was decided, but Feng Yuan became nervous. He squinted, his heart wavering. Did I guess wrongly? 23rd Secret Room. Going thrice. Qin Baisheng shouted until here when he was interrupted. Feng Jioge spoke. 1 eat strength immortal goo, and 400 kilograms of red refinement gold on top of the 23rd Secret Room's price. 400 kilograms of red refinement gold immediately raised the price. This was much higher than when Tai Bai Yunqing raised the price alone. Everyone gasped. To think that there would be such a change at the last moment. Qin Baisheng was also stunned. Domination Immortal Chu Du's expression turned pale. He sighed deeply. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. Sword Master Yulan, you are really patient. From the 23rd Secret Room, Tai Bai Yunqing's voice could be heard. He raised the price again with an angry tone, as if his plan was spoiled. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. After watching for so long, he believed that the person in the 23rd Secret Room was bidding sincerely. My luck is not good this time. I wanted to buy 2 immortal goo, but I met with opponents who were determined to get them. Most importantly, these 2 opponents have deep wealth. No, this auction does not prohibit secret room swapping. There is another possibility. The person in this secret room is someone from the first secret room. Maybe he knows about Water Pavilion's matter? After all, Mo Yao did leave behind an inheritance. Or maybe the other 9 sects of Central Continent do not want to see my spirit affinity house. Feng Jioge was a smart person, but smart people think too much. No matter what, for the sake of Water Pavilion, I need to get this delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Feng Jioge quickly made up his mind. He raised the price again. He and Tai Bai Yunqing fought back and forth, not letting up. Under the increasingly shocked gazes of the goo immortals, Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo's price continued to rise. Soon it entered the top 5. Next it climbed to the second highest price at an astonishing speed. The first highest price was naturally Feng Jioge's 2-for-1 exchange for Feng Yuan's Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. Do I have to exchange 2 for 1? Feng Jioge had a cold expression. He had the same feeling as Chu Du. He had experienced what was called an overbearing aura. No matter how he raised the price, the person in the 23rd Secret Room would immediately raise the price, and it would be higher. Feng Jioge could not sit still. He started to pace around the secret room. If the 2-for-1 exchange could succeed, he would grit his teeth and do it. However, he had a nagging feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with it. If I exchanged 2 for 1 again, someone might see through my true motive. It would be a huge hindrance to me when I search for water and milk fusion goo. Feng Jioge's target was Water Pavilion, but of the 3 core immortal goo, only 2 appeared in the auction. He naturally wanted to obtain water and milk fusion goo. Feng Jioge felt that something was amiss. He even felt a vague sense of unease. He sat back on his seat, deciding to take the initiative. He called out again, asking the seller to give him a new request. He would try his best to satisfy it. Feng Yuan purposely paused for a while, giving the impression that he was thinking. Next, he asked Qin Baisheng for a new request. A complete wisdom path true inheritance. Everyone gasped. This price was too high. Someone actually dared to say it. Feng Jioge was stunned. He did have a wisdom path true inheritance, but it was incomplete. The seller was doing this. Did he want it to go unsold? Tai Bai Yunqing shouted. I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Jioge followed. I also have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Tai Bai Yunqing snorted coldly, saying, The seller, please state a new request. The Goo Immortals looked at each other. They did not hear wrongly. This price was still going to rise. Qin Baisheng was silent for a while, before speaking for Feng Yuan. The seller wants a killer move that can disguise one's identity. The one with the best effect wins. Feng Jioge's heart tightened. The seller said this. It was no doubt that this disguise killer move was more important. Tai Bai Yunqing quickly spoke. I have a perfect killer move. Even though it is mortal, it originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. It is unfamiliar face. Unfamiliar face? Thieving heaven demon venerable. There was a commotion in the hall again. Feng Jioge's forehead was covered in sweat. He gripped the handle with both hands. His gaze flickered rapidly. He hesitated for a moment before shouting. I also have a killer move, but it is an incomplete immortal move. It originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. It is called vaguely familiar face. Everyone gasped. Feng Yuan excitedly stood up from his seat, his eyes shining with bright light. It seems that the rumors in my previous life were not groundless. Spirit Affinity House indeed has the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. Even though Spirit Affinity House had many good things, many of their signature items were not easy to extort. Once he extorted them, the other party immediately realized. And to Feng Yuan, this killer move was the most suitable for him. Even in his previous life, Spirit Affinity House had vaguely familiar face, but they kept it a secret. During the Five Regions War, they sent spies to infiltrate the enemy's territory and obtained many battle results. After many times, the Gu immortals in both sides analyzed and gradually confirmed that it was vaguely familiar face. But Spirit Affinity House did not admit it. After all, they were one of the 10 great ancient sects, the leader of the righteous path, but they used a demon venerable killer move. It was a loss of face. Feng Yuan did not know that this immortal killer move actually belonged to Feng Jioge. In his previous life, Feng Jioge contributed it to the sect. Thus there were all sorts of rumors and guesses. Feng Yuan did not know this. He did not guess that the other party was Feng Jioge. But this did not stop him from extorting this killer move. Of course, Feng Jioge would not give the complete immortal killer move to Feng Yuan. An incomplete immortal killer move was already far superior to the mortal killer move, unfamiliar face. Feng Yuan immediately decided to sell Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu to Swordmaster Yulan. This way, he not only obtained a large amount of immortal materials and completed a small portion of the list, he even obtained Eat Strength Immortal Gu, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and an incomplete immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 766. Both sides transacted secretly. When the transaction was completed, Qin Baisheng was already auctioning the next immortal Gu. Feng Jioge was expressionless, looking at Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu in his hand. His gaze flickered. The uneasy feeling in his heart was still lingering. After so many twists and turns, I finally obtained this immortal Gu. Even though I spent a lot, the sect mission rewards are enough to make up for it, and even exceed it. Eat Strength Immortal Gu is precious, but it is only useful to Strength Path Gu immortals. Even if I sacrificed vaguely familiar face, I only gave a portion of it. Even if I gave it all, the core immortal Gu is still in my hands. I am not afraid of the other party using it freely. Feng Jioge reflected in his heart. His expression gradually eased. In the hall, many Gu immortals were bidding for immortal Gu. Feng Yuan was like Feng Jioge. He was not on the stage, he was also inspecting his gains. After Feng Jioge gave up Eat Strength Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan easily refined it and stored it in his immortal aperture. There was nothing wrong with it. That incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance was slightly more complete than Feng Yuan's malicious thought inheritance. There was a Gu recipe for rank 1 to rank 5 Memory Thought Gu, an Immortal Gu recipe for Recall Immortal Gu, and several mortal killer moves. This Memory Thought Gu is quite suitable for me. I can only recall the rough parts of my previous life's memories. With the help of this Gu, I should be able to recall them more clearly. If I can refine Recall Immortal Gu, that would be even better. Feng Yuan inspected it and stored this Wisdom Path inheritance in satisfaction. He did not intend to refine Immortal Gu for the time being. The cost of refining Immortal Gu was extremely high. The risk was extremely high. Feng Yuan already had many Immortal Gu. He did not need to use Recall Immortal Gu. It was just icing on the cake. Feng Yuan's urgent matter was to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his life. Even if Eat Strength Immortal Gu could add Dao marks, it could only make up for it slightly. It could not compare to undergoing tribulation properly. Although undergoing tribulation was dangerous, it would add a lot of Dao marks. If not for that, He Lulan would not undergo tribulation desperately. Feng Yuan focused on vaguely familiar face. This was an incomplete immortal killer move. It was only 50% complete. However, Feng Yuan was already satisfied. He knew the other party could not possibly sell the complete immortal killer move to him. To be able to obtain such results was already not bad, especially when the contents did not hide the crucial core immortal goo. Core immortal goo. It was the foundation of killer moves. Now it was under Spirit Affinity House's control. Even though I cannot obtain it, I can modify the killer move. This was Feng Yuan's original plan. He had transformation path attainment level, wisdom goo's help, and the foundation of vaguely familiar face, the complete unfamiliar face. Now with this 50% of vaguely familiar face, his confidence was quite high. 3 familiar faces at first sight is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's classic work. However, I can learn from the wisdom left behind by the predecessors. At the end of the day, they were all human, and others could do it. Why can't I do it? Therefore, you don't have to copy others' words. Feng Yuan still had this bit of magnanimity. A moment later, Qin Baisheng had already auctioned the final few immortal goo, the second last immortal goo among them. Unfortunately, it was not sold. The goo immortals' gazes were already overflowing with anticipation. Everyone knew that the next part of the auction was the main event, the auction of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. After communicating with Qin Baisheng, Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing changed their secret rooms in time. Not just them, many Gu immortals did the same. After all, if the following essence of the luck path true inheritance had huge value, many Gu immortals hoped that others would not know what immortal Gu they had obtained. Actually, allowing secret rooms to be changed at any time was one of the loopholes in the rules of the auction. This auction was held in a hurry. There were many loopholes. It was not as complete as during the 5 regions chaotic war in Feng Yuan's previous life. Qin Baisheng was well aware of this, but there was nothing he could do about it. He held this auction to protect himself. If there were too many rules, he would offend many forces and people. To him, holding the auction once was enough. He did not want to offend others because of this. The next auction item is the essence of the luck path true inheritance. It is a set of luck inspection goo's recipe. Qin Baisheng's words attracted the intense attention of many Gu immortals. Luck inspection Gu. As the name implied, it was an investigative Gu worm that could observe luck. Luck was formless and intangible. It could not be detected with the naked eye or normal methods. Only luck inspection Gu could do so. It could be said that luck inspection Gu was one of the most important cornerstones of the luck path true inheritance. Especially when some Gu immortals had bought some luck path immortal Gu, like move luck Gu, seal luck Gu, transfer luck Gu, break luck Gu, and so on. They had to be used together with luck inspection Gu. Qin Baisheng had his reasons for placing this luck inspection Gu's recipe at the end. Looking at the restless Gu immortals below the stage, Qin Baisheng continued. This set of luck inspection Gu's recipe not only includes mortal Gu recipes from rank 1 to rank 5, it also includes an incomplete immortal recipe for rank 7 luck inspection immortal Gu. What? There is no luck inspection immortal Gu? Heavenly Lord Baizu asked. Qin Baisheng smiled. There is indeed a rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu. It is in my hands now, but I do not want to auction it. But I can guarantee that other than this immortal Gu, everything related to luck inspection Gu is on the stage. Because of the alliance agreement earlier, Qin Baisheng's words were very convincing. Not selling luck inspection immortal Gu. Immediately, a Gu immortal in the hall raised his eyebrows, expressing his dissatisfaction. Qin Baisheng snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the person who spoke. A rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu? I think I can still protect it. Guorong, do you have any objections? If you buy this immortal Gu, can you protect it? Gu immortal Guorong's expression changed. He did not speak anymore. He was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, while Qin Baisheng was a rank 7 expert. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Looking around, Guorong could not help but break out in cold sweat. He scolded himself for being foolish. He wanted to use everyone's influence to threaten Qin Baisheng. But the immortals watched coldly from the sidelines. It was as Qin Baisheng said. Even though he was forced to hold the auction, he still had the ability to protect a rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo. This was due to his strength. After this small interlude, Qin Baisheng immediately stated his bidding requirements. Because this auction does not involve immortal goo, you can use any resources to exchange for it. Be it immortal yuan stone or the immortal materials on the list, they are all acceptable. Saying so, he threw out another list. There were only a dozen or so immortal materials on the list. The quantity was not much. It was not as scary as the list that Fang Yuan threw out. Qin Baisheng was not skilled in goo refinement. Goo refinement expended a lot of resources. Lone cultivators were rarely skilled in this path, unless they were extremely talented. Fang Yuan guessed. These immortal materials were most likely to be used as food for immortal goo. The auction started. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Because it did not involve the exchange of immortal goo, the threshold for bidding was very low. At once, most goo immortals joined in. They started to bid. In the hall, the sounds of bidding rose one after another. The momentum was so strong that it could be said to be the first in this auction. The price also rose rapidly under the intense atmosphere. Qin Baisheng watched with a smile. Since he was holding this auction, he naturally arranged a process that was more beneficial to him. Fang Yuan also bid a few times, but was soon surpassed by others. I already have 1 luck inspection goo. Unfortunately, mortal goo had no effect on immortals. This set of mortal goo recipes has no benefit to me. Qin Baisheng said that he had luck inspection immortal goo. Even if I obtain a 7th revolution remnant recipe, I deduce that immortal goo are unique. I cannot refine luck inspection immortal goo. Fang Yuan wisely stopped bidding. Not bidding anymore. He was just one of the people who had withdrawn from the bidding. The intense bidding quickly eliminated a large number of people. Only Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal, Feng Jioge, Yuan Rangzun, and some other experts were left. These people all had one thing in common. They were all members of the major forces. To them, the mortal luck inspection Gu's recipe was much more attractive than the incomplete rank 7 Gu recipe. With Mortal Path Luck Inspection Goo, he could observe mortals. With them, these forces would have a whole new set of standards to evaluate talents. All along, the Goo Master world had always used aptitude as the standard of evaluation. However, other than aptitude, there was also a person's talent, temperament, and opportunity. Talent included battle talent, comprehension, refinement path talent, and others. They could be gradually revealed during cultivation. Temperament could also be observed through interaction and familiarity. Only fortuitous encounters were hard to fathom. Many times, Gu masters who did not have good aptitude or talent would soar to the sky due to fortuitous encounters, or rise up unexpectedly. This was a common occurrence. Especially in this world, there were Gu master inheritances and cultural traditions. If these forces had this Gu, they would no doubt be able to evaluate talents more comprehensively and promote them. Those lone cultivators all backed out of the bidding. But to the major forces, it was extremely attractive. All of them competed with each other, not giving in. Eventually, this mortal goo recipe was sold for an astronomical price. Several force leaders almost used immortal goo to exchange for it. In the end, Yao Huang said, "I guarantee with my reputation that I will buy it first, and will definitely sell this goo recipe to everyone in the following free transactions." Yao Huang was one of the 5 rank 8s of Northern Plains. He had the highest reputation. He was also a leader of a righteous sect. With his guarantee, everyone stopped. Qin Baisheng was filled with hatred, but he smiled on the surface, not daring to offend Yao Huang. Next, the second item. A luck path rank 7 immortal goo, called Turn Misfortune into Fortune. As the name suggests, this goo can turn bad luck and bad luck into good luck. Qin Baisheng said loudly. This immortal goo was similar to Calamity beckoning immortal goo. They were both luck path, both rank 7, but the reaction was like heaven and earth. Many rank 7 goo immortals and even rank 8 great experts bid for it. With this immortal goo, there was no need for any luck inspection goo. It was very practical. As expected of the essence of a luck path true inheritance. Regarding Turn Misfortune into Fortune, intense competition started. The intensity was no less than the bloody battles on the battlefield. Because the starting bid was a Metal Path rank 7 Immortal Goo, Feng Yuan could only watch from the sidelines. Eventually, the price continued to rise, surpassing first place Worldly Wave Trace and second place Delight in Water and Mountain, becoming the highest bidder. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 767. The fierce bidding finally came to an end. Eventually, one of the rank 8 Goo Immortals, 5 Elements Grandmaster, used a rank 7 Metal Path Immortal Goo and a rank 6 Metal Path Immortal Goo as the main ingredients, along with several other immortal materials, becoming the final victor. The 5 Elements Master cultivated the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thus, he had many Metal Path Immortal Goo. But this time, to him, he had to bear the pain of parting with his treasures. He had to give up a steamed bun for a meat bun. Feng Yuan felt rather regretful, but he had no capital to bid. Even though he had Goo Immortal captives, in terms of value, they could not compare to a unique Immortal Goo. In fact, turning misfortune into fortune Immortal Goo was especially suitable for Spring-Autumn Cicada. The disadvantage of the Spring and Autumn Cicada was that it brought misfortune to its host. But using this Immortal Goo, not only could it make up for the weakness, it could even increase the host's luck. Undeniably, turning misfortune into fortune Immortal Goo's usage was much more convenient than Connect Luck Immortal Goo. Sadly, the difference in wealth between Feng Yuan and characters like the 5 Elements Grandmaster and the Medicine Sovereign was extremely obvious. Feng Yuan had only ascended for a short period of time. It had only been 2 years in the 5 regions since he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the southern border, the Great War of Etian Mountain had not even begun. To be honest, it wasn't easy for Feng Yuan to build up such a foundation with his immortal zombie body in such a short period of time. As for the 5 Elements Grandmaster, Medicine Sovereign, and Feng Jioga, they had all accumulated their strength over a long period of time. Immortal Yuan Stone was already in the tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, not to mention other immortal materials. Every year, the output of the immortal aperture world would pile up into a mountain. This was especially true when it came to producing resources. It could even seriously affect the market of Jewel Yellow Skies. These were all giants, be it in terms of combat strength, wealth, social connections, or status. The current Feng Yuan was unable to reach him. After turning misfortune into fortune, it was still a rank 7 Immortal Goo. It was called Fortune in Misfortune. This Goo's power was profound. It targeted immortal aperture calamities and tribulations. After Goo Immortals undergo tribulation, they would have more Dao marks on their bodies and their cultivation level would rise. This was common knowledge in Goo Immortal cultivation. Fortune from Disaster Immortal Goo targeted this. As long as it was used, after a Goo Immortal passes the tribulation, the Dao marks on their body will increase by more than double. This was a terrifying number. This was the harvest of a single tribulation. It was equivalent to the result of 2 tribulations for others. But this Goo had a flaw. It had to be activated before the calamities and tribulations started. Only when the calamity was over could it be stopped. Affected by this Goo, the power of the calamities and tribulations would be the same as before. It seemed to have increased by 30 to 40%. This weakness caused the fire in the Goo Immortal's hearts to weaken slightly. However, he still found it hard to suppress his desire. After all, 30 to 40% of the power, and more than double the amount of Dao marks were obviously more beneficial than detrimental. To those experts who had confidence in passing the tribulation, this Immortal Goo was extremely attractive. An intense bidding war unfolded once again. As a Metal Path Goo Immortal, Qin Baixing naturally used a rank 7 Metal Path Immortal Goo. This was the base price of the auction. In the end, sweat appeared on Heavenly Lord Baizu's forehead as he defeated his competitors with a high price. Take down this Goo. The following auctions took place one by one. Luck Immortal Goo that could make countless fortuitous encounters take the initiative to find him. To mainstream Goo Immortals, Metal Luck, Wood Luck, Water Luck, Fire Luck, and Earth Luck were the 5 great Immortal Goo. A rare Immortal Goo that surpassed Luck Path and Wisdom Path. Calculation Immortal Goo. It could expend one's own good luck to make predictions in terms of good or bad luck. A luck suppression immortal goo that could suppress luck and prevent luck from flowing away easily. These immortal goo were indeed the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Not only were they mystical divine weapons, they were also extremely useful and eye-opening. But these goo were in the hands of giants like Yao Huang and Feng Jiuge. This was to be expected. Feng Yuan also wanted to interfere, but he did not have any metal path immortal goo. This was something that he could not do anything about. The other rank 6 goo immortals and most rank 7 goo immortals were like Feng Yuan. They could only watch as the giants bid against each other. The auction prices reached new highs. Feng Yuan's 2 immortal goo had already been pushed out of the top 10. The next item is the final item of this auction. It is also the most important item. Qin Baixing introduced. Keeping them in suspense immediately attracted the interest of the goo immortals. Just as everyone was guessing what immortal goo it was, the sleeping Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyan appeared on the stage. Qin Baixing explained. No need to be surprised, I believe many goo immortals have already guessed it. That's right, these two were the crucial people who were protected by the luck path true inheritance back then. This girl is called Zhao Lianyan. She had early intelligence and had experienced the crucial battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Even though she was not the true inheritor, she obtained many benefits from the luck path true inheritance light lump. She obtained a portion of the luck path inheritance. And this young man is called Ma Hongyan. He is the sole inheritor of the luck path true inheritance. Not only did he experience the battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was also implanted with the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven goo. Once he said this, there was a huge commotion. Countless scorching gazes were fixed on Ma Hongyan. Did I hear wrongly? It really is fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo? Fortune rivaling heaven. This is a rank 8 immortal goo. It is giant sun immortal's trump card goo. Even though there are no records of it in history, there are many rumors that praise this immortal goo of yours. However, this fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo seems to be an expendable goo. It can only be used once. Since it is rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven, can Brother Qin use the rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo to investigate it? In the hall, a goo immortal suddenly asked. Qin Baixing smiled as he replied. According to the information I obtained, only a rank 8 luck inspection immortal goo can fully observe fortune rivaling heaven's appearance. Luck inspection immortal goo below rank 8 can only observe a portion. And this is because the other party did not use any concealment methods. To speak the truth, I have already used the rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo to investigate, and found some clues about fortune rivaling heaven. As for why I am certain that fortune rivaling heaven goo was used on Ma Hongyan, that is because I use soul-searching methods on both of you. If you can buy one of them and search their souls, you will be able to see what happened in Imperial Court Blessed Land. By then, you will know that I am not lying. At the same time, these two have inherited a large portion of the luck path true inheritance. In the process of soul-searching, you will be able to obtain the contents of the true inheritance that you have learned. Saying so, Qin Baixing paused for a moment before speaking in a bewitching tone. First, I have bad news to tell everyone. The luck path true inheritance is destined to be incomplete. In the true inheritance, the immortal goo recipe of fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo is already missing. But there is another piece of good news. In the true inheritance, there is a method to retrieve fortune rivaling heaven. It can reverse refine a used fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo into an immortal goo worm. Of course, in the process of goo refinement, the main material that cannot be missed is this young man, Ma Hongyan. Hearing this, most of the goo immortals' eyes almost spat out fire. Some even gulped down saliva. Their hearts were filled with anticipation and desire. Qin Baixing's lips curled up. He showed a confident smile. I think that these two youngsters can best represent the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Now I will auction them, because they are not immortal goo. There is no reserve price. You can bid for one of them alone, or both of them can bid at the same time. Let's begin. No reserve price? I will bid 300 immortal yuan stone. The goo immortals in the hall were excited. One of them shouted. 30,000 immortal yuan stone. Feng Jiuge said coldly, raising the price by 100 times. But this price did not restrain the enthusiasm of the other experts. It only excluded most of the bottom-tier Gu immortals. Yao Huang, Eastern Seas Gu immortals, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Old Ancestor Xuehu, and Heavenly Lord Baizu made their bids. The representatives of the superforces did not show any weakness. The price shot up like a rocket. The momentum was terrifying. Feng Yuan heaved a deep sigh. His wealth paled in comparison to that of these people. Unless all the Gu immortal captives joined in, he would not have a chance. But Feng Yuan would not do that. He was already in Strength Path. He planned to focus on Time Path. He did not intend to make any significant progress in Luck Path. Moreover, he was the culprit of Imperial Court Blessed Land's case. He had more experience than Ma and Zhao. He knew the most basic inside information. The contents of the Luck Path True Inheritance, as well as the reverse refinement of Fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, were extremely tempting. But Fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu was rank 8. Feng Yuan was a mere rank 6. How could he have the cultivation level to refine it? He definitely did not have enough wealth to support it. Even if he succeeded, he would not have the ability to preserve it. The bidding for Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyan lasted for over an hour. Eventually, the two unimaginably high prices occupied the first and second places without any doubt. The second was Feng Jioga, who bought Zhao Lianyun. The one who obtained Ma Hongyan was the rank 8 great expert Old Ancestor Xuehu. This leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the number 1 demonic path powerhouse, displayed terrifying wealth at the final moment. Before this, he had been restraining himself and rarely made a move. Finally, at the final moment, he struck with a heavy blow, sweeping away everyone. The Gu Immortals, especially the representatives of the Huangjin bloodline superforces, could only watch helplessly as Ma Hongyan fell into the hands of the demonic path. Yao Huang sighed. He had fought several times before and expended a lot of wealth. Thus, at the final moment, he lost to Old Ancestor Xuehu. But thankfully, Zhao Lianyan is in the hands of our Northern Plains righteous path. Many Gu immortals of the Huangjin tribes consoled themselves. But they did not know that Sword Master Yulan, who represented the will of the prince's impatience, was actually Feng Jioga in disguise. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. Chapter 768. The public auction has ended. There will be 2 hours of rest next. Everyone, please do your own thing in the auction hall. After 2 hours, we will start the free transactions. Qin Baisheng said this as he left the platform. He was tired. He had been hosting until now, especially during the auction of the Luck Path True Inheritance Essence. It concerned his own benefits. He had schemed a lot during the process. Even though there were traces of it, many Gu immortals could see it. People died for wealth. Qin Baisheng could not care less about it. After the auction is over, I will immediately leave and hide from the world. I will operate for 100 years in secret. After digesting my gains, I will roam the world again. Qin Baisheng made up his mind. It could be said that he was one of the biggest winners in this auction. The immortal materials he obtained were piled up like a mountain. The metal path immortal Gu were perfect for him. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Wealth moved people's hearts. Even though Gu immortals were usually high and mighty, they only looked down on mortal materials. The auction of the Luck Path True Inheritance Essence was extremely profitable. It was a bit of a hot potato. Even Qin Baisheng, a rank 7 expert, felt uneasy. In the main hall, discussions soon broke out. Many Gu immortals walked out of their rooms and entered the main hall, conversing with each other. Of course, Qin Baisheng had his own reasons for leaving 2 hours free. It was not for resting, but for the Gu immortals to have a chance to communicate and interact. From the earlier auction, everyone had some understanding of each other's resources. Right now, in order to exchange for something they wanted, naturally, they had to inquire about it beforehand. Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing sat in the secret room, not moving. They did not know each other. But mortal killer moves had limited effects. The two were vigilant and did not dare to be careless. Not being able to obtain any of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance, Feng Yuan felt a sense of regret. Especially Ma and Zhao. They were involved in the truth of the Imperial Court case. Feng Yuan was happy about it. But he did not have enough strength. He could only watch from the side. He could not interfere. There was nothing he could do. Thankfully, the Gu immortal captives had not been sold yet. He hadn't thrown it out yet. He was still looking forward to the transaction. 2 hours later, Qin Baisheng appeared again. He announced the start of the transaction. To be fair, he used the same trick, using a Gu worm to randomly choose a lucky person to go up first. This first Gu immortal took out a lot of broken wave flowers and asked for prosperity soil. The broken wave flower was a miraculous flower that could instantly bloom and die in the waves of the great river. Because the time it took for it to grow and wither was extremely short, it was difficult to pick. As for flourishing life soil, drill soil, green fist soil, these were things that ordinary Gu immortals desired. Gu immortals managed their immortal apertures and used the production of the immortal aperture to cultivate. The fertility of the soil has always been a key factor. Flourishing soil could grow all kinds of flowers. Drill soil was easier to produce metal ores. Green fist soil was fertile and did not disperse easily. It was suitable for barren immortal aperture landforms like deserts and seas. There were many Gu immortals who had flourishing earth. All of a sudden, they opened their mouths and took out more or less soil to trade. The seller standing on the platform actually had a large number of broken wave flowers in his hands. After exchanging for more than 3,000 caddies of flourishing soil, Zhang Xian finally stopped and walked off the stage. The difference between an auction and a free trade was clear at a glance. Auctions were big business, so the threshold was high. Free trade, usually sold in bulk, the threshold was low. However, this was not absolute. After several Gu immortals, a Gu immortal who did not want to show his face took out an immortal Gu and asked Qin Baisheng to sell it for him. This immortal Gu was one that had not been sold before. This time, the seller greatly lowered his requirements. But even so, he still asked for at least one immortal Gu. There were few who agreed, asking for a lower price. The seller was unwilling, the transaction failed, and this immortal Gu returned to the seller. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, 30 had already passed. Secret Room 37, selling a Gu immortal captive. Qin Baisheng said as he displayed the sleeping Gu immortal in the sleeping cloud coffin. Immediately, the auction hall went into an uproar. The immortals were already familiar with slave trading. But selling Gu immortals as slaves, such a large-scale transaction was extremely rare. Many people were seeing it for the first time. At once, the Gu immortals discussed with different expressions. When Qin Baisheng announced again, the commotion in the hall subsided slightly. Someone asked for details. Qin Baisheng introduced. Some of you might know this Gu immortal captive. His nickname is Loner Hongyu. He is a rank 6 fire path Gu immortal. His cultivation level is still at 1 heavenly tribulation. Everyone, please take a look at the situation of his immortal aperture. Saying so, an illusory projection appeared on the stage, showing the situation of Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. This blessed land is a bit barren. Yes, the blessed land's management is not good. No wonder he was captured alive. Don't forget, the Gu immortal who captured him must have plundered the blessed land. For us fire path Gu immortals, isn't it better if this Loner Hongyu's cultivation level is slightly lower? The Gu immortals were moved. Fire path Gu immortals especially valued Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. As long as they annexed his immortal aperture, they could avoid 1 heavenly tribulation and many earthly calamities. Their cultivation level would increase, and the blessed land's foundation would rise sharply. Even if they were not fire path Gu immortals, most Gu immortals wanted the blessed land. Even if they had different paths and could not annex him, after killing him, they could occupy this ownerless blessed land and obtain a good place to manage. If managed well, the blessed land would be a treasure trove, continuously producing resources and supporting the Gu immortals' cultivation progress. As Qin Baisheng had predicted, Loner Hongyu had caused a huge commotion. Fang Yuan's requests were complex and disorderly. First was a large pile of immortal materials, followed by strength path, poison path, time path, wisdom path, and other killer moves. Next were all kinds of Gu recipes. The rarer the Gu recipes, the better. Finally, he asked for desolate beast corpses, food path inheritances or clues, wisdom path inheritances or clues, time path inheritances or clues. He even asked for battlebone wool Gu, whitebone chariot recipes, lifespan goo, and so on. Finally, Loner Hongyu belonged to 5 Elements Grandmaster. 5 Elements Grandmaster cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth paths, so Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture was also useful to him. After Loner Hongyu was sold, it was the next person's turn. According to the rules of free trade, in every round, the Gu Immortal only had one chance to sell. This was for fairness. Fong Yuan was not anxious, he waited patiently. After 7 to 8 rounds, he had already sold most of the Gu Immortal captives. Not only did he complete the list of materials given by Land Spirit of Langia, he even had leftovers. Not only that, Fong Yuan even obtained the corpse of a bat desolate beast. During this period, he also found that he was not the only one selling Gu Immortal captives. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Heavenly Lord Baizu were selling them openly. Eastern Sea Gu Immortals bought 3 immortal zombie bodies. In Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and others were very unhappy. Finally, these 3 immortal zombie bodies. The medicine sovereign happily kept it into his storage pouch. With this discovery, Fong Yuan's heart relaxed. Land Spirit of Langia was not the only thing that could capture Gu Immortals. There was always someone better than you. There were even more capable Gu Immortals. And during this period, Fong Yuan kept on changing secret rooms, releasing a dense fog. People could not tell that most of the Gu Immortal captives came from him alone. Gradually, more and more Gu Immortals stopped trading and chose to watch from the sidelines. They had basically achieved their goals. The remaining Gu Immortals were getting fewer and fewer in number, but the items being traded were getting rarer and more precious. After the 9th round, Gu Immortals were starting to leave. Right when Fong Yuan thought that the Gu Immortal captives would complete the transaction, Qin Baisheng's expression suddenly changed. He had received an important request from a lone cultivator Gu Immortal. He raised his voice. The next transaction is the entire Gu recipe of the Immortal Gu House Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the method to use it. The seller wants wood path items that can aid in cultivation. What? Red Fiend Divine Boat? This Immortal Gu House is actually being sold. Why are they only selling it now? The auction is coming to an end. Haha. Those who left early must be regretting it. In the 2 single rooms, In Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha had ugly expressions. Zombie Alliance wanted to get rid of the Gu Immortal who was selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat, but this lone cultivator was very astute. He did not give them a chance to do anything. Now that they were in the auction, Zombie Alliance could not do anything. They could only persuade him and offer a high price. Next, this lone cultivator might have been influenced by the atmosphere of the auction. He became greedy and offered higher prices, threatening Zombie Alliance. Finally, the 2 sides broke down. The lone cultivator Gu Immortal immediately took out the Red Fiend Divine Boat. I am willing to pay 6,000 yuan stone and 1,000 kilograms of red refinement gold. I will buy it all. Immortal Farmer Soil. I have 4,000 kilograms of Immortal Farmer Soil. I will give it all to you in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. A bunch of fools. Didn't you hear Brother Qin's words? The seller wants wood path resources. I have blue fall grass here. Blue fall grass is nothing. I have nature roots here. At once, the crowd became excited, especially the representatives of the super forces. Several rank 8 great experts also joined in. The 2 leaders of Zombie Alliance were extremely furious, but they had no choice but to compete. At once, the relaxed atmosphere of the free transaction became tense again, as if they had returned to the auction stage. The huge attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was evident. I am willing to pay a wood path Immortal Gu in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. Soon the representative of the Super Force Meng tribe shouted a high price. My Yuan tribe also has a wood path Immortal Gu. We will throw in 300 true martial carps. Yuan Rangzun also shouted. The temptation of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was too great. He was even willing to give up his beloved true martial carps as a bargaining chip. If my Zombie Alliance buys this, I, In Lu Gong, swear on my reputation that I will sell it again. In Lu Gong said coldly. I, Yao Huang, can bear witness. Next, Yao Huang's words became heavier. I have a wisdom path unravel mystery Immortal Gu. I can deduce all inheritance clues. I also have 3 large wine jars of Zoysia spirit liquid. Heavenly Lord Baizu immediately refuted. At once, shouts could be heard endlessly. The scene was chaotic. Feng Yuan's heart also moved. His eyes shined with bright light. He did not hear wrongly. It should be Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 769. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan muttered as his fingers tapped on the armrest, emitting a loud sound. In the hall, bids were being called out endlessly. At the final moment of the auction, a treasure like Red Fiend Divine Boat actually appeared. This was an unexpected surprise. Ordinary lone cultivators and lone cultivators could forget about it. Only the rank 7 Gu Immortals and rank 8 great experts of super forces could compete for it. Especially super forces. The allure of an immortal Gu house to super forces was huge. The price soared at an extremely fast speed. Even though this was a free transaction, everyone subconsciously competed intensely for it. They adopted the auction rules. Qin Baisheng smiled bitterly. He was the one who set the rules, but seeing so many experts shouting and shouting, he wisely chose to watch from the sidelines. If he emphasized the rules now, he would offend all of these giants. Do you see this? This is the allure of Red Fiend Divine Boat. Your zombie alliance is too stingy. The seller used the situation to be arrogant, sending a message to the two leaders of Zombie Alliance. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's face turned dark. Yin Lu Gong sighed. The current price was already much higher than Zombie Alliance's starting price. This was not the end. The price was still rising. Yin Lu Gong was an understanding person. He knew that at this point, this Red Fiend Divine Boat was no longer fated with Zombie Alliance. He did not know how the leader would punish him for his incompetence when he returned. Feng Yuan listened to the bids as he pondered in silence. I only have 4 immortal Gu captives left. One of them is Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunder Hand. He is the only rank 7 Gu immortal among the captives. The other 3 are the 3 Hua Hai immortals. They belong to Wood Path. Evidently, using these 4 Gu immortal captives to exchange for Heavenly Lord Baizu's Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was not likely to succeed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a Space Path Gu immortal. They were not compatible with each other. The allure of these 4 Gu immortal captives fell sharply. Most importantly, Immortal Gu were unique. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was extremely useful. If not for the temptation of Red Fiend Divine Boat, Heavenly Lord Baizu would not have exposed such a good Gu. It would not be appropriate for me to forcefully exchange it. The Strength Path Immortal Gu that I just obtained. Heavenly Lord Baizu looked down on him. If he used Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu to exchange rank 7 for rank 6, it would be a huge loss. As for Fixed Immortal Travel and Connect Luck, these Immortal Gu are indispensable to me. It can't be traded. But if he could not obtain Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan was unwilling to give up. If he missed this opportunity and this atmosphere, it would be difficult for him to do business in the future even if he had sufficient capital. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu itself was not something Feng Yuan needed. But in Feng Yuan's previous life's memories, there was a way to use this Gu as the core, and combine it with other rare supplementary Gu. Brewing a Dream Path Killer move. Dream Path Immortal Killer move. At this time, the 3 venerables spread throughout the 5 regions. Involving Great Dream Immortal Venerable, all super forces and rank 8 powerhouses were researching Dream Path. Although the results of the research were superficial, they were already able to manifest dreams. 2 Dream Path Immortal Gu had also appeared. One was in the hands of Feng Kim Hong, and the other was controlled by Lady Poison Scorpion. Speaking of which, the latter was more reliable. Feng Kim Hong was still a mortal girl, while Lady Poison Scorpion was in her blessed land, sleeping and exploring dream realms. Everyone knew that Dream Path was the trend of the future. Thus she kept it to herself. Even though she created many Dream Path Mortal Gu, she did not circulate them. She treated them as her greatest secret. Those who could become Gu immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They had deep foresight and were astute. Thus, even in such an auction, there were no Dream Path-related treasures being sold. Feng Yuan naturally knew many Dream Path Mortal Gu recipes. But Mortal Gu were not very useful in exploring dream realms. Otherwise, the the super forces would have already started infiltrating dream realms on a large scale. The truly useful ones were the Dream Path Immortal Goo. The amazing thing was, be it the two now or the Dream Path Immortal Goo that appeared later in Feng Yuan's memories, they were all in the hands of women. Or maybe it was the three venerables, two male and one female immortal venerable. From this, it could be deduced that Great Dream Immortal Venerable was a female immortal venerable. In the short term, Feng Yuan would not be able to obtain Dream Path Immortal Goo. But if he had a Dream Path Immortal Killer move, he could use it in place of Dream Path Immortal Goo. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Simply put, the use of Goo depended on the user. There was no strongest Goo worm, only the strongest Goo master. Genius Goo masters were often able to combine different Goo worms together, and thus display even more power. For example, Feng Yuan did not have a Strength Path Immortal Goo. He only used Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo of Soul Path as the core, along with other Mortal Goo, to form the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self, and create the fusion of Enslavement and Strength Path. This Dream Path Killer move was the same. The core Immortal Goo was Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery, but when used it was a Dream Path Killer move. If I can obtain this Goo, I can gather Dream Path Goo materials and refine Mortal Goo one by one. Even though it will take time and effort, if I succeed in combining the killer move, the benefits will be thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater. It will make up for the regrets of my previous life. I will be the pioneer in exploring dream realms. I will be ahead of all the forces in the world, big or small, and most of the giants. Feng Yuan's mouth was dry as he thought about it. He evaluated the value of this Dream Path Killer move. It was not inferior to Wisdom Goo. It was only inferior to Spring Autumn Cicada, and Who Immortal Blessed Land. It was higher than All-Out Effort Goo. Looking at the fortuitous encounters in Feng Yuan's previous life, Spring Autumn Cicada was firmly at the top. Even though it was rank 6 and could not compare to Wisdom Goo's rank 9, it allowed Feng Yuan to be reborn again. Even though there was a chance of failure, it succeeded every time, didn't it? As long as it failed once, it would be the worst fortuitous encounter. But if it succeeded, it would be the undisputed number 1. Who Immortal Blessed Land was second. It allowed Feng Yuan to have the foundation of a Goo Immortal. When he was immortal, he could stand on the shoulders of Goo Immortals. After becoming an immortal zombie, it greatly made up for the shortcomings of immortal zombies. Precisely because of this place, Feng Yuan had ample capital. Goo Immortal cultivation was not just about fighting and killing. Management was the greatest foundation. Wisdom Goo was third. Using the light of wisdom, it gave Feng Yuan unlimited inspiration, and rapidly brought Feng Yuan out of the quagmire. But in the end, it still depended on the blessed land and culture. Maybe in the future, it could truly control it. It could give Feng Yuan a pleasant surprise. But now it was only third. As for the fourth, it was All-Out Effort Goo. Even though this Goo was only a rank 4 Mortal Goo, the timing was extremely good. It was Feng Yuan's first springboard after rebirth. Without All-Out Effort Goo, there would not be Feng Yuan's outstanding battle strength. Without outstanding battle strength, he would be eliminated and might not even be able to participate in the Three Kings' inheritance. As for the Dream Path Killer move, if Feng Yuan could obtain it and use it properly, it would be on par with Wisdom Goo at the current stage. But after this period, the value of the Dream Path Killer move would continue to fall. If he obtained this killer move when the Dream Realm manifested and Dream Path was fully unleashed, its value would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter depended on the timing. Spring Autumn Cicada had great value, but after Feng Yuan became a demon venerable, he would be invincible in the world. What was the use? Who Immortal Blessed Land was good. But if Feng Yuan became a Goo Immortal and had his own blessed land, Who Immortal Blessed Land would not be as valuable as it was now. The same logic applied to Wisdom Goo, All-Out Effort Goo, and this Dream Path Killer move. But to obtain this Dream Path Killer move, the core Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery, must be obtained. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Feng Yuan looked at the auction situation. At this moment, there were few competitors left. Feng Jioge and old ancestor Shui, who had already been eliminated, These two had spent a huge sum to buy Ma and Zhao. They had suffered a huge loss. They had no strength to compete with others now. Yao Huang also withdrew with regret. He had bought some Refinement Path Immortal Gu earlier, and was also a huge customer of Gu Immortal Captives. Furthermore, Refinement Path consumed a lot of resources. All sorts of factors caused him to be pushed out of the competition. 5 Elements Grandmaster withdrew even earlier. He had bought many Immortal Gu of mainstream paths in the auction, and was a lone cultivator himself. The remaining competitors were Heavenly Lord Baizu, the Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortal, and the 3 Super Forces: Yuan Tribe, Morong Tribe, and Chanyu Tribe. Soon, Chanyu Tribe also withdrew from the competition. Yuan Tribe's Yuan Rangzun was clamoring, saying that he would sell all of the true martial carps, but he could not make up his mind. After all, Yuan Tribe already had their own Immortal Gu house. Thus, only Morong Tribe, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, and Heavenly Lord Baizu were left to compete. Morong Jin Xiao, as the sect leader, I do not have an Immortal Gu house to defend my sect. This is very inappropriate. If you stop today, I will reward you greatly. In the secret room, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal persuaded. Morong Jin Xiao shook his head, bowing as he smiled. Lord, our Morong Tribe's Immortal Gu house lacks a core Immortal Gu. This is something that everyone in Northern Plains knows. This concerns the benefits of our tribe. Please forgive me for being disrespectful, but I will try my best to compete for it. Regardless of the outcome, I will only be satisfied. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal sighed. He did not try to persuade anymore. He raised the price again. It seems that I still have hope. Right now, the price had reached 2 Immortal Gu. It far surpassed the value of the 4 Gu Immortal Captives. But Fang Yuan's gaze was becoming brighter. Red Fiend Divine Boat is good, but it does not have a core Immortal Gu. The 3 parties are offering rank 6 Immortal Gu. They are hard to use. 2 Immortal Gu is already the limit. The 3 parties are already hesitating. The price is getting lower each time. After all, even if we get this Red Fiend Divine Boat, which contains the complete Immortal Gu recipe, we will need to spend a huge amount to refine it. The seller is clearly a Wood Path Gu cultivator. They are asking for items that can help their cultivation. Among these 6 Immortal Gu, only one is Wood Path. It comes from Morong Tribe. It is an investigative Immortal Gu. Hee wonderful. Forget about the Gu Immortal Captive I have. Rushing Thunderhand Wu Hao. The 3 Huahai Immortals are Wood Path Gu Immortals. In this situation, I might be able to make use of it. Fang Yuan acted quickly. He immediately contacted Heavenly Lord Baizu through Qin Baisheng. Right now, the 3 parties are in a deadlock. I do not have a Wood Path Immortal Gu. Morong Tribe has the greatest hope. Maybe I can use this to break the deadlock. Heavenly Lord Baizu was moved. He took the initiative to change his offer. He first put down Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, then put up the 3 Huahai Immortals. The seller's eyes shined. After hesitating, he chose Heavenly Lord Baizu in the end. He was a smart person. To him, although the other 2 parties had an extra Immortal Gu, one of them even had a Wood Path Immortal Gu. But Heavenly Lord Baizu offered a Movement Immortal Gu and 3 Wood Path Immortal Apertures. They were suitable for him to swallow and raise his cultivation level. By selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat, he had already offended Zombie Alliance. Right now he was only concerned about survival and development. The one that was most suitable for him was the one with the greatest value. Heavenly Lord Baizu had little interest in the 3 Huahai Immortals, but the seller urgently needed them. As for Heavenly Lord Baizu, he did not lose anything. He still had to pay 2 Immortal Gu. Since he had already decided to give up Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, it did not matter who he sold it to. Now that he sold it to Fang Yuan, he broke the deadlock and won the Red Fiend Divine Boat. As for Fang Yuan, he finally obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. This is a win-win situation for all 3 parties. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. Chapter 770. After an intense contest, Heavenly Lord Baizu became the final victor, obtaining all the information on Red Fiend Divine Boat. And as the beneficiary of the backstage transaction, Fang Yuan also obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this transaction. Heavenly Lord Baizu became the focus of everyone's attention. And other than a few crucial people, nobody knew that Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was in his hands. Red Fiend Divine Boat was an accident. It was the final stage of the auction. About 4 hours later, the auction that included many heroes finally came to an end. There is still no reply from Fairy Li Shan's side? Feng Yuan secretly asked Tai Bai Yinsheng. Tai Bai Yinsheng quickly transmitted. Not yet. Fairy Li Shan is actually absent from such a grand event. It seems something must have happened over there. Should we go back? Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yinsheng came to Qin Bai Sheng's blessed land. They had relied on the whole earth goo that Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan had built together. Right now, Fairy Li Shan's situation was unclear. It was unwise to rashly use whole earth goo to return. No, let's leave with the crowd first, then use fixed immortal travel. We need to be careful, there will be chaos soon. Feng Yuan reminded. Tai Bai Yinsheng nodded with a solemn expression. Although the auction had ended, there were definitely many people who were not satisfied with this result. Once the Eternal Wind auction ended, the vow that they had signed earlier would also be over. Without restrictions, wealth would move one's heart, robbing, extorting, and killing would be the next part of the show. Most Gu immortals. They had the same awareness as Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yinsheng. Thus, when everyone left the Blessed Land, they were in a hurry and were on high alert. We must stop that guy. He actually auctioned Red Fiend Divine Boat publicly. Our zombie alliance's face has been completely lost. Forget about our face being damaged. The crucial point is that this mission was something that leader had instructed us to do before leaving. In the end, we screwed it up. If leader hears this news when he returns, I wonder how he will punish us. Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha discussed as they chased after their target. Above the Crimson Reed Marsh. Heavenly Monarch, I don't know if you are interested in selling the Scarlet Fiend Divine Boat to my Yao family? Yao Huang stayed at the inn. He advised Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu chuckled. Lord Medicine Sovereign must be joking. How can I sell such an important artifact so easily? To be honest with the Medicine Sovereign, he had many descendants, filling the heavenly abode. Recently I have the intention to establish a family. Perhaps I can cooperate with the Yao family. The leaders of the other forces heard this. Immediately, their expressions changed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a rank 8 giant. If he wanted to establish a clan with his support, it would be a sure thing. Not only that, with a rank 8 Gu immortal supporting them, no matter how weak their foundation was, they were still a super force. Giant Sun Immortal ruled the world. Northern Plains was his homeland. The land of dragon prosperity. All along, the super forces of Northern Plains. Almost all of them were of the Golden Bloodline. Heavenly Lord Baizu's involvement in establishing a super faction would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the descendants of the Golden Tribe. At the same time, as a lone cultivator, Heavenly Lord Baizu, becoming the first Supreme Elder of a Righteous Path force, would have a huge impact on both Demonic Path and Lone Cultivator factions. Yao Huang's expression did not change, his smile became even brighter. Since Heavenly Lord has the intention, who in the world can stop you? Look, it is hard for us old fellows to gather together. There is no time like the present. Why don't we have a good chat today? How about it? Haha, that is exactly what I wanted to say. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed loudly. Immediately, Yao Huang took out the Immortal Gu House Medicine Hut and invited all the Gu immortals present to participate. Eventually, most of the super forces joined in, including 5 Elements Grandmaster, who represented the interests of lone cultivators. But when they invited Old Ancestor Shui, who he rejected. In this auction, Old Ancestor Shui, who made a huge investment, buying Ma Hongyun and the precious contents of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. What he wanted to do now was to use Ma Hongyun as the main material to recreate fortune-rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, and use it on himself. As the representative of the Prince's Impatience's will, Feng Jioga, who was disguised as Sword Master Yulan, also rejected this meeting and left alone. In a hidden reed bush, he quietly met up with the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Feng Jioga smiled as he looked around at the crowd. I've already sent word to let you know about what happened at the auction. Lord Jioga has great methods and guts. I am in awe. With Zhao Lianyun, we can soul search her and find many precious clues. We can find the culprit. I still have to thank Lord for helping me exchange for the suitable immortal goo. What should we do now? The Central Continent Goo Immortals spoke one after another. They were clearly following Fengjioga's lead. Fengjioga laughed heartily. Along the way, he had used his strength to suppress everyone, and now he took the risk and entered the tiger's den to exchange for immortal goo for everyone. Using Fengjioga's methods and charm, with the iron rod in one hand and the benefits in the other, he finally became the leader of the group. Of course, Fengjioga also knew that even though the atmosphere was harmonious, everyone still had their own thoughts. But everyone was smart. They were in Northern Plains now and had a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. Even if they had any thoughts, they would suppress them in their hearts and choose to cooperate sincerely. To Fengjioga, this was enough. Everyone, even though we have Zhao Lianyun, to find the culprit, we do not have enough clues. If we had enough, Northern Plains Goo Immortal World would have already found out the truth, and the culprit would have nowhere to hide. I already have a suspect, Fengjioga said. Everyone heard this, and felt their spirits rise. Fengjioga continued. But this person has concealed himself deeply. I do not know his true identity. To find him, we need to start with the host of this auction. Lord is talking about Qin Baisheng? He is a famous expert in Northern Plains, a rank 7 Metal Path Goo Immortal. I know this person, he is a lone cultivator. His achievements today are all due to his own strength. It is very rare. Qin Baisheng not only has outstanding battle strength, he is also good at socializing and has many connections. We need to deal with him. We need to strike at lightning speed, and use all our strength. If we let him escape and call for help, it will be difficult. Everyone discussed enthusiastically. Although they were the representatives of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and had many methods and strong battle strength, they were fighting as guest armies. Once their identities were exposed, it was very likely that Northern Plains Goo Immortals would attack them together. But fortunately, there was also Prince's Impatience, the person who was hiding behind the scenes. At another location, the battle had already begun. Hilangzi, you have guts. You actually dare to attack our Chanyu tribe. A Goo Immortal who was ambushed shouted in anger. Why wouldn't I dare? So what if you are Chanyu tribe? No matter how strong the winged blade is, can it save you now? As long as you listen obediently. Hand over that sandalwood sacred elephant's egg. I will spare your life today. A huge wolf that was as tall as a hill spoke with an eerie gaze. This egg came from a mysterious Eastern Sea rank 8 Goo Immortal. Because of a certain auction, it had fallen into the hands of Chanyu tribe's representative. Hilangzi had left early because he had other plans. He had meticulously set up an ambush outside, waiting for his prey. He caught this unlucky person. Hilangzi, you concealed yourself very well. Someone actually leaked information to you in the auction. Didn't you call yourself Lone Wolf? A lone wolf who disdains communicating with other Goo Immortals? If you have guts, fight me to your heart's content. Let's make a bet. If you win, I will give you the sandalwood sacred elephant's egg without hesitation. If you lose, you will join our Chanyu tribe and work for 100 years. The Chanyu Goo Immortal shouted. He had just shouted when he heard a woman's laughter, coming from the left. Next, black light flashed as 3 Goo Immortals appeared. Chanyu tribe's Goo Immortal was shocked. The other party's hostility was so obvious, he did not sense it at all. You are He Ching? Chanyu tribe's Goo Immortal looked carefully and quickly recognized the identity of the newcomer. And Fairy Jiang Yuhum? Why is the demonic path Shui Songzi with you? Chanyu Zhong'er, I know you have the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe. But if you want to use this move to defeat Hilangzi and recruit a rank 7 fighter for your tribe, you are too naive. Fairy Jiangyu continued to smile as she spoke. Chanyu Zhong'er's expression sank. The other party was right. It was because of the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe that he had the confidence to represent Chanyu tribe in this auction. But to think that he had greatly underestimated the human heart, and also overestimated the reputation of Chanyu tribe. He Cheng, you are a He tribe Goo Immortal. You have the Huangjin bloodline like my Chanyu tribe. You actually colluded with outsiders of the demonic path to harm us righteous path Goo Immortals. Don't make a huge mistake. It is not too late to turn back now. Chan Yu Zhong'er's thoughts changed as he tried to persuade Heicheng. Shui Songzi laughed heartily. If your big brother Chan Yu Shangyi was here, we would have a headache. If it were your third brother Chan Yu Xiasan, we would have given up on the idea of surrounding you. Unfortunately, you do not have your brother's defense, nor your brother's speed. You will definitely lose today. Chan Yu Zhong'er's expression turned even uglier. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Heicheng, shouting, Heicheng, you are a righteous path Gu immortal. Do you not want your reputation? If today's matter is exposed, as long as a trace of it gets out, you will be condemned by everyone. You will be hated by everyone like a rat on the street, hunted by everyone. Heicheng's eyes flashed with hesitation, but after hearing Fairy Jiangyu's words, he became firm. He did not speak. Instead, he waved his sleeves and shot out a dark arrow towards Chan Yu Zhong'er. He was using the most practical action to show his determination. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Third Branch Peak. Green light flickered as Tai Bai Yunxing appeared in the room. Almost at the same time he appeared, he activated his defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. One of the disadvantages of fixed immortal travel was that other Gu worms could not be used during the teleportation process. The second disadvantage was that the immortal essence expenditure would increase according to the strength of the target. Earlier, Fang Yuan was immortal. He had few Dao marks on him. Thus the immortal essence expenditure was low. When teleporting Gu immortal targets, he would need at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. After confirming there was no danger, Fang Yuan came out of Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. This room was the place where Fairy Lishan and He Lulan had received them back then. Fairy Lishan and He Lulan are not responding. Due to the alliance agreement, we have to react to this situation. Search the most likely places here. A moment later, the two found Fairy Lishan and He Lulan in a bedroom. They are lying on the bed. They seem to be sleeping. Tai Bai Yunxing had a dazed expression. He was just about to walk up when Fang Yuan stopped him. It's dangerous, don't get close to them. What danger? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. They are both in a dream realm. Once we get close, we'll be implicated as well. Chapter 771. Dream Realm. Tai Bai Yunxing heard Fang Yuan's words and his gaze flickered. A solemn expression appeared on his face. Earlier, Fang Yuan and He Lulan worked together to explore Starry Sky Blessed Land. They met with danger in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. Fang Yuan had already informed Tai Bai Yunxing of this matter. Thus, when Tai Bai Yunxing heard the word Dream Realm, he immediately realized the severity of it. He sighed lightly. No wonder Fairy Lishan and He Lulan did not participate in the auction. They were trapped by the Dream Realm. I was still guessing if it was because of He Lulan's tribulation. Fang Yuan nodded. Old Bai, you guessed correctly. It is very likely that they were trapped in the Dream Realm because of the tribulation, unable to get out. Why would Gu Immortal's tribulation turn into Dream Realm calamities? Tai Bai Yunxing asked in confusion. Fang Yuan sighed. There was no such thing in the past, but now that Dream Realms are manifesting, they are gradually creating such calamities and tribulations. Especially in the 500 years of his previous life, during the middle and late stages of the 5 regions' chaotic war, Dream Realms manifested on a large scale, appearing in every corner of the 5 regions. The phenomenon of Dream Realms turning into calamities was very common. Who knew how many Gu Immortals had died? What do we do now? According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, we cannot just watch them die. Tai Bai Yunxing was helpless, he could only ask Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was silent, but his eyes flickered with a dark light. At this moment, He Lulan and Fairy Lishan had weak defenses. It was not hard to kill them. But Fang Yuan could not attack due to the alliance agreement. He even had to save them. The Snowy Mountain Alliance was signed using Mountain Pledge Gu. If I want to violate it, I have to destroy Snowy Mountain. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough. I cannot destroy Snowy Mountain. Even if I can destroy it, Tai Bai Yunxing has a kind nature. If I really want to attack, he will be an obstacle. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This was indeed a great opportunity. After killing He Lulan, he would get Strength Chi Immortal Gu, Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo, and Slavery Immortal Goo. The first three were Strength Path Immortal Goo. The latter was an enslavement path, and was extremely suitable for Feng Yuan. Especially Self-Strength Immortal Goo, as long as he obtained it. As the core, it could raise the power of the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self by several levels. There was also Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge Goo. With it, Feng Yuan would have the same huge advantage as Fairy Li Shan. Helping other Goo Immortals to sign an alliance agreement was a huge transaction. The profits far surpassed the Guts Goo transaction. This is because, using Mountain Pledge Goo to help others set up the alliance agreement, not only could he get a generous reward, but he could also make a lot of friends. Fairy Li Shan was able to do well in both the righteous and demonic paths. It was mostly because of this Goo. Mountain Pledge Goo was not an offensive immortal Goo, nor could it provide defense, nor could it help the Goo Immortal move. But no matter which Goo Immortal obtained it, they would have a huge advantage. It was only a supplementary immortal Goo. But Goo Immortals were definitely not people who only fought and killed. Goo Immortals prioritized cultivation and management. In reality, fighting was only a small part of a Goo Immortal's life. Only during the 5 regions chaotic war would fighting become the main theme. Just as Feng Yuan was thinking, snowy mountain blessed land suddenly shook. The surging aura of a rank 8 Goo Immortal filled the sky and spread out. We welcome old ancestors' arrival. Next, several demonic path Goo Immortals' voices came from their respective peaks. It is old ancestor Xuehu. He has his own grotto heaven. He does not usually stay here. Why is he here? Tai Bai Yunqing's expression changed. He had just finished speaking when old ancestor Xuehu's grand voice resounded in the entire blessed land. All of you, quickly come to the main hall to see me. I have something to discuss with you. We obey old ancestors' command. The demonic path Goo Immortals replied in unison. Goo Immortal figures flew out of the snowy peaks one after another. Tai Bai Yunqing turned pale with fright. Oh no, Fairy Li Shan is still dreaming. She has not appeared for a long time and has not replied. Old ancestor Xue who will definitely be suspicious and come to investigate. We can escape with fixed immortal travel. Fairy Li Shan is also probably safe. The crucial thing is He Lulan. She did not join Snowy Mountain Demonic Cave, and is the most crucial person in the Truyang building case. If she is captured and soul searched, we will all be finished. Boom boom boom. An intense explosion occurred as a pitiful figure flew out. Behind him, a huge wolf jumped out of the dust and opened its bloody mouth, speaking in human language. Chan Yu Zhong'er, where are you going? The pitiful figure was Chan Yu Zhong'er. He escaped while shouting with a fearful expression. He Langzi Heicheng, don't go overboard, I will fight you to the death. Immemorial Flame Axe. His body shook as he put his palms together, turning around and slashing backwards. Immediately, flames surged and condensed into the shape of an axe in the air, slashing towards the huge wolf. Before the attack even arrived, the burning flames had already scorched the huge wolf's fur. The huge flame axe illuminated half the sky. It was powerful and had an intense aura of destruction, as if it could destroy everything. This was an immortal killer move. It had a fierce attack. But facing such a powerful attack, He Langzi's eyes showed disdain and mockery. Whoosh! The huge wolf vanished, dodging the immemorial flame axe and blocking Chan Yu Zhong'er's escape route. No matter how fierce the attack is, if it cannot hit its target, so what? Fairy Jiangyu appeared, floating in the sky. Earlier, she had used an immortal movement killer move to teleport He Langzi away. Damn it! Chan Yu Zhong'er gritted his teeth. His heart sank to rock bottom. His furious and helpless face showed a trace of despair. You are distracted. Suddenly, a black-robed Goo Immortal appeared behind him. Chan Yu Zhong'er was shocked. He quickly retreated and pulled some distance. The mysterious black-robed Goo Immortal was still floating on the spot. He stretched out his right hand and aimed his palm at Chan Yu Zhong'er. This distance is enough, now taste the power of my immortal Goo soul lead. Chan Yu Zhong'er's movements froze. His body stiffened and his soul shook, as if a huge force was trying to pull his soul out of his body. Oh no! Chan Yu Zhong'er was shocked. Ordinary defensive methods could not defend against this soul path method. He tried his best to stabilize his soul. At once, he was in a deadlock with the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. "Quickly help me," the black-robed Gu immortal said. The moment he said that, Heicheng and Shuesongzi flew to his side. They placed their palms on the black-robed Gu immortal's shoulders. After secretly using Gu worms, the three immortals' souls exerted strength together, forming an even larger force. Using soul lead immortal Gu was like this. It was like a tug of war, disregarding everything else. It was a contest of souls. At this moment, the black-robed Gu immortal, Heicheng, and Shuesongzi worked together. Against Chanyu Zhong'er, they had a huge advantage. "I am unresigned. I hate this so much. Let me go." Chanyu Zhong'er could not resist it. His soul was pulled out. Without the control of his soul, his physical body was like a kite with a broken string, falling straight down. But soon, Fairy Jiangyu caught it. She quickly inspected it. She laughed loudly. As expected, this fire path immortal Gu is in Chanyu Zhong'er's blessed land. "So your true target is my fire path immortal Gu. What are you trying to do?" Chanyu Zhong'er's soul was in the black-robed Gu immortal's hands. He shouted angrily. "No, we did not lie to you earlier. The sandalwood sacred elephant's egg is also our target. But for an immortal Gu, it is just icing on the cake." Fairy Jiangyu smiled. She was in a good mood after her plan succeeded. Just as she was about to explain to Chanyu Zhong'er, her expression suddenly changed. Not just her. The black-robed Gu immortal's hands shook. He was wearing a black robe and a hood. His face was shrouded in darkness. His voice was hoarse. Qin Baisheng was plotted against. Humph. So this sword master Yulan is a central continent Gu immortal in disguise. "We cannot lose Qin Baisheng. We need to save him." Fairy Jiangyu's tone was anxious. She did not stop as she flew into the sky. The black-robed Gu immortal and He Langzi followed closely behind. Only Heicheng and Shuesongzi were left behind. "Lord Heicheng, should we follow?" Shuesongzi was hesitant. Heicheng looked at the black-robed Gu immortal, his heart filled with wariness. Not long ago, this person had appeared. He had many methods and great strength. His relationship with Fairy Jiangyu was clearly not ordinary. Shuesongzi was hesitant, but so was Heicheng. It seems that this black-robed Gu immortal is also a member of Shadow Sect. He Langzi might be the same as me. We might be collaborators. Shadow Sect and Central Continent Gu immortals. Heicheng's gaze flickered. He flew up and chased after Fairy Jiangyu and the rest. Shuesongzi snorted coldly, following closely behind. Huff huff huff. Qin Baisheng breathed roughly. He had dozens of injuries on his body. Some were bleeding, some were deep to the bone, some were black and emitting a foul stench. As expected of a famous expert of Northern Plains, "We attacked together and ambushed you, but you still managed to injure 3 of them." Feng Jioge crossed his arms as he watched, showing deep admiration in his eyes. Northern Plains Gu immortals have outstanding battle strength indeed. Their methods are clearly on par with ours, but they still allowed you to achieve such results. Qin Baisheng, on account that you are a true man, just surrender. What we said to you earlier was the truth. As long as you tell us the true identities of certain people, we will let you leave safely. In the sky around Qin Baisheng, Central Continent Gu immortals were standing all around him. They spoke and tried to persuade him. Among them, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui from Heaven's Envy Manor, as well as the young Wisdom Path Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect, Old Oracle Z, were all injured. "You want me to surrender?" Qin Baisheng frowned. He spat out a mouthful of blood. "Humph. A foreign person sneaking into my Northern Plains. Intruder. Let me tell you, I am a man of Northern Plains. I am not a coward. Come at me if you have the guts. Don't worry, before I die, I will definitely drag one of you down with me." Feng Jioge sighed helplessly. "Since that's the case, all of you step back. I'll do it." Qin Baisheng stared at Feng Jioge with a solemn gaze. He did not know Feng Jioge, but he knew that he was their leader. He did not make a move in the intense battle earlier. He had his pride. "I will only use one move. If you can take it, I will let you leave." Feng Jioge slowly flew towards Qin Baisheng. His expression was calm and his tone was plain. Floating astronomy. Chapter 773. One Move. Hearing Feng Jioge's words, Qin Baisheng laughed from anger. I have dominated for hundreds of years, defeating Lu Hao, Shan Yuxiong and New Air Du, killing by Kanzi, Jade Fire Farmer, and Heavenly Emotion Mountain Lord, drawing with Yuan Rang Zun, and escaping from 5 Elements Master. In the entire Northern Plains, there are only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals who can defeat me, but it is not easy to kill me. There are very few rank 7 Gu immortals who can match me. You are also a rank 7 Gu immortal. You want to defeat me in one move? Ha ha ha. Qin Baisheng laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with confidence towards himself. Feng Jioge's words were indeed too arrogant. At once, even the surrounding central continent Gu immortals could not help but feel worried. Feng Jioge, however, smiled faintly as he slowly narrated. I've been fond of music since I was a child. When I first started cultivating, I made a grand wish to compose 9 songs to express myself, all living beings, and the world. Until now, I have created 6 songs. If you can listen to this song, I will admit defeat and let you leave freely. Qin Baisheng's laughter stopped. He looked at Feng Jioge with a solemn gaze, not blinking for a moment. Looking at the serious tone and smiling Feng Jioge, Qin Baisheng felt a strong sense of threat in his heart. He thought about it, and bowed to Feng Jioge solemnly. I have not asked for your name. Feng Jioge returned the greeting. I am Feng Jioge. Qin Baisheng's expression changed. So you are the number 1 person of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, no wonder. Ha ha ha, then come, let me see your power. As a Northern Plains Gu immortal, Qin Baisheng had heard of Feng Jioge's reputation long ago. But after knowing Feng Jioge's identity, Qin Baisheng's heart surged with boundless battle intent instead. They were all rank 7 Gu immortals. Why could you kill and defeat Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects and be called the number 1 person? I'd like to measure your weight. Feng Jioge breathed in deeply, saying slowly. This song is called Green Jade Song, please enjoy it. The other Central Continent Gu immortals retreated, giving them a wide space. Come. Qin Baisheng shouted. His gaze was like lightning, his battle intent surged, he had a heroic aura. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. 3rd Peak. This time it is all thanks to you guys. If old ancestor Shui who even me, I might not be able to save her life. In the secret room, Fairy, thanked Feng Yuan and Fairy, Tai Baisheng, and Immortal. Gu immortal was Gu immortal, she Gu and by, immortals of the Emu of course, she of them, of course was Gu, was she by once his identity was exposed, he would be hunted down by the Gu immortal world. Tai Bai Yinqing sighed deeply. Fairy, we were guessing the reason why you were absent from the auction. Once He Lulan was discovered, Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yinqing would be implicated. These 3 were tied to the same rope. Sigh. Fairy Li Shan sighed. I never thought that dream realms could become disasters. Do you two have a way to wake little Lan up? Tai Bai Yinqing shook his head, looking at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan said solemnly. Difficult. The dream calamity's main target is He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan, you were only implicated because you touched her. Thus, I only need to injure you and make you wake up from the pain. But He Lulan is deep in the dream realm. Even if we kill her, she will not wake up. Fairy Li Shan's eyes shined with hope. If it is only difficult, then it is not that there is no way, Feng Yuan, it seems that you have a way. Feng Yuan chuckled. He Lulan is quite lucky, I obtained a Gu at the auction. It can be used to create a dream path killer move, it can solve this problem. But to create the killer move, just the core immortal Gu is not enough, we need the help of many mortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed, quickly saying, I can help with this, Feng Yuan. What materials do you need to refine Gu? You can tell me, I will do my best to satisfy your request. But Feng Yuan shook his head. These dream path mortal Gu require the refinement materials to be found in dream realms. Refining dream Gu is different from other paths. The entire process requires me to do it personally. So Dream Path has such details. Fairy Li Shan blinked. This was the first time she had heard of this. Dream Path Gu worms were very different from Gu worms of other paths. One of them was that the refinement materials were not material from the real world. They were obtained from dream realms. This dream realm could not be someone else's. It could only be one's own. Only by using materials from one's own dream realm could one refine dream path goo worms. Feng Yuan had his previous life's memories. Even though his dream path development was slow in his previous life and his achievements were limited, he still knew this common knowledge. After rebirth, this common knowledge had instead become the most advanced research result. It was kept by the few forces that controlled it. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fairy Li Shan did not doubt Feng Yuan's words. But in her heart, she could not help but look at Feng Yuan in a new light. Fairy Li Shan also knew a portion of Feng Yuan's situation and experiences, especially the Guts Goo transaction. Fairy Li Shan had a share of the profits. This junior Feng Yuan is truly amazing. It seems like there is no problem that he cannot solve. Previously he researched Airsac Goo and could actually transfer Guts Goo. Now he also has such research on Dream Path. This is not something a lone cultivator like him can create. I'm afraid his background is not simple. Fairy Li Shan was thinking when Feng Yuan spoke again. Fairy, you know that I am a straightforward person. I like to communicate openly. If I can save the two of you this time, how much will the reward be? Fairy Li Shan's eyes turned. She was already familiar with Feng Yuan's nature. She was not surprised, she smiled. The debt of saving your life is naturally as heavy as a mountain. Feng Yuan, how many immortal Yuan stone, immortal goo recipes, or immortal materials do you want? Just name it. Her tone was very polite. After all, she had a request. Feng Yuan raised his head and smiled. I don't want anything else, but I want the self-strength goo and strength chi goo in He Lulan's hands. 2 lives, 2 goo. Fairy Li Shan's smile vanished without a trace. These 2 immortal goo are Shaolan's core goo worms. A gentleman does not take what others like. Feng Yuan's condition is too harsh. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. Could it be that your lives are not as precious as 2 goo worms? You are wrong. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. Even if we are discovered, Shaolan's life will be in danger. I will be fine. Furthermore, if something happens to Shaolan, the 2 of you will also be implicated. We are bound together for good or ill. Helping us is also beneficial to the 2 of you. Feng Yuan smiled, nodding in agreement. Fairy's words are very reasonable. I am full of admiration for you. Let's forget about the previous condition. I will go back and prepare. I promise that in 3 to 5 years, we will definitely save He Lulan. I will take my leave now. Saying so, Feng Yuan stood up and prepared to leave. Although both sides had signed an alliance agreement, they could not leave them in the lurch. But there was a rule that neither side could use the alliance agreement to force the other to save them. They had to negotiate a suitable reward. It was not that Feng Yuan did not want to save them. It was just that it would take some time. Thus his current actions were not going against the alliance agreement. Fairy Li Shan felt a huge headache. She quickly stood up and advised. Wait, Feng Yuan, let's talk. Fairy, what do you want? I am all ears. Feng Yuan lowered his attitude. He was very humble and polite. Sigh, Feng Yuan, don't be like this. The 2 strength path immortal goo are not mine. I cannot promise you anything now. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply. Feng Yuan showed an understanding expression. That's right, I also feel that this condition is too much. Just pretend I did not say anything. Fairy, you are right, self-strength and strength chi goo are He Lulan's immortal goo. How can you make the decision? Forget it. We are allies after all. I will definitely help. But you need to know that refining Dream Path goo worms is very troublesome. Thus, it takes a lot of time. We need to make a lot of preparations. During this time, you can search for other methods to see if you can wake up He Lulan. My method will definitely succeed, but it will take too long. If He Lulan is discovered by others during this time, it will be terrible. But thankfully, Tai Bai Yunxing and I are in Central Continent. Even if He Lulan encounters any mishap, we will uphold our relationship as allies and take revenge for He Lulan. These words made Fairy Li Shan so angry that she rolled her eyes. Tai Bai Yunxing was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. He did not forget to add. Speaking of the alliance agreement, we still have 2 years left. After 2 years, if He Lulan does not wake up, how will we renew the agreement? Sigh, this is a troublesome matter. Tai Bai Yunxing had a kind nature, but when it came to important benefits, his attitude was firm. He was not always a good person. You too. Fairy Lishan was furious. He Lulan's identity was hidden. Even though He Qing knew about it, the other party had a scheme and did not dare to expose He Lulan's identity. But this greatly restricted Fairy Lishan's ability to request for help. The crucial thing was that Dream Path was involved. Even if the large forces researched it and obtained some results, they would not easily give it to Fairy Lishan to save He Lulan. Thus, in front of Fairy Lishan, the most likely and effective method to save He Lulan was to rely on Feng Yuan. Regarding this, Fairy Lishan was well aware. Seeing that Feng Yuan was not willing to give in, she could only take a step back and say dejectedly, forget it, we are unlucky. We will do as you say, to Immortal Gu. But you can only choose between Strength Qi and Strength Qi. I can make the decision for Little Lan. The remaining Immortal Gu will be provided by me. Just tell me the truth. This is my bottom line. Don't force me anymore. Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but be moved, he sighed. He Lulan is truly blessed to have a senior like you. Fairy Lishan smiled bitterly, looking at Feng Yuan. She knew that even though Tai Bai Yunxing was Feng Yuan's senior brother, Feng Yuan was the leader. To save He Lulan, Feng Yuan had to make a move. Feng Yuan pondered for a while. He knew that even though he could still force her, he would lose their friendship. Earlier, when he took the initiative to give in, the atmosphere that was created with great difficulty would be destroyed. Strength Qi and Self Qi were good, but Feng Yuan had obtained several new Strength Path Immortal Gu. He did not need them as urgently as before. Chapter 774. What, you want Mountain Pledge Gu? Fairy Lishan stared with wide-opened eyes, showing anger on her face. Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu was extremely important. It was Fairy Lishan's main source of income. As the saying goes, cutting off a person's wealth is like killing their parents. This was a deep grudge. Not only that, Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu allowed Fairy Lishan to form relationships with many people, allowing her to move freely between the righteous and demonic paths in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. Once Mountain Pledge Gu was lost, Fairy Lishan's advantage would be gone. Feng Yuan laughed, waving his hand. It was a joke, don't mind it. He naturally knew the importance of Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. This was mostly a test. He had not thought of the possibility of success. Fairy Lishan gritted her teeth, her tone turning cold. Feng Yuan, your joke is not funny at all. I have several Immortal Gu here. You can choose from them as half of the reward. As for the other half, when Little Lan wakes up, she will hand it over to you. Feng Yuan was still thinking about that slavery Immortal Gu in He Lulan's possession. But after seeing Fairy Lishan's Immortal Gu, his eyes shined, changing his mind. This Immortal Gu is not bad. I will choose it. Fairy Lishan saw that Feng Yuan chose an Immortal Gu and sighed internally, her heart filled with bitterness. She had just obtained this Immortal Gu not long ago. It was snatched away by Feng Yuan before she could even use it. This Gu was called Time Luck. It was a Luck Path and Time Path Immortal Gu. It expended immortal essence and time to increase one's luck path. Fairy Lishan was naturally unwilling. She tried to persuade him. Feng Yuan, if you really choose this Gu, I have some good words to say to you. I obtained this Time Luck Immortal Gu from Qin Baisheng as a reward. If ordinary Gu immortals used this Gu, they would have to expend their lifespan. You are an immortal zombie, half dead. I am afraid you cannot use this Gu. You might as well choose other Immortal Gu. Oh, so it is like that. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with interest. Gu path cultivation did not increase one's lifespan. In this world, the lifespan of ordinary people was about 100 years. If they exceeded the time limit, they would die of old age. A Gu master's immortal ascension could not change this time limit. Only lifespan Gu could increase lifespan without any repercussions. Other than that, things like zombie transformation, tree man, yin-yang life extension technique, possession technique, or sleeping all day to reduce energy consumption were all unorthodox methods to extend one's life. Thus, Gu immortals valued their lives even more than Gu masters. They valued their lifespan even more. Qin Baisheng's auction included almost all of the heroes and experts of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. Even so, not a single lifespan Gu was auctioned. Instead, Immortal Gu Masters transactions, Lifespan goo would occasionally be auctioned. This was easy to understand. After goo masters become immortals, they would naturally understand the difficulty of cultivation. It was not easy to become a goo immortal. They would definitely cherish this kind of high and mighty status in life. As a result, he cherished his life even more and would usually travel around the 5 regions. Unless it was an emergency, they would not enter the blessed lands to live. Because time passed very quickly in blessed lands and grotto heavens, goo immortals had limited lifespans. Living in blessed lands and grotto heavens consumed much more than in the 5 regions. Mortal goo masters did not know the preciousness of lifespan. They would even use some forbidden techniques that would damage their lifespan to increase their battle prowess. The higher the rank, the broader the goo master's outlook, the more they cherished their lives. They would use all sorts of methods to extend their lifespan. For example, Generation Guyue, or Century Boy. And this situation was even more severe for goo immortals. It was like comparing the rich to the poor. Normally speaking, the poor would focus on their career and neglect their health. The rich would cherish their lives even more. They would protect their health. In the end, it was not that the rich were nobler than the poor, but because of their different statuses, their thoughts and actions were different. Fairy Li Shan was naturally a goo immortal. Time luck immortal goo expended immortal essence and lifespan to obtain luck amplification. Thus, she definitely had a method to make up for this flaw. Feng Yuan was a shrewd person. He immediately guessed that Fairy Li Shan had a crucial method. Fairy Li Shan saw that Feng Yuan was looking at her with a burning gaze. She knew she could not hide it from him. She said helplessly, "I won't hide it from you. I have a method that uses time luck immortal goo as the core to create an immortal killer move. It can extract other people's lifespan and expend it to increase one's own luck." Feng Yuan had been deeply scammed by Luck Path before, but he had also tasted the benefits of Luck Path. He immediately asked, "I wonder if Fairy can sell this immortal killer move to me." "Don't even think about it." Fairy Li Shan's reply was very straightforward. Feng Yuan had already expected it. He was not disappointed. Instead, he laughed. "In that case, I need this immortal goo even more." Fairy Li Shan's expression turned cold. "Feng Yuan, are you trying to ruin my plan?" "I wouldn't dare." Feng Yuan's expression immediately turned solemn. His tone was filled with sincerity as he explained, "Even if Fairy does not have this killer move, I will still choose this immortal goo. The reason is simple. It is because I obtained a modified mortal goo recipe of Inch of Time in the auction. Since time luck immortal goo needs immortal essence and time to activate, maybe I can use Inch of Time to expend it. It will not affect my lifespan." "So it's like that." Fairy Li Shan was stunned. She did not expect this to be the reason. Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled, speaking for Feng Yuan. "When we bought this goo recipe, we did not expect Fairy to have time luck immortal goo. Now it seems that the two can coincidentally work together." Regarding this matter, Tai Bai Yunxing was undoubtedly more qualified to speak. Because he was a time path goo immortal, time luck immortal goo and Inch of Time were both time path goo worms. Since he had a feeling that these two could work together, it was most likely true. Fairy Li Shan's expression calmed down, but her tone was still stiff. "Even so, to think of a new immortal killer move on the basis of time luck immortal goo and Inch of Time, it will take a lot of time and effort. Why don't the two of you leave time luck immortal goo to me? I can use the immortal killer move to increase your luck. Wouldn't that be more convenient?" Feng Yuan laughed, immediately saying, "Precisely because we have Fairy's immortal killer move. Even if we cannot create a way to use time luck and Inch of Time together, we can still lend time luck immortal goo to you. At that time, you can use this immortal killer move to increase our luck. It will be the same." Fairy Li Shan's expression froze, thinking, "Immortal goo are unique. Time luck immortal goo is in your hands. You naturally hold the initiative. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? The Great Snow Mountain Alliance has a time limit. Whether or not it will be renewed is another matter. If we become enemies, why would time luck immortal goo be lent to me?" Fairy Li Shan thought of this and suddenly understood. Wasn't the thing that she was worried about the same thing that Feng Yuan was worried about? With time luck immortal goo in her hands, she also had an immortal killer move. She would hold the initiative. If the alliance agreement lost its effect in the future, Even if she could increase the luck of Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, wouldn't she be able to decide the price she wanted? Feng Yuan, this lad, is really not easy to deal with. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, regretting taking out Time Luck Immortal Goo. Her plan was to use Time Luck Immortal Goo and this immortal killer move to create another profitable transaction. Increasing the luck of other Goo immortals, this transaction would definitely be profitable. It was a pity that He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm. Fairy Li Shan needed his help. But she did not want the 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo to end up in Feng Yuan's hands. Thus she was in a passive situation. Even though Fairy Li Shan had a lot of friends, He Lulan's identity could not be exposed. She could only rely on Feng Yuan's help. Thus she was completely eaten by the latter. Feng Yuan saw this chance and extorted. This ruthless bite was at the crucial point, forcefully tearing out a large amount of flesh essence. Forget it. Just based on Feng Yuan's shrewdness, if not for Time Luck Immortal Goo, he might not even want the other Goo worms. If he really wants the 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo, what can I do? Do I have to watch Little Lan remain trapped in the dream realm? In her immortal aperture, there was a trace of kinship and a large amount of green grape immortal essence left behind by her younger sister. Precisely so, Little Lan could use immortal Goo when she was immortal. However, when the dream realm became a disaster, because of this kinship, it became even stronger. With the dense emotions, the dream realm was unbreakable, wrapping around Little Lan tightly. She could not escape. As time passes, even her soul might dissipate. Fairy Li Shan sighed. It could be said that Feng Yuan was her only hope now. She was also a shrewd person. She schemed in her heart and did not reveal the secret that after Su Xian'er died, she left behind a trace of kinship to take care of He Lulan. She did not lie, she only concealed it. In the future, even if Feng Yuan could not wake up He Lulan, because of the alliance agreement, he would have to find a new and reliable method. It could be said that regardless of success or failure, Fairy Li Shan had tied Feng Yuan to her side. At least in terms of rescuing He Lulan, both sides were on the same page. Thinking of this, even though Fairy Li Shan was unwilling, she could only accept it and let Feng Yuan take away Time Luck Immortal Goo. In this transaction, both sides obtained what they needed. Feng Yuan grabbed the chance and extorted 2 Immortal Goo. Coincidentally, this was a new arrangement. He had profited greatly. But he did not find out Fairy Li Shan's true bottom line. In fact, even if Feng Yuan wanted the 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo, it was not impossible. Unfortunately, Fairy Li Shan's acting was superb. Feng Yuan did not find out her bottom line. As for Fairy Li Shan, she had to pay 2 Immortal Goo to get out of the dream realm and save her life. Her life was naturally much more precious than Immortal Goo. Both sides immediately signed a new alliance agreement and completed this transaction. Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately set off, returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and quickly refining many Dream Path Mortal Goo to form an immortal killer move to wake up He Lulan. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan rushed to Snowy Mountain's first branch peak. Over there, old ancestor Shui, who had already gathered most of the demonic path Goo immortals, and urged Fairy Li Shan several times. Chapter 775. When Feng Yuan activated fixed immortal travel and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, in a certain battlefield in northern plains, a battle had already ended. The victor had been decided. More than 10 Goo immortals surrounded the 2 people in the center. Qin Baisheng landed on the ground. His back was bent, he supported his knees and did not kneel down. He was no longer as valiant and heroic as before. Even the battle intent he had at the start of the battle had dissipated. Almost all of it had turned into shock and dejection. This immortal killer move is called Green Jade Song. Qin Baisheng raised his head and looked at Feng Jioge. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke. His blood was not the normal red color, it was eerie green. When the eerie green blood came out of his mouth, it quickly condensed into balls, turning into jade beads that fell on the ground. These jade beads collided with the ground, giving off a crisp sound. The entire area of 100 li on the ground had turned into a jade field. The soil was originally very ordinary, but now it had turned into green jade. It was a single entity. Not just that, the reeds on the ground had also turned into dead jade objects. A light wind blew, the sturdy jade poles swayed with the wind, the thin jade leaves shook with the wind. And on Qin Baisheng's body, there was also a jade will. Not only did his clothes turn into hard jade clothes, half of his hair also turned into jade. Even most of his skin had been frozen into jade. The blood in his body was not flowing smoothly. The jade will that was tainted was being spat out by Qin Baisheng. Thankfully, his organs were protected by a defensive immortal killer move. They blocked Green Jade Song. After personally witnessing the process of Qin Baisheng's defeat in one move, the other Central Continent Gu immortals had grim expressions. From time to time, they would look at Feng Jioge with unconcealable wariness in their gazes. Feng Jioge floated in the air, looking down at Qin Baisheng. His tone was full of praise. That's right, this is the Green Jade Song I created. It can turn all living things into jade. For you to be able to withstand it for a quarter of an hour is already very rare. All right, you are a true man. It is too much of a pity for you to die like this. Searching your soul is also disrespectful. How about this? I'll ask and you'll answer. You only need to answer truthfully. The Central Continent Gu immortals heard Feng Jioge's words and felt surprised. This was the action plan that they had discussed earlier. They were not consistent. Lord Feng Jioge. Qin Baisheng is an expert of the northern plains. Letting him go so easily is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. This person was able to withstand the Green Jade Song for 15 minutes. Another rogue cultivator. How about? Everyone chimed in. He hoped that Feng Jioge would kill Qin Baisheng. On one hand, they were afraid of Qin Baisheng's battle prowess. On the other hand, they coveted Qin Baisheng's wealth. Qin Baisheng was also one of the biggest winners in the auction. To make a comparison, the immortal materials that Feng Yuan obtained by selling all of the Gu immortal captives did not even amount to 1% of what he had. However, Feng Jioge waved his hand. I've already made up my mind. You don't have to say anything. Old Oracle, I will have to trouble you to use the killer move Gentleman's Bamboo. In the face of Feng Jioge's aggressiveness and stubbornness, the Central Continent Gu immortals did not speak. The Jasper battlefield in front of him was the best deterrent. They were also the experts of the 10 great ancient sections. But now they found out that they could not even block one move from Feng Jioge. If they were to switch places with Qin Baisheng, they might be even worse off. Feng Jioge's strength was so strong that it caused everyone present to lose their morale. Qin Baisheng lost his battle intent. The Central Continent Gu immortals thought to themselves. No wonder Feng Jioge was known as the #1 person in Central Continent. 6 songs meant 6 immortal killer moves. Green Jade Song was only one of them. Such battle strength was truly terrifying. Even against a rank 8 Gu immortal, it would not be inferior. The young Wisdom Path Gu immortal that Feng Jioge called out was from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He breathed in deeply and walked out of the crowd, arriving at the center of the battlefield. From his wide sleeves, he stretched out his fist and slowly spread his fingers. A colorless crystalline bamboo grew out of his palm. My immortal killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo, uses the rank 6 Immortal Gu Bamboo Gentleman as the core, along with 660 Mortal Gu worms. It is specially used for interrogation and lie detection. Even though the core Immortal Gu is rank 6, this killer move can detect rank 7 Gu immortals. Any higher and you will face rank 8 Gu immortals, but you will not be able to do so. Old Oracle introduced. He sounded humble on the surface, but he was warning Qin Baisheng not to play any tricks. Qin Baisheng's expression was extremely ugly. He naturally understood the meaning behind Old Oracle's words. Defeated in one move, Feng Jioge, you are truly amazing. I am inferior to you. I lost the bet. You can ask me anything, but you can only ask 3 questions. Qin Baisheng said. You. The Central Continent Gu immortals were unhappy. They frowned and emitted killing intent. Feng Jioge smiled. No matter, 3 questions are enough. Ask quickly, I don't have time to waste with you. Qin Baisheng spat out the last mouthful of jade blood, recovering some of his vigor. First question. Who sold delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace immortal Gu? Qin Baisheng was stunned. Feng Yuan's figure flashed in front of his eyes. He felt bitter and resentful. Sha Huang, oh Sha Huang, so it was you who harmed me. The moment this thought flashed in his mind, Qin Baisheng immediately said, "This seller is called Sha Huang, he is an immortal zombie." Sha Huang, immortal zombie. Feng Jiuge muttered. Continue. Qin Baisheng continued. I have not known this person for long. The reason is that I used rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo and found that this person's luck was not ordinary. Thus I purposely befriended him. This person's origin is mysterious, he seems to have a backer. In this auction he sold 13 goo immortal captives alone. Among them was a rank 7 goo immortal, Rushing Thunderhand Wu Hao. Furthermore, he has a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. This is all I know. The moment he said this, Qin Baisheng's body shook intensely. His skin burst open, blood spurted out like a fountain. Qin Baisheng growled in pain. He quickly focused his mind and activated Healing Immortal Goo. After more than 10 breaths of time, he stabilized his injuries, but the pain was unbearable. His body was still trembling slightly. This was because he had signed an alliance agreement earlier. Now that he leaked the information, he went against the alliance agreement. He suffered an intense backlash. His life was in danger. Feng Jiuge looked at Qin Baisheng before turning to Old Oracle. Old Oracle was holding a crystal colorless tender bamboo. It swayed with the wind, without any signs of changing color. This proved that Qin Baisheng's words were all true. Thus Feng Jiuge asked. Second question, regarding the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Tell me everything you know. Qin Baisheng heard this, and his expression became even more grim. An hour later, the Central Continent Immortals looked at Qin Baisheng, who had already shrunk into a black dot in the sky, a figure that was about to leave their vision. One of them said unwillingly, Lord Feng Jiuge, are you really going to let him go? After all, he has a lot of immortal goo. He even has almost half of the immortal materials traded in the auction. Feng Jiuge shook his head. It is not that I am unwilling to make a move, but I found out that this person has a soul explosion method. Just the aura that he exudes is terrifying. If we force him, he will drag a few of you down with him. This is inevitable. At that time, our plan to gather information will fail completely. So it is like this. The Goo Immortals were shocked and uncertain. Feng Jiuge said with deep meaning. Just look at this colorless tender bamboo. You will know that I am not lying. Everyone kept quiet. Old Oracle smiled awkwardly as he retracted the immortal killer move in his hand. He changed the topic. It is all thanks to Lord Feng Jiuge. Now that we have these clues, we will be able to deduce the true culprit. Feng Jiuge nodded. Next, we will split into 2 groups. One group will protect Old Oracle. Let him deduce in peace. The other group will follow me to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Check if there is news of Sha Huang. If Sha Huang is a member of Zombie Alliance, we will capture him. That would be for the best. The Central Continent Goo Immortals listened to him. They split into 2 groups and retreated. About a quarter of an hour later, several blurry figures landed on the ground. This place, how can it be? Looking at the green jade land, He Langzi could still feel the remnant power of the killer move. Wariness flashed in his eyes. Oh no, Qin Baisheng was ambushed. They have already fought. He Cheng was experienced. Seeing this, his expression sank. Fairy Jiangyu quickly took out an investigative goo worm. After inspecting it, she let out a breath of turbid air. Thankfully, although both sides fought intensely, Qin Baisheng was not captured. He escaped and went that way. Fairy Jiangyu's investigative method made He Cheng, Shui Songzi, and the rest gasp in amazement. When the Central Continent Goo Immortals left, they used their methods to erase their traces. But under Fairy Jiangyu's manipulation, more than 10 Goo Immortal auras appeared in the area. These auras were of different colors, some were big, some were small. Among them, the aura left behind by Feng Jiuge was extremely huge, far surpassing the others. More than 10 Goo Immortals attacked. Qin Baisheng actually escaped? Shui Songzi was surprised. There are only 5 of us. How can we trap Qin Baisheng? Don't worry, I have my methods. The mysterious black-robed Goo Immortal spoke. His voice was hoarse and deep. Fairy Jiangyu stored the goo worms in her hands, showing an anxious expression. Go, he is in that direction, let's chase after him. Langya bless land. Such a huge piece of thorny gold. Wow, 1,500 kilograms of reincarnation water. This is actually a jadewood egg, gasp. So many of them. Feng Yuan, you are crafty and cunning. You really did not disappoint me. Land Spirit of Langya buried his head into the mountain of immortal materials. His expression was joyful but also painful. The immortal materials in front of him were not only large in quantity, but also of good quality. The Land Spirit was very satisfied. But when he thought of the 60-40 split that he had negotiated with Feng Yuan earlier, he felt very uncomfortable. Those 13 Gu immortal captives were all captured alive by Land Spirit of Langya. But in the end, Feng Yuan got the lion's share. No one would feel good about this. Actually, if you want the immortal materials, it is not impossible, Feng Yuan said. Land Spirit of Langya stared with wide eyes. He was not happy. Instead, he showed intense vigilance. Rascal, what are you up to now? He was truly afraid of being tricked by Feng Yuan. Your blessed land has a large number of hairy men. They are raised well. Almost all of them are experts in Gu refinement. My batch cannot compare to them. I have many mortal Gu that I want to refine. Help me refine Gu and I will pay immortal materials as compensation. Don't be afraid. This is a fair transaction, Feng Yuan said warmly. Chapter 776. Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A crystal mountain stood at the center of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was recorded in the Legends of Renzu, Dang Hun Mountain. Right now, Feng Yuan was floating above Dang Hun Mountain. In his original form, he was 10 meters tall, with a green face and sharp fangs. He had a stocky build and 8 monstrous arms. But compared to Dang Hun Mountain, he was as small as an ant. Feng Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He stared at Dang Hun Mountain. He suddenly shouted, "Pulling Mountain!" At the next moment, a formless power burst out of his body, rapidly moving towards Dang Hun Mountain. Feng Yuan spread out his 8 arms in a hugging posture, as if he was hugging a huge object. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength, as if he was lifting something heavy. Rumble. At first, this sound was only a slight sound, but in the blink of an eye, the sound became louder and louder. The entire world started to shake. The source of the sound was Dang Hun Mountain. Under Feng Yuan's control, this crystal mountain started to rise, leaving the ground. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and persevered, the muscles on his 8 arms bulging up like thick rocks. Not just his arms, all the muscles in his body were mobilized. Creaking sounds came from his body. This was the sound of his bones being overwhelmed. Under his efforts, Dang Hun Mountain rose higher, gradually leaving the ground, reaching a height of 5 to 6 inches. At the side, Hu Immortal Land Spirit's mouth was slightly agape. She had an expression of shock. Rise again. Feng Yuan wanted to experiment to reach this step. He still did not stop. His body started to shine with rays of light. These lines were all over his body. They were not close together. They looked very sparse. The rays of light became brighter. At the same time, Feng Yuan's speed of raising Dang Hun Mountain also became faster. At first, the mountain was only rising inch by inch, but now, it was rising inch by inch into the sky. Feng Yuan activated Immortal Gu Pulling Mountain. He also took some time to inspect his body. These bright rays of light on his body were Strength Path Dao marks. Strength Path Dao marks were scattered all over his body. They were disorderly. Some were intertwined and gathered together. Some were independent, occupying certain parts of his skin. I will activate the Strength Path Immortal Gu Pulling Mountain with all my strength. The Strength Path Dao marks on his body resonated with the Immortal Gu. The power of the Immortal Gu did not change. But when I activate it now, I can use nearly 20% more power. Feng Yuan persisted for a while until cracks appeared all over his body. Dang Hun Mountain rose to a height of 200 to 300 feet. Only then did he slowly put down Dang Hun Mountain. The huge and heavy mountain fell to the ground, emitting a muffled thunder-like hum, raising billowing smoke and dust. Feng Yuan panted heavily. His entire body was sore, and his muscles were injured. A few breaths later, in front of the powerful regenerative ability of an immortal zombie body, no matter if it was injuries to the bones or muscles, they were all quickly healed. Feng Yuan's aura gradually stabilized, but he was still hovering in the air. He slowly closed his eyes and carefully recalled the feeling he had just experienced. Before using the strength path Immortal Goo pulling mountain, Feng Yuan had already made all sorts of deductions. Now that he was using it, he had a deeper understanding of it. As the saying goes, true knowledge comes from practice. Ever since I became a strength path Goo immortal, my strength path Dao marks have not increased. Thus, when I use my full strength, under the resonance of the strength path Dao marks, I can only increase my power by nearly 20%. Using pulling mountain Immortal Goo will continuously expend immortal essence. During this period of time, I have already spent 3 beads of green grape immortal essence. The immortal essence expenditure seems huge, but considering that the target is Dang Hun Mountain, the expenditure is not much. Dang Hun Mountain was a mystical land that could produce Guts Goo. It was unique in the entire 9 heavens and 5 regions. Even Snowy Mountain could not compare to such an important and precious land. Based on this, Feng Yuan guessed that if he were to uproot other ordinary mountains, it would be much easier than Dang Hun Mountain. What a great pulling mountain! After a while, Feng Yuan opened his eyes and praised softly, feeling very satisfied. After all, any mountain could not be easily uprooted or moved. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. Casually uprooting them would destroy them if the roots were broken. According to Qi Path's description, the entire world was made up of heaven and earth Qi. The 2 Qi converged and fluctuated endlessly, forming all sorts of natural sceneries. For example, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were formed from abundant heaven Qi, mixed with earth Qi. As for mountain peaks and hills, they were formed from the accumulation of earth Qi, mixed with some heaven Qi. It was always easier to destroy than to build. Mountains were easy to destroy, but not easy to move. The mountain roots were connected to the earth, and the earth Qi intertwined. Like the foundation of a tall building, if one forcefully uprooted it, the earth Qi would be cut and the mountain would be destroyed. But Pulling Mountain had a mystical ability. It could directly cut off the earth Qi and not damage the mountain. After falling down, it could connect with the earth Qi. This was not something ordinary methods could achieve. Pulling mountain, pulling water. Next, I will try this strength path Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan left Dang Hun Mountain, and with little Hu Immortal's help, he instantly arrived at the eastern side of the Blessed Land, floating in front of the lake. On the eastern side of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there were lakes of all sizes. In the past, Feng Yuan connected the east and north, using water to extinguish the fire. During this period, countless rockmen were sacrificed. Right now there were large numbers of green jade crucian carps, many air bubble fishes, and a few water wolf groups living in the lake. Above the lake, there was a continuous stretch of dark clouds. Above the dark clouds, there were large numbers of star fragment grass, forming a grassland in the sky. In the grassland, groups of starlight fireflies were flying everywhere. Among the ordinary fireflies, there was a high proportion of starlight firefly goo. Thus, on the eastern side of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, although the dark clouds were dense, the stars were shining brightly. In the sky, there was a star cloud grassland, while on the ground, there were lakes of all sizes, sparkling and reflecting the light of the stars. Feng Yuan came to the sky above the largest lake, and activated Pulling Water Immortal Goo. Similarly, a formless force entered the lake. Feng Yuan slowly raised his hands, and with a splash, a large amount of lake water was pulled up. Compared to pulling Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Yuan's extraction of the lake water here was as easy as picking up a piece of white paper. The difference in difficulty between the two was like heaven and earth. The lake's shape was still the same as before. It did not change. Large numbers of fishes, prawns, eels, and turtles were swimming freely inside. But they could not swim out of the periphery. A formless force replaced the shore. The package held up the lake water. Under the suspended lake water, the bottom of the lake had completely dried up. Not even a trace of water was left. The riverbed was exposed. Large numbers of water plants were piled up together. There were also rocks, shells, and so on. Feng Yuan's 10 fingers moved, the formless force changed. The huge lake water. Like soft mud, Feng Yuan kneaded it as he pleased. Sometimes it looked like a long dough. Sometimes it looked like a sphere, sometimes it looked like a hexahedron. After changing for a while, Fang Yuan's 10 fingers stopped, thoughts moving in his mind. The lake water was shaking. It moved in all sorts of strange shapes. Sometimes it looked like a deer running, sometimes it looked like clouds moving. But no matter how it changed, the fishes and other living beings inside were covered by the formless force, unable to fall out. Fun, fun. Little Hu Immortal, who was watching from the side. Her eyes were shining brightly as she laughed happily. Tai Bai Yunxing was also watching from the side, and when he saw this, he could not help but sigh. Moving mountains and seas, truly the aura of an immortal. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved again. The huge amount of lake water slowly fell back into the lake. Fang Yuan retracted the formless force and stopped pulling water immortal goo. This lake water had returned to its original appearance, but the water surface was surging, not ceasing for a long time. These two strength path immortal goo are both skillful strength. One targets the mountains, the other targets the waves. With a move of benevolence, it can move clouds and summon rain, moving mountains and opening a path. With a move of malevolence, the mountains overturn, and huge waves rise to the sky. Fang Yuan praised in his heart. This was the battle strength of a Gu immortal. Against mortal Gu masters, they could directly crush them like ants. With these two Gu, my battle strength rose sharply. But to fuse them into the immortal killer move Miri itself is not a simple matter. It will definitely take a lot of time and effort. It is not like self-strength and strength chi immortal Gu, which can directly fuse with Miri itself. Because the concept of Miri itself is the same as the latter two. Designing a killer move was not simple. Thunderpath Gu Immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend had gone into close cultivation for many years before he created Lightning Deity from Blood Deity's Immortal Gu recipe. He Lulan already had the mortal killer move Self-Strength Phantom. With such a foundation, it would be difficult to modify it into an immortal killer move. She had been working hard, but had no results. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when he created Bloodpath killer moves, which one of them did not take a lot of time and effort? As for how to fuse these two strength path immortal Gu into Miri itself, Fang Yuan still had no idea. But he was not worried, he was even full of confidence. A part of his confidence came from his strength path attainment level. More importantly, it was because Fang Yuan had incomparable confidence in rank 9 wisdom Gu. Bathed in the light of wisdom, one could have unlimited inspiration. This was a supreme tool for deducing Gu recipes, immortal Gu recipes, mortal killer moves, and other things. Looking back at this auction, Fang Yuan lost Worldly Wave Trace, Rising Azure Cloud, and Delight in Water and Mountain, while he obtained Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Eat Strength, and Unravel Mystery. They were all good Gu, the key was whether they were suitable for him. During this period, Fang Yuan's battle strength rose by a large amount. Junior brother, you have gained a lot from this auction. When he completely digests them, your battle strength will rise by several times. Tai Bai Yunxing flew over with a joyful expression, congratulating Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. That's right, I have the Desolate Beast Bat Corpse now. I can add a third pair of bat wings. Eat Strength Immortal Gu and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu can be used to increase my strength path Dao marks. The more Dao marks I have, the more powerful my strength path Immortal Gu will be. I also need to refine Inch of Time, Memory Thought Gu, Malicious Thought Gu, and others in large quantities. Combining the complete unfamiliar face and incomplete vaguely familiar face, I can think of a brand new disguise method. All sorts of matters and aspects need to be carried out. In the following days, Fang Yuan would definitely be extremely busy, he would not be able to leave. But this was a good sign. The auction was a great opportunity, Fang Yuan grasped it tightly and made full use of it. He was able to open up a lot of opportunities in all aspects. Tai Bai Yunxing reminded. Don't forget the alliance agreement you signed with Fairy Li Shan. The most important thing is to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu and combine them into an immortal killer move to save He Lulan. I understand this, go to Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but smile. These last days, Shark Demon has been urging me several times. Junior brother, if anything happens inform me, I will rush back immediately. Fang Yuan frowned. Be careful. We exposed many things in the auction. Ma and Zhao are also exposed. This is not good for us. Chapter 777. Light rain fell, and Qingmao Mountain looked even more verdant in the rain. Fang Yuan sat quietly in the room, facing his brother Fangzheng. Brother, why are you still so stubborn? All these years, uncle and aunt have raised us painstakingly, but you actually reported them to the clan's elder council. This is simply ungrateful. Fangzheng stood in front of Fang Yuan with his head held high and chest puffed out, reprimanding him righteously. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. His gaze was like ice as he looked around, thinking, this dream realm is very realistic. Next, he inspected his body, and saw that in his rank 3 aperture, there were liquor worm, all-out effort goo and so on. Fang Yuan's heart settled, thinking, this cultivation is equivalent to when I was in 3 Kings' blessed land. At this time, Fangzheng shouted agitatedly, there is still some time before the elder council starts the trial. Brother, you can still withdraw your case now. If you really report it, your reputation will be ruined. The surrounding people will look down on you. And I will not acknowledge you as my brother anymore. Fang Yuan chuckled, standing up and walking towards Fangzheng. Fangzheng took a step back. Brother, what are you trying to do? Seeing him like this, Fang Yuan felt a sense of disgust in his heart. This is the dream realm's confusion barrier. Fang Yuan was aware of this, but he endured the disgust in his heart, walking past Fangzheng and towards the door. Brother! Fangzheng suddenly turned around, grabbing Fang Yuan's arm. Fang Yuan was unable to move forward. He turned around and looked at his brother, the disgust in his heart becoming even more intense. He had an urge to slap Fangzheng's face, and then walk away. But Fang Yuan became calmer. He lightly grabbed Fangzheng's arm, slowly exerting force, trying to get rid of him. But immediately, Fangzheng grabbed Fang Yuan with his other hand. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly, but a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. He lifted his leg and kicked Fangzheng to the ground. Fangzheng was kicked to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Only then did Fang Yuan regain his freedom. He turned around and strode away. He walked out of the main gate. As soon as he stepped out of the door, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He arrived at the meeting hall of the Guyue clan. The elders sat on the 2 sides of the table. The patriarch sat on the high seat in the middle. He looked down at Fang Yuan and Fangzheng. Fang Yuan examined himself, and realized that he was kneeling on the ground. Beside him, Fangzheng was also kneeling. Fang Yuan's mind was as clear as a mirror. He knew that he had just kicked Fangzheng. Emotions surged in his heart. It made the dreamland bewildering barrier even stronger. In the first scene earlier, there was only 1 small room and 2 people. Right now, the meeting hall here was even more spacious than the small room. And there were close to 10 people, but their faces were blurry. Only Fangzheng's face was clear. Fang Yuan's gaze moved around. He only stared at the patriarch for a bit longer before the patriarch's face started to become clearer. Fang Yuan quickly turned his gaze away. He stopped looking. The more he looked, the more memories he had. The dream realm became even more lifelike. The more worrying thing was that it would affect his emotions. Once he fell in love, he would fall into the dreamland bewildering barrier. Fang Yuan did not have the help of a dream path immortal goo. Once he fell into the bewildering barrier, it would be hard for him to escape. Where are the goo refinement materials in this dream? Don't tell me they are not in the second scene, but deeper? Fang Yuan searched with his gaze, but couldn't find anything. Just as he was pondering, the patriarch spoke. Next, an elder came out and announced to everyone that Fang Yuan was suing uncle and aunt for embezzling his parents' inheritance. As a witness, Fangzheng spoke up for his uncle and aunt. Fang Yuan listened to everything. He felt more disgust in his heart. There was even a trace of anger hidden within. The elders in the hall spoke one after another. Their words were biased towards Fangzheng's side. They did not like Fang Yuan at all. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation, but his heart was still as calm as ice. He carefully pondered the emotions in his heart, but he snorted in disdain. Summoned the defendant's side. At this time, the patriarch suddenly spoke. Uncle and aunt appeared. They had expressions of righteous indignation. The moment they spoke, they criticized Feng Yuan, announcing his unfilial attitude. This was purely a false accusation. There was no truth to it. But all the elders believed it. They sneered at Feng Yuan. I will give you one last chance. Do you have anything to say now? At the end, the patriarch spoke, asking Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sneered. This was a trap in the dream realm. If he really spoke and stirred up the emotions in his heart, he would fall into a dangerous situation. Thus he shook his head, not saying a word. The patriarch's expression changed. He sneered and pointed at him. You are indeed in the wrong. There is no way to refute this. I will now announce that the 9-leaf vitality grass goo is given to your uncle and aunt. The 9-leaf vitality grass was lifelike. The patriarch took it out of his aperture and handed it to uncle and aunt on the spot. Feng Zheng kowtowed repeatedly, thanking. Thank you, Lord Patriarch. Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for your judgment, returning my uncle and aunt's innocence. Feng Yuan felt indignation rising in his heart, but he held it in. His gaze was bright, staring at the 9-leaf vitality grass. The goo refinement material in the dream appeared. It was this 9-leaf vitality grass. Truly sinister. When it fell on the most important thing, it was to try every possible way to arouse my emotions. The more my mind is focused on this dream material, the more my emotions will be stirred up, and I will fall into the dream realm's maze. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan activated his primeval essence and poured it into several goo worms. Several strength path phantoms burst out, sending uncle and aunt flying. He moved like a rabbit, snatching the 9-leaf vitality grass, and without any hesitation, he rushed out of the door. Scoundrel! The patriarch laughed from extreme anger, chasing after him. He dares to go against his superiors, such audacity, he deserves death. The clan elders roared, following behind the clan leader as they chased after Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had just stepped out of the door when the scene in front of him changed drastically. He was in a cave. The surrounding stone walls were deathly white like bones, making Feng Yuan recall by Gu Mountain in southern border. Because of Grey Bone Scholar's inheritance, Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing cooperated and escaped by Gu Mountain, escaping from Bai Clan's pursuit. This experience left a deep impression on him, engraved in the depths of his heart. At this moment, with a thought, the surrounding cave became even clearer. It even changed, becoming exactly the same as the White Bone Cave that he had experienced before. Feng Yuan was vigilant, quickly stopping his memories. At this time, Patriarch Gua brought close to 10 elders and appeared in Feng Yuan's vision, chasing after him. Feng Yuan quickly retreated. Once he died in the dream realm, it would be harmful to his soul. There were even some who died from their dreams. In his previous life, countless Gu masters were sucked into the maze of the dream realm when exploring the dream realm, eventually losing their lives. According to Feng Yuan's current soul foundation, death was impossible, but his soul would definitely be heavily injured. Feng Yuan was not afraid of soul injuries, because he was the only guts Gu seller in the world. But if he left the dream realm after getting injured, the dream material he had painstakingly found would vanish. Feng Yuan did not wish for all his previous efforts to go to waste. Feng Yuan retreated while inspecting the 9-leaf vitality grass goo in his arms. The grass goo was vivid and lifelike. Feng Yuan's mind was constantly sensing it, constantly reminding him that this was an excellent material for refining dream goo. Feng Yuan turned left and right, escaping into a small and exquisite cave. He immediately threw down several goo worms as a warning, sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining goo according to the goo recipe in his memory. Halfway through the refinement, Feng Yuan was discovered by the pursuers, blocking the only entrance. Feng Yuan sighed helplessly, activating several strength path beast phantoms to forcefully break out of the encirclement. In the intense battle, he forcibly restrained his emotions, only forcing them to retreat, not killing them. A moment later, he found a second cave and entered the cave to refine goo again. This time, the goo refinement time was even shorter. He only completed 30% before being discovered by Feng Zheng. He is here. Feng Zheng shouted. Feng Yuan sneered, sending Feng Zheng flying with a kick. At this time, an elder had already rushed over, attacking Feng Yuan's back. Every time he was injured in the dream, it was a heavy blow to his soul. Feng Yuan was in danger. He quickly turned around and burst out with several strength path beast phantoms, turning the elder who attacked him into mincemeat. Feng Yuan, you will die a horrible death. Before dying, this elder shouted and cursed. The blurred face suddenly became clear, turning into the academy elder's appearance. Feng Yuan sighed helplessly. At the critical moment earlier, he was distracted. His suppression of his emotions weakened, causing him to enter the dream even deeper. This was also the reason why he held back and did not kill the pursuers. The scenes in the dream were endless. It could be said to be endless. Even if Feng Yuan killed the pursuers, other pursuers would appear. Even if they were not pursuers, there would be different kinds of interference. Moreover, in a life and death battle, he had to be fully focused. His emotions would leak out easily. Dream realms were created to draw out the dreamer's emotions, causing them to be unable to differentiate between reality and illusion. Eventually, they would be immersed in the dream realm, unable to escape. Thankfully, Feng Yuan had his previous life's experience. Even though his dream path attainment was pitiful, it was enough for him to face this dream realm. After getting rid of the pursuers, Feng Yuan came to a hall. It was the same as the scene of bone-flesh unity goo in his memories. Here, Feng Yuan finally refined a dream path goo worm. The pursuers arrived. Feng Yuan laughed, muttering to himself, "Time to wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, everything in front of him turned black. Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The darkness faded, revealing the scene of Danghun Palace. It was the same as before he entered the dream. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed. His hands were clenched. He was still in the same position as in the dream. In the dream, he was holding the newly refined dream path mortal goo. Now that he returned to reality, this dream path mortal goo was nowhere to be seen. Feng Yuan was not flustered. He looked into his mind, only to see that in his mind, a dream path mortal goo was floating. All sorts of thoughts were dissipating like bubbles. The first dream path mortal goo is finally done. Feng Yuan smiled in relief. Chapter 778. Scoundrel, where are you going? Dragon Commander Yi Cha led the 3 immortal zombies. Flying in the sky, they were fast like 4 bolts of lightning. The one chasing them was none other than Feng Jioge. He disguised himself as an immortal zombie and tried to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but at the crucial moment, he was obstructed by the Dao-marked door of the discussion hall. Thus, the secret of him not being a Northern Plains Goo immortal was exposed, but one of the 3 lords of Dark Flow Giant City, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, personally chased after him. Suddenly, Feng Jioge stopped. He turned around and looked at the 4 immortal zombies, smiling lightly. "Are you having a hard time chasing me? Why don't you stop and let me ask you a few questions? If you answer truthfully, I will spare your lives." What? The immortal zombies were furious. "Scoundrel, you can't escape. You actually dare to play tricks in front of me," a muscular immortal zombie said angrily. "Be careful, it might be a trap." A female immortal zombie activated her investigative method, scanning the surroundings. Almost at the next moment, the female immortal zombie's face turned pale as paper. She cried out in shock. 3 Central Continent Goo immortals appeared. Together with Feng Jioge, they formed an encirclement, perfectly surrounding the pursuing immortal zombie in the center. Feng Jioge chuckled lightly, removing his disguise and returning to his original appearance. The aura of a rank 7 Goo immortal was completely exposed. The immortal zombies were restless. Rank 7 Goo immortal. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression was grim. He immediately raised the morale. "So what if it is an ambush? You have 4. I have 4. Both sides have the same number of people. You are a rank 7 Goo immortal, so am I. Don't think that immortal zombies are weak. It is just that we do not want to fight for no reason. You Outer Region Goo immortals are truly daring. You want to target our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? That's right. Don't think I am afraid of you. Let's fight then. Everyone, you are provoking our zombie alliance. Have you thought of the consequences?" The immortal zombies spoke. Their morale was set. Feng Jioge clapped as he smiled. By now your request for reinforcements has probably been sent to Dark Flow Giant City through the Blessed Land, right? That was true. The three immortal zombies' expressions changed slightly. Even Dragon Commander Yi Cha's gaze flickered. The immortal zombie was in an awkward situation. If he could avoid a battle, he would think of ways to do so. This place was not very far from Dark Flow Giant City. Thus, the moment the Central Continent Goo Immortals appeared, the four immortal zombies transmitted the information at the same time. This was not because they were afraid of death. Why not make use of the reinforcements that could be used? The more people they had, the greater the advantage they had. Even if they fought fiercely, they would suffer fewer losses. The more they would benefit from the battle, the more they would benefit from it. Goo Immortals were all astute people. Even if he was a battle maniac, he wouldn't fight brainlessly. If that was the case, even if he became a Goo Immortal, he would not live long. Feng Jioge observed his expression and suddenly cupped his fists, praising. Your alliance's Dao Gate is really powerful. I admire it very much. Although he had heard rumors about this before. But he still wanted to try out his own methods. However, the Dao Gate is only a relic of the predecessors. Since we have already appeared, we naturally have confidence. We can take all of your lives before the reinforcements arrive. I'm sure everyone has already sensed that this place looks normal, but it is a battlefield killer move that isolates the inside from the outside. I'm afraid everyone's information cannot be transmitted back. The four immortal zombies. Their expressions changed again. Feng Jioge sighed, his tone was soft and gentle. He revealed a sincere and convincing tone. I have my own soul-searching methods, but I have no intention of killing. If you can cooperate, if you speak the truth, I will let you leave safely. Humph, shameless boasting. Let's test each other's methods first. Dragon Commander Yi Cha quickly interrupted Feng Jioge. If he continued, the morale that he had raised with much difficulty would dissipate. Other immortal zombies could submit, but Dragon Commander Yi Cha had a high status. He had reservations. If he did not fight, if he admitted defeat, his reputation would be ruined. How could he convince the masses in the future? How could he remain as one of the three lords of Dark Flow Giant City? Dragon Commander Yi Cha charged forward first, followed by the other three immortal zombies. They split up and formed a simple formation. Feng Jioge's smile did not diminish, he lightly retreated. The opponents were too weak, he did not need to fight. On the left and right, two Central Continent Goo Immortals laughed loudly, pincer attacking. It was an intense battle, 2 against 4. From the start, the Central Continent Goo Immortals had the upper hand. Their advantage continued to expand. Even though Dragon Commander Yi Cha roared and retaliated, trying to salvage the situation. But from start to finish, the two Central Continent Goo Immortals did not lose control of the situation. After fighting for 15 minutes, Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression was ashen. He stopped. The other three immortal zombies also had low morale. They had fearful expressions. What questions do you have? As long as they do not go against the core benefits of Zombie Alliance, ask away. Dragon Commander Yi Cha said coldly. A wise man submits to circumstances. It is good that you are so magnanimous. Feng Jioge's smile deepened. He asked directly. I need to know about Sha Huang Immortal Zombie. Sha Huang. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was stunned. That immortal zombie who just joined. The female immortal zombie behind him said. Oh. Feng Jioge's eyes flashed with joy. He said sincerely. I would like to hear the details. Almost at the same time, another intense battle also ended. Huff huff huff, Fairy Jiangyu and the rest were all injured. They breathed roughly. They were in a pathetic state. I was captured by you today because I was not skilled enough. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you wish. But if you want my immortal goo and immortal materials, you can forget about it. Qin Baisheng, who had failed to break out of the encirclement, was covered in blood. He had a tragic aura. Fairy Jiangyu shook her head, smiling bitterly. Lord Vice Envoy, we do not dare to take your life. I have already said it before, you are our leader. Qin Baisheng's expression was cold. He was still vigilant. Nonsense. To get my immortal goo and immortal materials, you made up such a clumsy excuse. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Lord Vice Envoy, you are a member of Shadow Sect. The reason why you cannot remember secrets is because your soul was modified. Fairy Jiangyu explained patiently. Bullshit. Qin Baisheng shouted angrily without hesitation. Since something was done to my soul, as the main body, why can't I sense any traces of it? Next time, I will make up a more believable lie. Fairy Jiangyu's smile became even more bitter. The black-robed Gu immortal said, Lord Vice Envoy, think about it from another perspective. We are not stupid. Of all the excuses, you have to use this one? There are no traces of modification in the soul. That is because we used a supreme method of our sect. Even a rank 9 Gu immortal might not be able to find any clues. But there is a problem. It is too perfect. The user will not be able to sense it. After a long time, the user will become a completely different person. Milord, this plan was originally designed and implemented by you, Milord. I have tried to persuade Lord that this method is very dangerous. Lord Envoy back then was a good example. Unfortunately, Lord insisted on it. It is said that to deceive the enemy, one has to deceive oneself first. This soul path Immortal Gu contains Lord's missing soul. As long as Lord fuses it into your body, you will understand the cause and effect. Fairy Jiangyu said as she took out a soul path Immortal Gu. Qin Baisheng looked at this Immortal Gu silent. Fairy Jiangyu continued. Actually, Lord Vice Envoy must have seen it. In the intense battle earlier, we did not use any killing intent. Even when we were heavily injured by you, we did not use any killing intent. I will return this Immortal Gu to you. Feel free to inspect it. The soul path Immortal Gu flew out. It slowly landed in front of Qin Baisheng. He really gave it to me. Xue Songzi, who was at the side, watched in shock. He Cheng was expressionless. He healed his injuries as he observed. Qin Baisheng was very vigilant. He used all sorts of methods to inspect it, confirming that the Immortal Gu had no problems. Then he took it and carefully inspected it with his consciousness. Soon after, he found that this Immortal Gu had a lump of soul inside. And this lump of soul was vaguely related to him. There was an extremely close connection between them. Qin Baisheng's gaze hesitated for a moment before he suddenly snickered. He pinched his finger and crushed the Immortal Gu. Scoundrel! This method is the true trump card, right? Even though I considered myself to be knowledgeable, I couldn't see any flaws in it. But if you want to lure me into a trap, no matter how glib your tongue is, you will still fail miserably. This. Xue Songzi cried out, his heart aching. This was an Immortal Gu, but it was crushed just like that. He Cheng was also slightly shocked. He could not help but feel a trace of admiration towards Qin Baisheng's actions. This was an action that could only be done with absolute confidence. Even when Qin Baisheng was in a desperate situation, his confidence in himself had never wavered. He Cheng could not help but ask himself, if it was him facing such words from the enemy, what would he do? Lord Vice Envoy, you. The black-robed Gu immortal cried out in shock. He was at a loss. What do we do now? No worries. Fairy Jiangyu's lips curled up. As expected, only Lord Vice Envoy understands himself the most. If this were any other place, the Immortal Gu would be crushed, and the soul would vanish. But fortunately, we went through a lot of trouble to bring you here. Humph, what is this place? Qin Baisheng shouted. The surroundings were covered in fog. As Fairy Jiangyu waved her sleeves, strong winds blew as the fog dispersed, revealing the stone walls. Qin Baisheng, He Cheng, Xue Songzi, and the rest discovered that they were in a valley. Luopa Valley. Qin Baisheng took a few glances, his mind shaking. As expected of Lord Vice Envoy. Fairy Jiangyu waved her sleeves again. Countless Gu worms flew out of the valley, using a vast number of white lotus giant silkworm Gu as the foundation, forming a super Gu formation. The Gu formation activated with great power. He Lang Zi, He Cheng, Xue Songzi, and the rest were shocked. Whoosh! Ah! Qin Baisheng screamed. The flute music lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before stopping. Dozens of Gu worms, including many immortal Gu, flew out of the valley, entering Qin Baisheng's immortal aperture like swallows returning to their nest. Qin Baisheng had recovered his strength. Finally, I'm back. Qin Baisheng looked at his hands. His voice was deep and his gaze was cold. This subordinate pays his respects to Lord Deputy Envoy, and welcomes your safe return. Fairy Jiangyu and the black-robed Gu immortal knelt on the ground. Heicheng and Shuesongzi bowed slightly. As for He Langzi, he was still arrogant and unruly. He crossed his arms and watched coldly. Qin Baisheng recalled everything. He snorted coldly. Feng Jioga. I will remember this. I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Jiangyu, did you only find these people? With just these people, we cannot take down Langya blessed land. It was my fault. Fairy Jiangyu quickly lowered her head and admitted her mistake. Heicheng and Shuesongzi's expressions changed slightly. He Langzi opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth as he roared. Qin Baisheng, it's fine if you act mysterious, but you dare to look down on me. Chapter 779. Boom. Amidst the intense explosion, He Langzi was like a pile of meat paste, lying at the center of the pit. He struggled, trying to get up, but his body felt like it was being pressed down by a formless mountain. He could not move at all. He Langzi's eyes were bloodshot, his expression was distorted as he screamed. Qin Baisheng's hands were hanging down. He stood at the edge of the pit expressionlessly, looking at the struggling He Langzi. One move, just one move, and He Langzi could not retaliate. Shuesongzi's eyes were filled with shock. Heicheng squinted, concealing the intense emotions in his heart as he thought rapidly. What immortal killer move is this? With just one use, He Langzi could not even use a single killer move. He Langzi could not move, but he showed no signs of being pressured. This should be a soul path killer move. As for Fairy Jiangyu, she was not surprised at all. As for the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal, his entire face was covered in a hood. His expression could not be seen. If you have the guts, make me use my killer move. Attacking me first, what kind of skill is that? I am not convinced. He Langzi gritted his teeth. He laid in the pit, looking up at Qin Baisheng, speaking with much difficulty and anger. Qin Baisheng snorted in disdain, looking down at He Langzi as his lips curled up. Attacking first is the advantage, as a demonic path Gu immortal. You don't understand this? It seems that I overestimated you. True. Length. Wind. In a battle of literature, who cares if you are convinced or not? As long as you win, it is skill. Saying so, Qin Baisheng paused. His tone was cold as ice. Right now, I am the knife. You are the meat. You are at my mercy. You have to submit to me whether you want to or not. I will give you 3 breaths of time to submit to me. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot. He Langzi did not hesitate. I submit. Qin Baisheng laughed heartily, releasing the restriction. He Langzi felt his body relax. He laughed sinisterly as he used his immortal killer move. At once, a piercing light burst out. The light came and went quickly. It dissipated quickly. A ferocious giant wolf appeared in the huge pit. The giant wolf opened its bloody mouth and immediately pounced towards Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng stood at the edge of the pit, his tiny figure in stark contrast to the giant wolf. The giant wolf's attack had yet to arrive. It had already set off a huge gust of wind. The intense winds caused the Gu immortal's robes to flutter loudly. He Langzi transformed into a giant wolf and attacked furiously. His aura was vast and mighty. Shuesongzi and Heicheng quickly retreated to avoid being implicated. Qin Baisheng's position was the closest, seeing the giant wolf charging towards him. However, he did not move at all. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that He Langzi's attack did not surprise him. Boom. Another loud boom resounded in everyone's ears. The giant wolf whimpered and suddenly fell from the sky. Its 4 paws were on the ground, and a huge pressure was pressing down on its body. He Langzi was the same as before, once again unable to move. Within the huge eyes of the wolf, he looked at Qin Baisheng and yelled, "This move again? What kind of move is this?" "It's not a big deal to tell you." Qin Baisheng chuckled. "This immortal killer move is called soul suppression. With my soul foundation, I can directly suppress your soul. Even though you are strong, this move targets your soul. You do not have an immortal transformation that counters soul path. No matter what beast you turn into, you will not be my match. He Langzi, I will give you one last chance now. Submit to me or die." Facing such a powerful Qin Bai Sheng, He Langzi fell into silence. He Cheng and Shui Songzi looked at each other, feeling a bad feeling. Shahuang. Feng Jioge looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest who were leaving, muttering to himself. The information we got this time has no practical use at all. Beside Feng Jioge, Central Continent Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming mumbled in dissatisfaction. No, we have already obtained a lot of information. Feng Jioge chuckled. Firstly, this immortal zombie Shahuang was able to join Zombie Alliance. It proves that he is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Maybe he is not a native of Northern Plains, but he is definitely a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Secondly, since he is in disguise, he cannot show his true appearance to others. Finally, he has a great expert or force supporting him. This force is likely to be the culprit behind the 88-point Jinyang Tower incident. Lord Jiugu is right. Towards Feng Jioge's deduction, the other three immortals nodded in agreement. What should we do next? Feng Jioge thought about it before saying, we will meet up with Old Oracle and the rest first. We will tell him the information we obtained. It will be easier for him to make deductions. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Peak. What? You have not gathered all the soft jade sand yet? Old Ancestor Shui, who held the list as he asked unhappily. He was questioning Snowy Mountain's fourth peak's Li Peng King. Li Peng King, who was fierce and unruly, lowered his head as he said respectfully, Old Ancestor, please don't be angry. I encountered a group of Sky Chief beasts. I had to stop my collection. If I go to White Heaven again, I will definitely succeed. Go and prepare. I am not targeting you, but you made such a mistake in the first round of collecting immortal materials. How will you convince the masses in the future and sit firmly on the fourth spot? You were raised by me. Your performance was the worst in this round. How will the other Peak Lords look at me? Old Ancestor Shui, who said a few more words before waving his sleeves, sending the apologizing Li Peng King out of the hall. Li Peng King was unlucky this time. He encountered the Sky Chief Beast group. He was heavily injured, but he still managed to bring a portion of the soft jade sand. It was not easy. After Li Peng King left, a female immortal walked out from the back of the hall. In the entire Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, only this female immortal could speak to Old Ancestor Shui Hu in such a tone. Old Ancestor Shui Hu turned his gaze towards the female immortal, his expression becoming gentler. Wife, you do not know the crux of the matter. That is why you feel that I am too harsh on these Peak Lords. I searched Ma Hongyun's soul and found out about this kid's experiences. The fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power was truly terrifying. Do you think Li Peng King's appearance was a coincidence? Absolutely not. Not just him, the other Peak Lords are more or less collecting immortal materials. There are unforeseen circumstances. All of this is because fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is secretly influencing us. Any action that is detrimental to its host will attract the retaliation of fortune. It is suppressing our luck. There is such a thing? The female immortal, Lady Wanshou, asked in surprise. According to the theory of luck path, as Gu immortals, we naturally have extraordinary luck to protect ourselves. But fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is the emperor of luck. We will also be affected. The longer we delay, the more unforeseen circumstances will occur. Not only will the Gu refinement fail in the end, it might even cause a huge disaster. Old Ancestor Shui Hu explained in detail. As the second Peak Lord, Lady Wanshou understood. After thinking for a while, she frowned. Isn't this refining Gu for me? It will be a huge hindrance. Lady Wanshou was one of the 4 great refinement path Gu immortals of Northern Plains. According to Old Ancestor Shui Hu's plan, she would be the final refinement, using Ma Hongyun as the main material, to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Old Ancestor Shui Hu nodded. So in this Gu refinement, not only do we need to prepare several portions of Gu refinement immortal materials, we also need to use other luck path immortal Gu to protect our luck. Thankfully, we have Ma Hongyun as the main material. Compared to refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu out of nothing, we can save a lot of immortal materials. Even so, we need to prepare too many immortal materials. It is almost beyond the endurance of Snowy Mountain. This goo refinement is truly a huge matter. We have used up almost all of our life's accumulations. Lady One Shou was frowning with worry. Old ancestor Shui Hu smiled. He held her waist and consoled. Wife, are you worried that the goo refinement will fail? Lady Wan Shou nodded, looking at her husband. Even a refinement path great-grandmaster will fail. Not to mention me? Ha ha ha, wife, relax and refine. Regardless of success or failure, I will accept it without a trace of resentment. I have already used up all of my potential to reach my current cultivation level. I am losing confidence in the upcoming calamities and tribulations. Fortune rivaling heaven goo is my hope. Sigh, I hope I can make it in time. Old ancestor Shui Hu sighed deeply. Feng Yuan, bring down that chest of goods. The caravan steward pointed at a chest and shouted. Yes. Feng Yuan replied, quickly climbing onto the black-skin fat beetle and bringing down the largest wooden chest. This kid actually has strength path cultivation level. I was wrong about him. Seeing Feng Yuan easily complete the task, the caravan steward's eyes shined with a dark light. No, I promise, second young master, I cannot fail like this. Thinking of this, the caravan steward waved the whip in his hand and lashed at Feng Yuan's back. Slap. The clothes on Feng Yuan's back were instantly torn. A deep whip mark was left on Feng Yuan's back. Intense pain assaulted his mind. Feng Yuan fell to the ground as fresh blood flowed out of his wound. In his previous life, when he was in a caravan, because he rejected a certain young master's offer, he was suppressed and humiliated. His memories resurfaced. Anger rose in Feng Yuan's heart, but Feng Yuan quickly suppressed it. What are you dilly-dallying for? Move faster. The caravan steward scolded Feng Yuan for no reason. Feng Yuan had rank 3 cultivation level, but he did not need it now. As the saying goes, with a sharp blade in hand, killing intent rises. This was a trap in the dream realm. It was purposely luring him to attack and instigate more anger. After surviving for a day and enduring the steward's harassment, Feng Yuan entered the temporary tent and continued to refine dream path mortal goo. I have already gone through 5 scenes in this dream realm. I am finally about to succeed. Feng Yuan looked at the goo worms that were forming, feeling gratified. But who knew that in the middle of the night, at the crucial moment of the goo refinement, a beast group suddenly attacked the caravan's temporary camp. Even though Feng Yuan had set up defensive methods, he could not resist the beast group's attack. His efforts were in vain. Feng Yuan opened his eyes, leaving the dream realm. He was still in Dang Hun Palace. Inspecting his immortal aperture, he found that Fairy Li Shan had sent a message. It stated her situation. Old ancestor Shui Hu had ordered the Peak Lords to gather immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan had left snowy mountain blessed land. It was not safe to leave He Lulan alone. Thus, Fairy Li Shan urged Feng Yuan to hurry up. She also told Feng Yuan that something had happened in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Someone was investigating immortal zombie Sha Huang's identity. Chapter 780. Originally, when Feng Yuan participated in the auction, he had already expected that many clues would be exposed. He would leave many important clues for others to investigate. But the other party's investigation speed was beyond Feng Yuan's expectations. But compared to the gains, this was worth it. Feng Yuan quickly calmed his mind. Using the dream path mortal goo in his mind, he entered the dream realm again. Ever since he refined his first dream path mortal goo, because of the goo worms, he could explore dream realms more easily and efficiently. Dream realms were deep, there could be traps everywhere. But because Feng Yuan had his previous life's memories, he avoided most of the dangers. Initially, out of 10 dream realms, only 3 could refine dream path mortal goo. But with the increase of dream path mortal goo, the success rate increased from 30% to 50%. 50% success rate was already at the top of the current 5 regions. After all, dream realms had just appeared. Even though the forces had some results, they had to start from scratch. They had to explore step by step. Like this, he did not stop for even a moment, using every second to refine goo. After half a month in immortal blessed land, Feng Yuan finally succeeded. He refined enough dream path mortal goo. Using these dream path mortal goo and unravel mystery immortal goo as the core, he could barely form that immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. With this trump card, Feng Yuan did not stop. He immediately informed Fairy Lishan. Fairy Lishan was outside. She was gathering goo refinement materials for old ancestor Xuehu. When she heard of Feng Yuan's news, she was overjoyed. She immediately stopped her mission and ignored old ancestor Xuehu's punishment, returning to the third peak. After seeing Feng Yuan, Fairy Lishan did not hide the secret. She told Feng Yuan about it. Before Su Xian'er died, she left her daughter, He Lulan, a sense of kinship. Precisely so. With the help of this kinship, she could use the green grape immortal essence that Su Xian'er left behind. This allowed He Lulan to be able to use immortal goo in Imperial Court Blessed Land, even though she was immortal. Feng Yuan was not surprised when he heard this secret. In fact, regarding the secret of He Lulan being able to use immortal goo as immortal, he had many guesses. Now that his guess was confirmed, it was within Feng Yuan's expectations. Even so, Feng Yuan still frowned. This is bad. Do not get emotional in the dream. Otherwise it will be even more difficult and profound. Now that I have this familial connection, my immortal killer move's power will fall greatly. What do we do now? Fairy Lishan's expression changed. Her worry was evident in her words. She was not worried that Feng Yuan would lie to her. Because of the Snow Mountain Alliance, both sides could not deceive each other. Feng Yuan did not lie. Unravel Dream's power was limited. Right now, the deeper and more difficult the dream realm, the weaker the effect of Unravel Dream. Feng Yuan had a heavy expression on his face. We can only give it a try now. Alas, I was 70 to 80% sure. Now, only 20 to 30% remained. The time is too short. The number of Dream Path mortal goo is limited. 20 to 30%. What happens if I fail? Fairy Lishan immediately asked. If I fail, my soul will definitely be heavily injured. But as the dream owner, He Lulan is still immersed in the dream, she is fine. And there is another benefit. After Unravel Dream is used, a portion of the dream realm will dissipate. For He Lulan, there are no benefits. Feng Yuan said honestly. That's good. Fairy Lishan let out a breath of air. She was at ease. Suddenly, she felt that her tone was not right. She looked at Feng Yuan apologetically, wanting to speak. Feng Yuan waved his hand. He stopped Fairy Lishan's words. Fairy, no need to say anything. I am not a petty person. The situation is urgent now. Our identities are being investigated. To prevent any problems from happening, saving He Lulan is the most important thing now. Even if we fail and the dream realm is weakened, it will be beneficial for the next rescue. Enough with the idle talk. Fairy, please protect me. Of course. Fairy Lishan bowed solemnly. Immediately, Feng Yuan faced He Lulan, who was lying on the bed. He sat cross-legged on the ground, activating the Dream Path mortal goo in his mind. These mortal goo were in his mind. They were arranged in an orderly manner, forming a mystical goo formation. After activating them, the goo formation activated. At the final step, Feng Yuan used green grape immortal goo to activate Unravel Mystery immortal goo. Unravel Mystery immortal goo shined brightly in his immortal aperture. The light rushed up and entered his mind. After being converted by the Dream Path goo formation, it turned into segments of green-purple light. Feng Yuan opened his blood-red eyes. There was a green-purple light in his pupils, flickering continuously. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. A loud sound resounded in Feng Yuan's mind. The scene in front of him changed. Feng Yuan was still sitting cross-legged, but he was no longer in Fairy Lishan's secret room. He was in a hall. I have entered He Lulan's dream realm. Feng Yuan's body shook slightly. He had an understanding in his heart. He turned his gaze and observed his surroundings. There was a banquet being held in the hall. It was the higher-ups of Su tribe. They were treating a young goo master with great hospitality. Su tribe's leader raised the cup in his hand, laughing loudly. Young Master He Cheng, please have a toast. He Cheng was sitting at the front on the left. He raised the cup with both hands. Thank you, Su tribe's leader. Saying so, he raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. Many of the rank 3 elders around him cheered for He Cheng's generous wine bill. He Cheng cupped his fists, his tone carried the arrogance of a young genius. Feng Yuan observed this and had an idea. He looked at himself. He found that his identity in the dream realm was that of an elder of Su tribe. His aperture was filled with woodpath mortal goo. There were quite a number of them. Feng Yuan took a look and knew that he was a rank 3 woodpath healing goo master. Feng Yuan frowned. Woodpath was not his forte, and he was a healing goo master. He sighed internally, consoling himself. This is not my dream realm after all. As an outsider, it is already not bad to have rank 3 cultivation level. But I wonder where He Lulan is? Just as he was thinking, a woman walked out from the back of the hall. She was wearing a maid's clothing. Her face resembled He Lulan's. She was extremely beautiful. It was just that she had a gentleness and less domineering aura. Her aura was very different. It's Su Xian air. A cold laugh suddenly came from the hill where the crowd was. Who is it? Everyone stopped. A figure slowly appeared on the hill. Su tribe leader and the others' hearts sank. This person did not come with good intentions. Just the concealment method alone was amazing. If the other party did not show himself, with their investigative methods, they would not be able to discover him. But they did not know what goo worm or killer move he used. To think that there was an expert like you protecting He Cheng. Su tribe leader purposely stalled for time. The elders beside him immediately moved and surrounded the mysterious person, climbing up the hill together. The mysterious goo master looked around, but did not move. He still stood on the spot. Suddenly, a battle erupted on the hill. 2 more mysterious goo masters appeared, ambushing Su tribe's goo masters with vicious and ruthless methods. One was heavily injured, while the other was lightly injured. The heavily injured Su tribe goo master quickly retreated, while the lightly injured goo master continued to fight at the waist of the hill. They actually have helpers. Su tribe leader saw this and his heart jumped. He had a bad feeling. The 3 goo masters who suddenly appeared were all experts with extraordinary battle strength. They had definitely made many arrangements here. There was little hope of breaking through their blockade and catching up to He Cheng. He Lulan. As a healing goo master, Feng Yuan had been standing behind Su tribe leader. Seeing the goo master at the waist of the hill, his eyes brightened. He Lulan's appearance was the disguise she used when she was He tribe leader. She had a strong build and a domineering and arrogant appearance. Right now, she was fighting with the lightly injured goo master from Su tribe. She had a strong reputation and fierce battle strength, quickly forcing the opponent to flee. She was not like Feng Yuan. In this dream realm, Feng Yuan was an outsider. There was no place for him in the dream. Thus when he entered the dream, he needed to take the place of someone else. He Lulan was the owner of the dream realm. As the owner of the dream realm, she participated in the creation of the dream realm. As for her appearance, it was the deepest and most natural self-recognition of He Lulan. He Lulan, it is me Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not hesitate. He shouted and went past Su tribe leader, running towards He Lulan. Medicine Hall Elder. Su tribe leader shouted in shock. Feng Yuan did not care about his thoughts. With a few leaps, he quickly ascended the hill. Scoundrel, so you are an imposter. No wonder you have such a powerful killer move. A Su tribe goo master who had gone through the second scene with Feng Yuan shouted, and exposed Feng Yuan's identity. Feng Yuan? He Lulan heard this name and had a dazed expression, before her eyes shone with a fierce light. Get lost. Saying so, she waved her hand and a dark vortex killer move shot towards Feng Yuan. At the same time, the other 2 mysterious goo masters also attacked Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan snorted, shouting, Unravel dream. Green and purple light flickered on his body. Be it the dark vortex killer move or the 2 goo masters, they vanished in a few breaths of time. What killer move is this? This scene shocked all the goo masters present. They stared with wide eyes. He Lulan's gaze shone. She was extremely wary of Feng Yuan. She suddenly retreated and ran down the low hill. Hey Lulan! Feng Yuan shouted helplessly, chasing after her. Hey Lulan was the owner of the dream. She was dreaming. Unravel dream killer move could not affect her. Chase after him. We must kill Heicheng. Su tribe leader, and the rest gritted their teeth. They had nowhere else to go. They had no choice but to follow. Heicheng seemed to be injured. He was staggering not far away. Beside him, Su Xian'er was supporting him, limping and moving very slowly. Feng Yuan's heart jumped when he saw this. This seemed to be a trap. He Lulan quickly met up with Heicheng and Su Xian'er. Warrior, leave with young master first. I will stop them. Su Xian'er did not recognize He Lulan. She shouted anxiously. You are a mere mortal girl with no Gu master cultivation. How can you stop these Gu masters? And now that you have betrayed the tribe, you are dead for sure. He Lulan looked at Su Xian'er with a complex expression. It's too late, warrior, leave quickly. Feng Yuan got closer as Su Xian'er shouted. He Lulan sighed, suddenly stretching out her palm. It struck Heicheng's head. With a loud sound, Heicheng's head shattered like a watermelon. His brain matter splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked by this scene. He Lulan screamed, raising her head and shouting. Heicheng, I have finally killed you with my own hands. No one can stop me from taking your life. Ha 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 ha. Oh no. Hearing He Lulan's shout, Feng Yuan's heart sank. Suddenly, the scene in the dream realm changed. In the hall, people were toasting each other. Su tribe leader and Heicheng were chatting and drinking. The atmosphere was very lively. Su tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly. Young master Heicheng, please have a toast. Heicheng was sitting at the front on the left. He raised his cup with both hands. Thank you, Su tribe leader. This is the dream of reincarnation. The three scenes are repeating continuously. Feng Yuan looked around, inspecting himself. He found that he was no longer that medicine hall elder, but a guard, a rank 2 metal path Gu master. Right now he was standing at the entrance of the hall, guarding it. As expected, from rank 3 to rank 2 peak stage, my strength has fallen. Feng Yuan felt bitter. This is troublesome. He Lulan is already in the dream. She did not even react when I said my name. The more dream realms there are, the deeper we will sink into the dream. This dream has already successfully stirred up He Lulan's killing intent and hatred towards her father. The more He Lulan wants to take revenge, the deeper she will sink into the dream realm. How can I wake her up in this dream? At once, even Feng Yuan was at a loss of what to do. 7 days and 7 nights later in snowy mountain-blessed land, He Lulan, who had been lying on the bed, had a change in her aura as she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was dazed at first, but soon became clear. She saw the 8-armed immortal zombie sitting on the floor beside the bed, and finally understood. So it was really a dream realm. I was saved by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan also opened his eyes with difficulty. His aura was weak, his soul was heavily injured, and his mind was extremely exhausted. He had gone through dozens of rounds of reincarnation in He Lulan's dream realm. Using Unravel Dream to accumulate experience time and again, he suffered setbacks and failures. After many attempts, Feng Yuan was 1 step ahead and killed Heicheng, causing He Lulan's killing intent to fail. But the dream realm did not dissipate. He Lulan's killing intent and hatred did not vanish completely. It caused a second change in the dream realm. Only after the 17th change did Feng Yuan awaken He Lulan's consciousness, letting her know that she was dreaming. After He Lulan realized this, Feng Yuan took the initiative. After going through another 8 changes in the dream realm, the two finally overcame the difficulty and broke free from the dream realm. I will return first. As for the reward, Fairy Li Shan will explain it to you. Feng Yuan's soul was heavily injured. He did not dare to stay for long. He could barely use fixed immortal travel now. Reward. He Lulan was about to thank him, but hearing Feng Yuan's words, she had a bad feeling. Floating astronomy. Chapter 782. Western Desert. GUH. Gu Immortal Tang Miao's body shook. She opened her eyes and coughed out a mouthful of blood. I failed again. Tang Miao's face was as pale as paper. Compared to the injuries on her body, she felt even more despair at the failure of this dreamland exploration. Tang Miao's soul was heavily injured, her vision was blurry and her body was heavy. Her heart was filled with sorrow. Brother, little sister is useless, I can't save you. Even during this exploration of the dream realm, I couldn't find you. She slowly closed her eyes, and bitter tears rolled down her cheeks, forming 2 tear stains. A moment later, Tang Clan's Gu immortals who had rushed over came to the secret room, and stood in front of Tang Miao. Tang tribe's first supreme elder Tang Yang frowned. He looked at Tang Miao who was sitting cross-legged on the bed as he said with a heavy tone. To think that even though we spent a lot of effort to borrow rank 7 love Gu from Xiao tribe, it is still not enough. In the end, I still suffered a crushing defeat in the dream realm. Dream realms themselves are strange and mysterious. Not to mention that we are exploring Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm. Gu Immortal Tang Long Ku sighed. The prophecy of 3 venerables had spread all over the world. It was related to Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Not just Central Continent, the super forces of the other 4 regions were exploring dream realms, accumulating experience and researching related Gu worms. As one of the super forces of Western Desert, Tang Clan had accidentally discovered Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm many years ago. This discovery greatly stimulated the Tang family's passion to research Dream Path. In order to explore this dream realm, the number 1 genius of Tang Clan, Tang Fengming, took on this mission. But not only did he suffer many setbacks, he even got lost in the dream realm. His sister Tang Miao. In order to save her brother, she had tried many times, but to no avail. It was a failure. It was even more disastrous. For this dream realm exploration, Tang Clan had spent a huge amount of money and borrowed an emotion path Immortal Gu, placing their hopes on it. He didn't expect the result to be so cold. Although Immortal Gu are useful, they can suppress my emotions and prevent me from being easily affected by dream realms. But because of this, he seemed to have become an outsider. It was as if he had been rejected by the core of the evolving dream world. This time, when I entered the dream, I didn't even discover Big Brother's identity. Tang Miao, who was silently healing, said with a heavy tone. Sigh, it seems that exploring dream realms requires dream path Gu worms. Unfortunately, the Tang family has been exploring dreams for more than 60 years. He had only created a dozen or so dream path mortal Gu, and they were all below rank 3. More than half of them had limited uses. There are only 4 or 5 of them that are suitable for dream exploration. Everything was difficult at the beginning, especially at the beginning, which was exceptionally difficult. Pioneers are often at a loss, so every small step forward is a great success. No one had any experience with Dream Path. Everything was blank. After going through this difficult initial period, he gradually accumulated valuable experience. His advantage would snowball and grow stronger. At the middle and late stages, the advantage would be even more obvious. The difficulty of dream path exploration would be greatly reduced. In Feng Yuan's previous life's memories, there was a period where dream path Gu worms were created almost every day. There were as many types as the stars in the night sky. It was a flourishing era of dream path. In the history of the human race, there would always be a peerless mighty being born during such a golden age. According to the 3 venerables, this great expert should be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. It was a pity that Feng Yuan did not get to see Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Speaking of which, at this initial period, Tang family was already at the forefront of the era. Even among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they were among the top. But the limitations of the era still restricted them. It was like a blind man groping for an elephant. They could not see the big picture. They could only explore step by step and put in a lot of effort to obtain some results. More than 10 Dream Path Mortal Gu. But among these results, there were very few Dream Path Mortal Gu that were practical and had high value for money. Using Earth as an example, they were like laboratory products. They were far from being usable for military use, and even further from being usable for civilian use. Especially when it came to innovation and exploration, not every Gu Immortal could do it. They needed talent and ability. In this aspect, Gu Immortals who followed the rules were mediocre. They did not have the spirit to innovate. They could not even compare to mortal Gu masters. Tang family had many Gu immortals, but only Tang Fongming was suitable for this. These 10 or so Dream Path mortal Gu were mostly created by him. One could say, he was the main force of Tang family's dream realm exploration. Regretfully, Tang Fongming was currently stuck in the dream realm. As a result, Tang Fongming's exploration progress was stagnant. Tang Fongming's injuries were protected by the clan's Gu immortals. But his soul was in the dream realm. It had already left his body and was nowhere to be seen. As long as he was in the dream realm, his soul would be continuously weakened until he died. Tang family's Gu immortals, especially Tang Miao, were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. How is my brother's situation now? After stabilizing her injuries, Tang Miao asked. The Supreme Elders looked at each other. One of them said with difficulty, "We can vouch for him, but there are almost no guts Gu left in the market. We can no longer buy them." Tang Miao immediately frowned, asking anxiously, "What is going on?" The Gu immortal who spoke earlier answered, "You know, there is only one seller of guts Gu. It is a monopoly business. But not long ago, this seller suddenly ran out of stock, for some reason. Even though guts Gu are circulating in the market, if the source is not sold, it is like water without a source. Now that it has dried up, the market has far more than what we need." Guts Gu was the #1 method to strengthen the soul. It did not have any side effects, and most importantly, it was extremely effective. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once evaluated this method as the #1 soul strengthening method in the world. He was right. To Tang Fongming, Guts Gu was a life-saving method. First Supreme Elder said this slowly, the sorrowful expression on his face becoming more intense. Tang Miao listened quietly, falling into a long period of silence. After a while, she suddenly laughed coldly, raising her head and chasing them away. "I need to consider this, elders, please leave." The Gu immortals left one by one, only Tang Miao was left. She chuckled again as tears rolled down her cheeks. The corners of her mouth were filled with ridicule and coldness. What best way? Once it is used, even if it succeeds, the soul will fuse, he will become neither a human nor a beast. As for the second way, the chance of success is less than 30%. Even if it does not fail, the soul that is summoned back will be incomplete. Brother might not even recognize me. There is only hope for the second way. That White Sea Chateau might be a lone cultivator, but his dream path attainment is astonishing. Even brother praises him in private. But to invite him, there is a huge price to pay. These old fogies are saying this because they want Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritance that we have. Indeed, only this inheritance is able to invite the White Sea Chateau sect. Thinking of this, Tang Miao wiped the tears off her face. "Brother, I will not give up. Even if I have to sacrifice this inheritance, I will save you." Tang Miao sat on the bed. In the dim light, she was as beautiful as a flower. Floating astronomy. It had become much more substantial. Especially He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique. He was born with a strength path immortal seed. His talent in strength path was something that Feng Yuan could not compare to. After Feng Yuan digested her understanding of the strength Tao, he gained a lot. If I can unravel star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, my wisdom path attainment level will soar. Even without a complete wisdom path inheritance, I might be able to create one myself. Feng Yuan thought. He Lulan was a newly advanced strength path Gu immortal. Feng Yuan gained a lot from unraveling one of her dream realms. If he unraveled one of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realms, Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment level would soar like a rocket. However, snatching the Immortal Venerable's dream realm from combat immortal sect is too dangerous. It is almost impossible. Feng Yuan shook his head. To unravel the dream, he had to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and get close to Star Constellation's dream realm. That way, he would definitely be discovered. With his current battle strength, even if he rose by a level, he was not Shirley's match. compared to the entire combat immortal sect, Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan and the rest beside him. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan could not be compared. Unless I have Western Desert Tang Clan's immortal killer move Steal Dream. I can steal the dream directly and transfer it to another place. I can slowly conquer it and nibble away at my heart. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Western Desert Tang Clan was one of the super forces with the strongest dream path strength in the 5 regions. Originally, even among the dozen or so super forces in Western Desert, Tang Clan was not eye-catching, it was in the middle to lower tier. But with the help of Dream Path, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, Tang Clan became the strongest force in Western Desert. Even in the 5 regions' chaotic war, they could look down on everyone, creating the Great Tang Age that Western Desert's people recognized. Central Continent's situation, even though there were some disturbances, could still be considered calm. Feng Yuan coveted star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. But the difference in strength between his side and combat immortal sect was too huge. He could only drool and feel envy. But thankfully, Dream Path was still in its exploration phase. Even if combat immortal sect took down Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they could not do anything to star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm in the short term. To make an analogy, this was like a piece of fatty meat, but the meat was boiling hot. Everyone in combat immortal sect knew that it was nutritious, but they could only watch anxiously, they could not eat it. Compared to Central Continent, Feng Yuan was more concerned about Northern Plains' situation. He was satisfied because this speed was extremely fast, comparable to some movement immortal killer moves. He was dissatisfied because this Iron Crown Eagle strength could not be controlled at will. He did not know when it would erupt. Unless I can refine my second core goo, all-out effort goo all the way to immortal goo, and raise it to immortal goo, then I will be able to use Iron Crown Eagle strength at will. Feng Yuan sighed as he thought of this. His all-out effort goo was still limited to rank 4. Feng Yuan had a lot of wealth now, but he did not have the corresponding goo recipe. Not long ago, he took the initiative to ask about Land Spirit of Langya, and the answer he got made him feel both happy and worried. Langya Blessed Land indeed had the goo recipe of all-out effort goo. From rank 1 to rank 5, it was comprehensive. But when it came to goo recipes, Land Spirit of Langya would not sell them. Even if Feng Yuan tried to persuade him, he would not compromise. Feng Yuan wanted to use a Dream Path Mortal Goo recipe to exchange for it. But Land Spirit of Langya was smarter this time. He did not want to exchange for any goo recipe. He gave Feng Yuan a mission. This mission was for Feng Yuan to go to Immemorial Purple Heaven and find a rank 6 poisonous flower and collect its petals. Feng Yuan was extremely busy, he had no time to leave, and now that there were strong enemies, if he was careless and exposed his identity, he would be a fugitive, pursued by everyone. Feng Yuan did not dare to relax. He tried to raise his battle strength. How could he collect poisonous flowers? Not to mention that Immemorial Purple Heaven was already destroyed. Even if there was a fragment world, it would be hard to find. Even if he found it, it would be extremely dangerous. Desolate beasts and desolate plants were common. With Feng Yuan's current battle strength, it was still too low. Forcefully exploring it was a thankless task. Floating astronomy. But how could Feng Yuan give in? Self-strength immortal goo was the core of He Lulan's life. It was the same for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's trump card was the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Self-strength immortal goo was also the most compatible, unlike pulling mountain and pulling water, which needed to be modified and modified. He Lulan relied on her immortal ascension to refine self-strength immortal goo. When Feng Yuan had first received this news, he had felt great regret and regret. Immortal goo were unique. He Lulan had this goo, and she was an ally. It was equivalent to cutting off Feng Yuan's chance of obtaining it. Luck was fickle. Heaven took pity on her. He Lulan was focused on revenge. She raised her cultivation level with all her strength, but due to her carelessness she fell into the dream realm, giving Feng Yuan a good opportunity. Feng Yuan was black-bellied and sinister. Like a shark that smelled blood, he immediately bit down fiercely. Even if they were allies, so what? One's own strength was the most important. Others could not be relied on. Only oneself was the most reliable. Feng Yuan had a firm attitude. He Lulan tried many times, but failed every time. In her anger, she purposely withheld self-strength immortal goo from Feng Yuan, and did not appear to help Feng Yuan use strength chi immortal goo to refine air sac goo. He Lulan's gaze was vicious. This gave Feng Yuan a lot of pressure. He Lulan did not want to use strength chi immortal goo, and Feng Yuan did not have air sac goo. Without air sac goo, he could not sell guts goo. In order to heal his injuries, Feng Yuan had stopped selling guts goo. It was only for himself. Without this benefit, and the 2 stone nests constantly refining goo, his funds were almost dried up. His immortal yuan stone had already fallen to 100. To break through He Lulan's restrictions, Feng Yuan could use wisdom goo to deduce another air sac goo recipe. In this regard, there was quite a bit of trouble. Feng Yuan had already sold Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo at the auction. He did not have enough malicious thought goo to replace it. Even though there was an entire stone nest of hairy men refining malicious thought goo day and night, under the light of wisdom, thoughts were expended too quickly. Feng Yuan had expected this. His original solution was to increase the scale of production. But to increase the scale and build a 3rd or even a 4th stone nest, he needed funds. Hairy men, especially hairy man slaves who were skilled in goo refinement, had higher prices. Feng Yuan did not have enough funds. He could not increase the production. The problem went round and round again, as if it was tied into a dead knot. Feng Yuan went to look for land spirit of Langya, using immortal materials to entice the hairy men in Langya blessed land to refine malicious thought goo. But land spirit of Langya rejected him again. His request was to go to immemorial purple heaven, and find a rank 6 poisonous flower, and collect its petals. It seemed that this immortal material was very important to land spirit of Langya. Thus Feng Yuan's path was blocked. With air sac goo refinement obstructed, there was no guts goo trade. The guts goo trade was Feng Yuan's main source of income. Without funds, there would be no malicious thought goo, and Feng Yuan would not be able to use the light of wisdom. This greatly affected Feng Yuan's plan to digest his gains and raise his battle strength. Feng Yuan was well aware that He Lulan was forcing him to give up on self-strength immortal goo and choose strength chi immortal goo. He Lulan, I want to see who can last longer. Feng Yuan sneered, collecting his thoughts. He summoned Hu immortal land spirit and returned to Dang Hun Palace. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he closed his eyes and fell into a dream realm. Earlier, to save He Lulan, Feng Yuan had used the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. He had expended many dream path mortal goo. To use Unravel Dream a second time, he needed to refine more dream path mortal goo in the dream. At the same time, in a secret area of northern plains, Wisdom Path Goo immortal old oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, walked out of his closed cultivation room. He had an exhausted expression. He had spent all his effort to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of True Yang building. He was exhausted. There was a lot of white hair on his temples. His youthful face had many wrinkles. How is it? Qi Hongming and the other immortals saw him and quickly surrounded him, showing concern. Old Oracle knew that they were not concerned about him, but the results of this deduction. In this investigation, they had obtained a lot of crucial evidence, especially when they soul-searched Zhao Lianyun. They had recreated the situation in Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was a huge help to their deductions. But Old Oracle shook his head, saying with a desolate expression, "My attainment is shallow. I have disappointed you. How can this be? We still can't deduce it. The culprit is not simple. He has hidden himself too deeply. It seems that we still need to gather more information." The immortals were elites of their sex. After some disappointment, they quickly accepted this result and started to plan their next course of action. After some discussion, Feng Jioga spoke. "We do not have a clear target now. We might as well disperse and act on our own. It was not easy for you to come to Northern Plains from Central Continent. I believe that not only do you have the mission to find out the truth, you also have the personal matters of your sections. In the following period of time, When you deal with your personal matters, please gather more information. Feng Jioge had the highest prestige. No one did not trust him. Most importantly, they had no direction now. They had important matters to deal with. They dispersed and left this place to deal with their sex missions. Old Oracle and Feng Jioge were the last to speak. Lord Jioge. Old Oracle hesitated. The truth was, he had already made a huge breakthrough in this deduction, but after he informed Feng Jioge, the latter ordered that the news be sealed. Thus, earlier, Old Oracle lied to the immortals, saying that his deduction had failed. Feng Jioge looked at him, smiling with deep meaning. The collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower is most likely to be the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Now that you deduced that the culprit is one of the 10 sects, I will let them move freely. If any clues leak out, we will be able to find out the truth. Old Oracle lowered his head and said, but the result of my divination might be wrong to begin with. Don't worry. Especially when Feng Yuan stopped the Guts Gu trade not long ago, he used them to heal his injuries. This cut off the supply, causing Guts Gu to be scarce in the market. The price of Guts Gu became very high. This phenomenon made Feng Yuan understand that the Guts Gu market had been stimulated, and he could definitely raise the price and quantity. So he thought, and so he did. Originally, the Guts Gu trade was done once a month. The net profit was 48 immortal yuan stone. After raising the price, not counting the profits given to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Feng Yuan had 92 immortal yuan stone. It was almost double the original amount. Monopolizing the trade is so convenient to profit from. Feng Yuan's situation had improved greatly. He sighed but also became vigilant. Because the profits of Guts Gu were getting bigger, the future was getting brighter, Crane Gate and other forces were getting restless. Earlier, because Feng Yuan displayed great strength, Crane Gate was restricted by other forces. They could not spare much effort to deal with Feng Yuan. Now that the profits of the Guts Gu trade were increasing, one day, Crane Gate would be more determined. They would spare more effort to reclaim, who immortal blessed land. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, they were all competitors for benefits. The only difference between the two was that the righteous path's behavior was better, and the cultivation of Gu masters, or rather, the essence of human survival, was to protect one's own benefits while devouring the benefits of others. Feng Yuan was aware of this. He did not deny that he was no different from others or other forces. In terms of benefits, they were all jackals of the same tribe. To deter Crane Gate, there is only one fundamental solution. That is to continuously increase my own battle strength, to make those who act fail, and to intimidate those who want to. With such an urgent feeling, Feng Yuan successfully fused self-strength Immortal Gu into the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self a few days later. Although self-strength Immortal Gu was extremely compatible with Myriad Self, Feng Yuan still spent a few days to adjust some supplementary Mortal Gu. After testing it, he received an almost perfect result. I lack Cleanse Soul, but with self-strength, my battle strength has returned to the level of a first-rate rank 6. In fact, Myriad Self is even stronger than before. Maybe it is time to explore that thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance. Feng Yuan was contemplating after a long period of silence. He had already digested a lot of the gains from the auction. Myriad Self Return had the power of an Immortal Killer Move, True Solid Bat Wings and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu. It was comparable to a movement Immortal Killer Move, and deducing vaguely familiar face, and so on required a vast number of malicious thought Gu. What Gu formation is this? He was shocked and uncertain. The unstoppable wind escape could not break out of this small world. Qin Baisheng smiled. He did not answer Hui Fengzi's question. He asked, "Sir, do you want to consider joining us to attack Langya Blessed Land?" This time, Hui Fengzi only thought for a few breaths of time. He landed. "Qin Baisheng, you are superior after all. Fine, I'll join your operation this time." Qin Baisheng chuckled. He was not surprised. Hui Fengzi was famous for knowing when to advance and when to retreat. He was a wise man who could adapt to circumstances. Since he could not retreat, Hui Fengzi's greatest advantage was gone. Furthermore, Qin Baisheng's conditions were not harsh. Even though Hui Fengzi was slightly unhappy, he had no choice but to join. Floating astronomy. Chapter 787. Zhongzhou State, Heaven and Heaven, Celestial Court. The silver-white sky was bright and clean. The palace was built with countless pieces of white jade. It was exquisite, beautiful, and quiet. Amidst the group of palaces, there was an old, pure white tower that was covered in scars, and it stood towering like a crane amongst chickens, causing it to be extremely conspicuous. The pagoda's name was Heaven Supervisor. It was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Its meaning was to stand in this pagoda and observe the world. However, the world was unpredictable. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable had unparalleled talent and wisdom, she could not escape the fate of dying after her lifespan ran out. After the attacks of 3 demon venerables, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal took over. And when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ruled the world, he also wanted to take over the Celestial Court, but for some reason, he gave up on the idea. Over 3 million years, countless traces of history were deeply imprinted on Heaven Overseeing Tower. Sometimes it was glorious, sometimes it was dark and gloomy. All kinds of vicissitudes had already merged with Heaven Overseeing Tower, turning into a steady and dignified presence, like an ancient tree that had grown from the ancient times until now, old and new. He was also like a bronze cauldron that witnessed the changes of the world, standing tall and firm. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord used his walking stick as he walked up the stairs step by step. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but his surging aura of an expert contained an intense aura of old age. His hair was white and his body was wrinkled like the bark of an old tree. His eyes were dim and muddy. Slowly, he lifted his foot, or rather moved it, which was more appropriate. He was like an old worm, staggering on the long flight of stairs, struggling to move forward. He walked step by step. With every step he took, the white jade staircase beneath his feet, they would flash with a faint light and emit a clear, beautiful, and melodious sound that was like a chime. The wall beside the old man changed as well. Light and shadow constantly changed on the wall. Sometimes it was a blurry fog, sometimes it was a colorful line with unknown meaning. Only a few times did a clear picture appear on the wall. The old man stared at the images on the wall. Every time he ascended a flight of stairs, a bead of immortal elemental energy would be consumed. At the same time, the image on the wall would change. The old man stopped in his tracks. There was an image on the wall. Vividly depicted a valley. Luopa Valley. The old man muttered softly. A flash of brilliance flashed across his turbid eyes. The center of the picture. This was a battle between 2 Gu Immortals. A Wind Path Gu Immortal and a Metal Path Gu Immortal. At the corner of the image, several Gu Immortals were standing. They were looking at the center, watching the battle of the Gu Immortals. The scene continued to change. The battle between 2 Gu Immortals. The fight was not intense. After exchanging a few blows, they stopped. Finally, the scene stopped at this scene. The Wind Path Gu Immortal slowly lowered his head towards the Metal Path Gu Immortal. The old man secretly remembered this scene. Of the 99,000 steps leading to the top of the pagoda, only a dozen of them could display such a clear image. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to walk up the stairs. He saw a group of Gu Immortals in the deep sea. Most of them were immortal zombies. They were currently attacking a blessed land. A female immortal. He was kneeling on the sand, begging an elderly Gu Immortal. A young Gu Master was unconscious on the bed. A spirit incubating flea was crawling on his forehead, trembling slightly. He saw a Gu Immortal with white clothes and blue eyes. He was walking quietly in a forest in southern border. He even saw a dark swamp with an enormous bloodpath Gu immortal cultivating inside. A huge bloodpath Gu immortal was shrouded in it. The more the old man looked, the colder his expression became. The more anger accumulated in his turbid old eyes. These people have escaped the punishment of fate. Finally, he walked up the stairs and stepped onto the top of the pagoda. An immortal Gu appeared in front of him. Rank 9 immortal Gu Fate. It was shaped like a spider, black and white. It had a weak aura and a red scar that almost cut it in half. The old man stared at this Gu for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal Gu house, but its first core Fate had suffered a fatal injury and was on the verge of destruction. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The old man gritted his teeth, his eyes showing deep hatred. The one who caused such damage to Fate Immortal Gu was none other than the famous Red Lotus Demon Venerable in history. When Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate, he also broke the shackles of fate, allowing all living beings in the world to control their own fate. However, Immortal Gu Fate was not completely destroyed. However, even with the protection of the Celestial Court's immortals, Fate's injury could not be healed even after 1,000,000 years. The cause of this situation was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's doing. Fate Immortal Gu's injury was not only on the Gu worm itself, but also on all living beings in the world, those who had escaped the punishment of fate. The existence of these people signified the collapse of fate. Thus, there were two ways to restore Fate Immortal Gu. On one hand, it was to deal with the injuries on the Gu worm. On the other hand, it was to get rid of all the people who had escaped fate and clear the obstacles for Fate Immortal Gu. No matter which aspect it was a huge problem. This was especially true for the second reason. The 5 regions were vast, and there were people escaping from their fates at every moment. It was very difficult for the Celestial Court to get rid of these existences. Even if the Celestial Court was the #1 Gu immortal organization, it could only control Central Continent. The other 4 regions were connected to Central Continent by regional walls. The stronger the expert, the harder it was to break through the regional walls. The regional walls of the 5 regions were like layers of protection, isolating the 5 regions into their own domains. Initially, when Fate Immortal Gu was just injured, the Celestial Court's efforts to get rid of the escapees was quite effective. But just a few years later, countless escapees appeared like waves on the sea, unable to deal with them. More than 10 years later, this situation spread throughout the 5 regions. Decades later, immortal zombie existences appeared. Those who should have died were still alive. This was a classic example of escaping fate. In the end, he used up all of the malicious thought Gu, but the progress was only a little over 10%. My transformation path attainment level is still too low. Feng Yuan sighed. At this time, he suddenly sensed that a moving perspective cup Gu had entered his immortal aperture. A letter was sent over from the Gu. Feng Yuan opened it. There were only 4 words in the letter. The time has come. Feng Yuan's eyes shined as he stood up. The person who wrote the letter was Fairy Li Shan. Originally, Feng Yuan had planned to follow Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance clues to find Luopa Valley. But not long ago, Fairy Li Shan suddenly sent news that made Feng Yuan give up on Luopa Valley's plan. This news was about Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance. After Dongfang Naganori died, he made Dongfang Yuliang the inheritor of his legacy. But the latter was only a mortal Gu master. To prevent other Gu immortals with ulterior motives from taking this Wisdom Path inheritance, Dongfang Naganori did not directly give the Wisdom Path inheritance to Dongfang Yuliang, but placed it in a secret location. Fairy Li Shan had many friends. She was good at gathering information. This time, the information was that Dongfang Yuliang had secretly left for an unknown location, attempting to obtain the Wisdom Path inheritance. Floating astronomy. Dongfang Naganori set up his inheritance land here to guard against us. Gu Immortal Su Guang added. That's right. Dongfang Yuliang and the rest are mortal Gu masters. They have weak auras. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts do not care about them. With Dongfang Changfan's map, they only met ordinary beast groups along the way. They entered deep into Taichio. If we go and a trace of our Gu immortal aura leaks out, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts would be alerted and resist us. Gu immortals are here. The other two Gu immortals heard this and sensed something. They looked towards the southeast. Over there, 3 Gu immortals had just arrived. They were dressed in black robes and wore masks. Only their eyes were exposed. Heh, another person who wants a share of the loot. Han Dong's eyes shined with a dark light, he said in a cold tone. The 3 black-robed Gu immortals stopped. They were none other than Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan and He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan was a famous Gu immortal in Northern Plains. She had made an agreement with Dongfang Naganori to not take his inheritance. She could not show herself. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were involved in the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. They had to hide their faces. The 3 stopped and floated in the air. They were at the periphery of Taichio. They did not go in. They first looked at Dongfang Yuliang and the other 2, then looked around. He Lulan smiled lightly. Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance is truly attractive. There are so many Gu immortals at the periphery of Taichio. I have already found more than 20. Fairy Li Shan continued. I have found 26. Most are demonic path Gu immortals, but there are also Dongfang tribe Gu immortals. Fang Yuan took a quick glance and found only 19 Gu immortals. Even though his battle strength had risen, his investigative methods could not compare to the veteran Gu immortal, Fairy Li Shan. As for He Lulan, she was actually superior to him in terms of scouting. This made him secretly vigilant. No wonder Dongfang Yuliang is in a hurry to obtain the wisdom path inheritance. It seems that Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals are also after this inheritance. After all, if they obtain this inheritance, they have a chance of becoming the #1 wisdom path person in Northern Plains. Even their own Gu immortals cannot resist this temptation. Fairy Li Shan sighed. Did Dongfang Naganori make a mistake? He made an agreement with the Righteous Path super forces to not attack each other, but he left out his own Gu immortals. He Lulan said as she frowned. She felt that Dongfang Naganori would not be so careless. Dongfang Naganori is the #1 wisdom path person in Northern Plains. He left the inheritance clue in Dongfang Yuliang's mind. This wisdom path method cannot be easily broken. Right now, the Gu immortals are coveting it, but they are not making a move. It seems they are waiting for Dongfang Naganori to activate the inheritance before snatching it. Fang Yuan said. He wanted to obtain the complete wisdom path inheritance. A wisdom path inheritance. The more complete it was, the more valuable it would be. But now it seemed that his wish was going to fail. There were so many Gu immortals after the inheritance. When they fight for it, it was very likely that they would split it up. But thankfully my battle strength has risen a lot this time. I can put up a fight. When we fight for it later, I cannot stand out and cause everyone to gang up on me. I need to strategize. Fang Yuan decided on his strategy. Even though he had strong battle strength, there were many Gu immortals now. He could not fight them all alone. Of course, he was not stupid enough to fight them all alone. However, right at this time a change occurred. A dazzling light flashed and faded. Dongfang Yuliang, Tan Wufeng, and Dong Pekong were nowhere to be seen. This is a teleportation Gu formation? It was hidden underground. We actually did not discover it. Dongfang Naganori's arrangements were not so simple after all. This Taichio is not the true inheritance location, but it is the obstacle that obstructs us. Quick, while the traces of the Gu formation are still around, we need to go and find the clues. The Gu immortals realized at once. They appeared and charged towards the depths of Taichio. Roar, roar, roar. In the blink of an eye, the green bird's body expanded by 30%. 3 golden orchid finch tails grew on her back. Her speed rose sharply. She passed the waves and continued to fly towards the Gu formation. Pai Shuihan miscalculated. He laughed instead of getting angry, saying in a mocking tone, Sure enough, after participating in the Northern Plains auction, you think you have the capital, hee. As he spoke, he raised both of his arms high up. With two loud sounds, waves rose to the sky, forming into two tall walls that blocked the green bird's path. Meanwhile, Pai Shuihan's speed did not decrease. He stepped on the waves and chased after Hirua. Hirua did not dare to fight Pai Shuihan. She raised her head and flapped her wings, flying into the sky. But no matter how high she flew, the waves in front of her also rose. Pai Shuihan snickered as he got closer. But Hirua did not want to fight. She wanted to escape. Pai Shuihan could not do anything to her in the short term. Just as the two were clashing, a figure suddenly leaped out from the other side like thunder and lightning. This person was tall and muscular, his skin was bronze in color, lightning coiled around his body. His speed was even faster than Hirua. Feng Yuan felt that this person was familiar. He willed and recognized him as Divine Lord Tian Du, this immortal cultivated lightning path. Back then, he and Shirho had forced Zombie Alliance's immortal zombie Gu Yi to use an immortal Yuan stone to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence. Divine Lord Tian Du saw that Pai Shuihan and Hirua were chasing and escaping. He used a movement killer move and shot out. Soon, he surpassed everyone and became the person closest to the teleportation Gu formation. Ha ha! Divine Lord Tian Du saw that the Gu formation was getting closer. He was overjoyed and laughed loudly. Take care, Divine Lord. A white-robed scholar abruptly appeared in front of the divine realm of heaven capital, accompanied by a slow and unhurried voice. Ah, free scholar. Divine Lord Tian Du's expression changed when he saw this person. His speed plummeted. He knew that he was not the rank 7 Gu immortal free scholar's match. He quickly shouted, Shirho, quickly lend me a hand. Shirho's eyes twitched. He had no choice but to show himself beside Divine Lord Tian Du. He was a burly man with messy hair. He held a skull in his hand. Divine Lord Tian Du shouted as he pushed with his palms, sending out a lightning dragon. At the same time, Shirho also used a mortal killer move towards Free Scholar. These two were not weak among rank 6 Gu immortals. Otherwise, they would not have dared to extort Zombie Alliance members. Right now, the two of them worked together and attacked fiercely, attracting many gazes. Come. Free Scholar smiled lightly. He flicked his palm as two immortal Gu flew out. Boom. Amidst the intense explosion, Shirho and Divine Lord Tian Du spat out blood as they retreated. Free Scholar stood on the spot calmly. After the two conversed, they turned around and attacked the palaces below. The palaces did not move at all. They were only an illusion. Space rippled as 3 new desolate-level phantom beasts flew out, blocking Su Guang and Lu Qingming. But this time, Su Guang and Lu Qingming were anxious to save Han Dong. They used their full strength without holding back. The 3 desolate-level phantom beasts were forced to retreat. Pai Shuihan saw this and snickered. This was the result he wanted. Demonic Path Gu immortals were wary of each other. Until the final moment, no one would use their full strength. With Lu Qingming and Su Guang leading the charge, everything would be much easier. Most importantly, they lost their rank 7 battle strength. There will be one less true competitor. At the side, Free Scholar smiled. He dealt with the desolate level phantom beasts while looking at Pai Shuihan and Feng Yuan. Especially when he saw that Feng Yuan and the rest were still standing together without any desolate level phantom beasts around them. A solemn expression flashed in his eyes. It is not a good thing that these three are so relaxed. Free Scholar willed as he led the desolate level phantom beasts towards Feng Yuan and the rest. Feng Yuan was already very observant. His gaze turned cold as he looked at this scene. He retreated as he stretched out his hands. Two large handprints flew out with a loud rumble. They attacked the unfettered scholar without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, a third giant hand appeared behind him, protecting him. He can use 3 hand seals at once. Free Scholar's body froze. He felt even more wariness. Just as they were fighting and plotting against each other, an elderly Gu immortal silently appeared in the palace that Dongfang Yuliang was in. His eyes shined with divine light as he looked at Dongfang Naganori's nebula, as well as Dongfang Yuliang, who was working hard, before looking at the huge Gu formation on the walls and floor of the palace. Good formation, good formation. Even I, Kenyang Laojun, am seeing this for the first time. He praised. Nebula said this on the surface, but at the same time, another transmission resounded in Dongfang Yuliang's mind. Yuliang, oh Yuliang, the situation is dangerous now. This immortal is a huge threat and has great battle strength. Even when I was alive, I had to be wary. Not to mention now, I am only a will. I purposely deceived him and stabilized him. Quickly complete the Gu formation. This formation is an inheritance and also a method to counter enemies. If you can complete the Gu formation in time, you will be able to use its strength and battle Gu immortals. By then, you might even be able to save your 2 subordinates' lives. Land spirits were pure. They would never deceive others. Their words and actions were all true. But Nebula was a will. He had the ability to deceive others. Dongfang Yuliang heard Nebula's secret transmission and his heart shook. He finally understood Nebula's difficulties. He cried out in sorrow as he stood up, shouting at Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong. Brothers, you must persevere. I will definitely save your lives. Saying this, he gritted his teeth and buried his head with tears in his eyes, continuing to complete the Gu formation. Kanyang Laojun frowned. He willed as flames surged. Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong's expressions twisted. Their cries of pain doubled in volume. They cried out in pain. They wished they were dead, but they did not die immediately. Rank 5 Gu masters were at the peak of the mortal world, but in front of a person like Kanyang Laojun, they were as fragile as puppets. They were at his mercy. They could not die even if they wanted to. Dongfang Yuliang heard the cries of pain, but his mind became clearer, his gaze became resolute. He was not overwhelmed by hatred and anger. Blood started to flow out of the corners of his eyes. This was a sign that he was calculating with all his might. He was expending a lot of mental energy. Kanyang Laojun tortured the 2 for a while, but found that there was no effect. It made Dongfang Yuliang work even harder. The incomplete Gu formation was being completed at a faster rate. Kanyang Laojun could not help but show worry on his face. If this goes on, if Dongfang Yuliang succeeds, then his efforts would be in vain. Dongfang Yuliang really had a chance of succeeding, not only because of his outstanding performance, but also because he was chosen by Dongfang Naganori. He had to have talent. If Dongfang Yuliang obtained the inheritance, Kanyang Laojun could snatch it with his own battle strength. But the problem was his central continent identity. He was a central continent Gu immortal. Coming to northern plains was a dangerous journey. There were 5 regions in the world. No matter which one, they were all xenophobic. Especially in northern plains, with the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, there was a huge commotion. If his identity as a central continent Gu immortal was exposed, he would be in huge trouble. Thus Kanyang Laojun. He preferred to do things secretly. To save time, he would avoid meeting them if he could, and avoid fighting if he could. Kanyang Laojun looked at Dongfang Naganori's nebula, his gaze flickering. His heart surged with the urge to secretly make a move on Dongfang Yuliang. But he was afraid he would lose the qualifications to do so. He would be overly suspicious and miss the opportunity. He would only obtain an incomplete inheritance with low value. But he was also afraid Nebula would lie to him. With his experience as Kanyang Laojun, he knew the difference between wills and land spirits. Dongfang Naganori was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. Even after his death, Nebula could make a strong enemy like Kenyang Laojun hesitate with just a few words. Outside in the sky, the battle between the Gu immortals and phantom beasts continued. Free Scholar saw that Fang Yuan had sent out 3 giant hands. The wariness in his heart deepened. His body froze. But soon his speed increased. He charged towards Fang Yuan again. Even against 2 strength path giant hands, he had no intention of retreating. He wanted to drag Fang Yuan and the rest down with him. He wanted to probe the details of Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan saw that he could not intimidate the Free Scholar. He was not discouraged. He manipulated the 2 strength path giant hands and attacked Free Scholar without any qualms. He really dares to attack? They are shedding all pretenses, hee. 2 rank 7 battle strengths. This is going to be a good show. I need to hide far away to avoid being implicated. The surrounding Gu immortals retreated, leaving a wide space for Fang Yuan and Free Scholar. Free Scholar was agile. Fang Yuan's 2 strength path giant hands could not even touch his sleeves, let alone grab him. Free Scholar wore a white robe. He had a tall crown and black hair. He flew like a spirit crane, free and unrestrained. Seeing that the 2 hands could not grab him, Fang Yuan's body shook as he sent out 2 more giant hands. Together with the strength path giant hands that were protecting him, he sent out a total of 5 strength path giant hands. Each strength path giant hand absorbed the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, then condensed into one of Fang Yuan's arms. This was his current limit. According to Fang Yuan's current body, he could only withstand the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms. Anymore, and before the strength path giant hands could attack, his own arms would collapse first. But don't forget that Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was an 8-armed immortal zombie. In reality, he had 8 arms. If he used each arm, he could summon 8 giant hands of strength. 5 was far from his limit. 4 strength path giant hands flew around in the air, trying to capture Free Scholar. Although the latter was not as calm as before, he was still safe and sound. He laughed loudly, shouting at Fang Yuan. "Sir, is this all you can do?" He was called unfettered. He was proficient in movement. Even though Fang Yuan's strength path giant hands were powerful, they were not fast, thus they could not do anything to Free Scholar. Unless Free Scholar made a mistake, Fang Yuan would not be able to seize the opportunity. This was the limitation of giant hands. Even though giant hands were strong, they had their weaknesses. Every immortal killer move had their own strengths and weaknesses. Even though Free Scholar was in an invincible position, he felt a chill in his heart. The battle strength that Fang Yuan displayed made his heart feel heavy. Especially when He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were still standing behind Fang Yuan, they seemed to be playing around. Were these 2 really stronger? Even if Free Scholar makes a move, he cannot force out their true methods. At the other side, Pai Shui Han, who was also a rank 7 Gu immortal, was also bewildered. No. His gaze turned resolute. A portion of the waves under his feet created a huge wave that was over 100 feet tall, crashing towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Speaking of which, Pai Shui Han and Free Scholar were not on good terms. They had even fought each other before. They had a grudge against each other. But now that Fang Yuan displayed a powerful method, Pai Shui Han was not an ordinary person. He let go of the grudge in his heart, and turned his firepower to cooperate with Free Scholar, attacking Fang Yuan. 2 rank 7 Gu immortals attacked Fang Yuan. The surrounding Gu immortals retreated even further. "Come at me." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, showing no fear as he sent out 3 more hands. There were a total of 8 gigantic strength path hands. 3 of them blocked off the unfettered scholar, while the other 3 flew towards Pai Shui Han. The remaining 2 circled around his body, faintly preparing to attack. They were ready to make a move, making one feel incomparably fearful. Immortal Gu auras appeared on He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's bodies. There was more than one aura of these immortal Gu. There were at least 2 different auras rising up without the slightest bit of concealment. But even this could not scare Free Scholar and Pai Shui Han. The 2 immortals looked at each other. One of them shouted, "So many immortal Gu. You 3 must be famous people. You are hiding yourselves. Are you righteous path Gu immortals?" The other shouted, I am familiar with the people of Northern Plains. I wonder which old friend of mine is joking with me, free scholar? Or perhaps you are not Northern Plains Gu immortals. Both of them had spoken words that struck at the heart. One slandered Feng Yuan and the rest as righteous path Gu immortals. They were isolated among the demonic path Gu immortals. The other was even more ruthless. He directly suspected that Feng Yuan and the rest were not Northern Plains Gu immortals, inciting the other demonic path Gu immortals to unite against a common enemy. Gu immortals were people with deep thoughts. When they fought, it was not as simple as clashing swords and blades. The battle of words was a contest of mind and wits. Floating astronomy. Chapter 794. Ever since the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court-blessed land, Northern Plains Gu immortal world was shaken. They had been searching for the culprit. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan had ulterior motives. Not only did they work together to attack Feng Yuan, they even tried to isolate Feng Yuan. At this point, Feng Yuan had no choice but to speak. You two want to slander me and provoke me? Hee, you are underestimating me, and also underestimating the Gu immortals here. I am a true Northern Plains Gu immortal. I can sense the aura of Northern Plains at a glance. If you two want to create rumors, please say something more convincing. The other demonic path Gu immortals retreated even further. He Lolan's lips twitched. Feng Yuan was clearly the main culprit, but he said it like it was the truth, full of confidence. What the unfettered scholar and Pai Shuihan didn't know was that their intentional slander was actually a lucky hit. The one who caused the destruction of Imperial Court-blessed land was not Feng Yuan. Who else could it be? The verbal confrontation was blocked by Feng Yuan. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan were silent. They increased their attacks. Facing the pincer attack of two rank 7s, Feng Yuan's forehead was soon covered in sweat. He blocked left and right. He could not hold on much longer. After all, he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, while the other two were genuine rank 7 Gu immortals. In terms of cultivation level, there was a huge gap. Feng Yuan relied on the immortal killer move Myriad Self to display rank 7 battle strength, but as the strength path giant hand was activated for a long time, Feng Yuan's arm could not hold on any longer. It showed signs of exploding into minced meat. I have a wood path killer move. It is my trump card. I rarely use it. It can block one of them, and can even heavily injure them. But I need Feng Yuan to restrain them and restrict them to a certain position. Fairy Li Shan saw that Feng Yuan was at a disadvantage. She was anxious and secretly transmitted her voice. Feng Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly, replying, "The power of the strength path giant hand is astonishing, but its speed is not fast. Wanting to capture any one of them is extremely difficult. The hope is slim. Fairy, please wait, I still have a plan. If this plan fails, it won't be too late for you to make a move then." Oh. Fairy Li Shan heard this. He restrained himself. They exchanged a few more blows. Pai Shuihan and the Free Scholar were closing in, and Feng Yuan was at a disadvantage. This is the moment. An electric light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. He controlled the 6 strength path giant hands and slammed them down. Pai Shuihan and the Free Scholar were below the giant hand. Immediately he felt a strong pressure. From top to bottom. It was going to crush him. For a moment, the air seemed to have thickened. The giant hands created strong winds, causing Free Scholar's clothes to flutter in the wind. Pai Shuihan's face tensed up. The strength path giant hands slammed down with ferocious auras. The spectators' hearts jumped. But Pai Shuihan and the Free Scholar were already familiar with the strength path giant hands. The former snorted while the latter smiled. They used movement killer moves to dodge. But Feng Yuan was different from before. He did not stop. Instead, he increased the power of his method, controlling the 6 giant hands and slamming them down. This change caught everyone off guard. Even Nebula in Dongfang Naganori was stunned. Not good. Nebula's expression changed. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Boom. The 6 strength path giant hands fiercely slapped the air. The space rippled, and the loud sound was like the roar of thunder. Countless space path Dao marks in the air were destroyed by the strength path giant hands. Chapter 795. Alright, Yu Liang. Go and complete your Gu formation. Only by passing this final round can you inherit my main body's inheritance. As for you, Kenyang Laojun, you shall die here today. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula said slowly. Kenyang Laojun took a step back, saying arrogantly, Humph, even though I am alone, you are just a group of rank 6s, together with a mere will. You want to take my life? Don't forget that my accomplice is among you. There are also demonic path Gu immortals outside. They are like wolves and tigers. Your phantom beasts won't be able to resist them for long. He said this, but his expression was already filled with vigilance and vigilance. To be able to live to such an age and obtain such achievements, the virtue of a cautious nature was absolutely indispensable. Kenyang Laojuan's words were also true. They were aimed at Dongfang tribe's weakness. Precisely because of this, even though Dongfang tribe had many Gu immortals, they did not attack rashly. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula chuckled. In the remote antiquity era, when the creator of Wisdom Path, star constellation Immortal Venerable, died, she could deduce 1,000,000 years after her. She caused the 3 demon venerables to return without accomplishing anything, protecting Celestial Court. I, Dongfang Naganori, even though I am far from star constellation Immortal Venerable, I can still deduce 100 years after my death. Since I set this up, I have my own trump cards. The moment he said that, an illusory Gu formation appeared in the hall. Countless Gu worms danced in the air, like thousands of spider webs, interweaving in the hall. Compared to this formation, Dongfang Yuliang's perfected Gu formation was like a baby under the feet of an adult. Kenyang Laojun saw this and his expression turned ugly. His expression immediately turned ugly. This is a void formation. To think that you, Dongfang Naganori, have such deep attainment in Phantom Path, you can actually set up a phantom formation. Ordinary Gu formations were easily destroyed once they were exposed, because the Gu worms that formed the Gu formation were all corporeal, and Gu worms were very fragile, even if it was the immortal grade spring-autumn cicada. As long as Fang Yuan gently pinched it with 2 fingers, it would shatter and be destroyed. But this phantom formation used a high-level method of Phantom Path, turning the Gu worms that formed the Gu formation into phantoms. But it did not hinder the Gu formation's operation. The phantom beasts could block Fang Yuan and the other demonic path Gu immortals for so long. This was because the void beasts were born with the ability to turn invisible. Once it became void state, all techniques would be useless. Nebula openly displayed the Gu formation, and was not afraid of Kenyang Laojun destroying it, because the Gu formation was phantom. Kenyang Laojun could only watch helplessly. But there was nothing he could do. The Gu formation started to activate. The hall was filled with dazzling light. Ha ha. Kenyang Laojun suddenly laughed out loud. I can't think of anything against the virtual array, so I'll just kill you. Everyone be careful. He's coming. Beware of spies. Don't be careless. This is a crucial battle that will decide the survival of our tribe. That's right, as long as we get through this, we will have a bright future ahead of us. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals were already waiting with full concentration. Everyone, don't be impatient. He won't be able to get here in a short period of time. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula was calm and composed. At the next moment, Kenyang Laojun attacked, but his movements were extremely slow. The flames that he shot out were extremely fast, but now, they were as slow as snails. This is? Kenyang Laojun soon realized that it was not that he was slow, but the space in front of him contained a profundity that could not be observed by the naked eye. I will tell you the truth. Dongfang tribe's true traitor is your beloved Lord Changfan, ha 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 ha. Kenyang Laojun laughed wildly. Hearing Nebula's explanation, Kenyang Laojun turned his gaze and assessed Nebula, feeling shocked inwardly. This Dongfang Naganori concealed himself deeply, Not only is he the #1 wisdom path expert in Northern Plains, he can even use space path downmarks to control a phantom beast army. Now it seems that his blood path attainment is not low either. Nebula did not know what Qinyang Laojun was thinking. He continued to speak. Don't look down on this formation. With these 8 Gu immortals sacrificing themselves to provide for me, I have ample resources. My newly formed immortal aperture will definitely be the best of the best. At the same time, there is another advantage. The immortal aperture will automatically produce resources like flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. It is like they have been painstakingly developed for a long time. This will save me hundreds of years of hard work. Thus, after I possess this body, not only will my cultivation level recover, I will also have ample resources, even more than when I was alive. Qinyang Laojun, watch carefully and ask questions at any time. Every step I take, I will tell you the essence of the content. Qinyang Laojun's face flashed with excitement. He laughed heartily, looking deeply at Dongfang Naganori and Nebula. You are truly scheming. You want me to protect you. I am here to help you block those demonic path Gu immortals from the outside world. Moreover, when you become an immortal, there will definitely be heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. At that time, I will be by your side. I will have to help even if I don't want to. Dongfang Naganori and Nebula also laughed. He did not have any awkwardness of having his scheme exposed. He looked at Qinyang Laojun, saying in a low voice, in this world, if you want to obtain something, you have to pay a price. How can there be anything that is not earned? Especially when the more you obtain, the greater the risk. Old Lord, you can make your decision now. Qinyang Laojun chuckled. He could not help but admire Dongfang Naganori inwardly. This person was truly decisive. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori obtained the possession method, he had also gathered it at 88 Point Jinyang Tower's true inheritance secluded domain. He had sensed the arrangements of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. At that time, Crane Gate had been infiltrating Dongfang tribe. After Dongfang Naganori became an immortal, and became a higher-up of the tribe, he had secretly discovered this truth. But he did not expose it. Instead he followed this clue and secretly cooperated with Crane Gate. He used the possession method to transact with Crane Gate. Lifespan Gu were hard to find, but any Gu immortal would crave for any lifespan extension method. Moreover, this possession method originated from Giant Sun Immortal. It has unparalleled power, it can attack and defend, and has the profundity of resolving almost everything. Back then in Central Continent, countless sect Gu immortals lost to myriad disintegrations. Countless people suffered from this move. Qinyang Laojun sighed with emotion. You are speaking so much nonsense. Are you still not going to attack? Blood Veil and Free Scholar expend a lot of energy. These are all precious immortal aperture origin cores. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula urged. Huh. Qinyang Laojun stood with his hands behind his back. He did not fight the enemy. Free Scholar is only one person, but you have 8 on your side. He does not know the truth. Watch me use some methods. Saying so, he let out his tribe's rank 7 aura. Once the aura was exposed, the demonic path Gu immortals in the sky were shocked. The other side has rank 7 Gu immortals? Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals. Aren't they all rank 6? Could it be that someone secretly entered rank 7, but kept it a secret? Or did Dongfang tribe invite some strong reinforcements? Don't forget, they have the Huangjin bloodline, a super force of the righteous path. The immortals were uncertain. Free Scholar's expression did not change, but his heart wavered. It turned out, even though his killer move had shocking power and a huge origin, it expended a lot of red date immortal essence. Since the other side had rank 7 Gu immortals, they could fight him head-on. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they all had their own plans. Unfettered Scholar couldn't help but think to himself, I can't just charge forward mindlessly now. I will expend a lot of immortal essence. Otherwise, when the time comes, I might not have enough strength and end up helping others. Thinking of this, Free Scholar stopped his killer move. See, I stopped just like that? Kanyang Laojun laughed heartily, showing a smug expression. He only leaked a bit of his aura and the Free Scholar stopped. In terms of scheming, Kanyang Laojun might not be as good as Dongfang Naganori. But with his rich life experience, he could understand people's hearts and use the situation to make plans. The longer we drag this out, the more advantageous it is for that Dongfang Yuliang. This blood veil is extremely thick. To break it, we will need to use our trump cards and bombard it repeatedly. Free Scholar said as he looked at Fang Yuan. The Traveling Earth 3 heroes lost Han Dong, Lu Qingming and Su Guang. They were only rank 6. Other than Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan, they had revealed rank 7 battle strength. Only Fang Yuan was left. Pai Shuihan also looked at Fang Yuan. These demonic path Gu immortal experts naturally would not let Fang Yuan take advantage of them. Fairies, please protect my safety. I am going to use my full strength now. Fang Yuan transmitted, and after getting a confirmation, he sat cross-legged in the air. 8 strength path giant hands flew towards the blood veil. The periphery of the corpse mountain blood veil was covered by a layer of ice. It was like a huge ice mountain with a hole in it. Fang Yuan did not care. He mobilized the 8 strength path giant hands and positioned them in 8 different directions. His palms faced inwards and pressed against the surface of the ice mountain. His 5 fingers dug into the ice mountain. Rise! Fang Yuan shouted. Immediately, a rumbling sound entered everyone's ears. At first, this sound was inaudible. But soon, the sound became louder and louder, rumbling like thunder. The earth trembled, and huge cracks appeared in the surroundings of the ice mountain. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the ice mountain that was covered in the blood veil was slowly rising up, as if it was about to leave the ground. The hall shook. Kanyang Laojun could not help but gasp. This is... Nebula's expression also changed. Not good. My immemorial ruin bat's corpse has already been modified by me. To stabilize it, it is one with the ground, forming a corpse mountain. The enemy seems to have the ability to pull out the mountain chi, but it counters this. Kanyang, quickly make a move. Dongfang Naganori's nebula was so anxious that his body almost collapsed. His main body could deduce, but there was a limit to a person's intelligence. Arrangements were fixed. Even if they were meticulous, there would be accidents. Fang Yuan's pulling mountain immortal Gu was one such accident. Immortal Gu could target any mountain. Dongfang Naganori had made an arrangement when he was alive. He connected the immemorial ruin bat's corpse with the surrounding terrain, forming a true corpse mountain. But this arrangement became a flaw. It was countered by pulling mountain immortal Gu. He can actually uproot this entire mountain? Pai Shuihan stared at it, his gaze flickering. Who is he? Free Scholar suppressed the shock in his heart. He used 1,000 disintegrations again, looking at the blood veil. With 2 sides attacking, Dongfang Naganori's side was in a bad situation. Old ancestor Kanyang laughed loudly, finally making a move. Look at my life chasing fire. This fire path immortal killer move can actually sense aura. It can trace our attacks back to the source and enter the immortal aperture. Free Scholar's heart shook intensely. At this moment, Free Scholar finally understood why Pai Shuihan was so flustered. It was because not only was his body being burned by the flames, his immortal aperture was also filled with flames. Forget about the former, the latter was the headquarters of Gu Immortals. It was their foundation. After many years of painstaking management, countless cultivation resources were stored inside. Now that this fire was burning, it directly burned the hearts of those who were hit, making them want to vomit blood from the pain. Pai Shuihan not only had to extinguish the fire on his body, he also had to put out the fire in his immortal aperture. But the strange thing was, this fire could not be extinguished by ice or water. It was extraordinary. The surrounding demonic path Gu Immortals pulled away from Fang Yuan, Free Scholar, and Pai Shuihan, afraid of being touched by this strange fire. Why is Feng Yuan's fire so much weaker than the other two? He Lulan had a bewildered gaze. The other demonic path Gu immortals soon discovered this phenomenon. Immediately, Feng Yuan's image in everyone's mind became even more profound and unfathomable. Free Scholar's gaze also paused on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's situation was much better than the other two. The fire on his body was only a faint layer, like the flame of an oil lamp. But Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar were burning brightly like large torches. In just a few breaths of time, Free Scholar's body was already burnt to a crisp, emitting the smell of burnt meat. Free Scholar forced himself to remain calm. He did not panic, because he still had a trump card. Immortal Killer Move, 1000 Disintegrations. He activated the killer move madly. The light in his completely white eyes became even brighter. But this time, it did not shine on the Ice Mountain blood veil, but on his own body, into his immortal aperture. The dim yellow fire, under the pale white gaze, was quickly dissolving and weakening. Soon, the fire on his body completely disappeared. The fire in his immortal aperture was also controlled. 1000 Disintegrations was indeed useful. Not only could it be used against enemies, it could also be used for defense. Attack and defense in one, its power was extraordinary. In a flash, Feng Yuan also stood up. The fire on his body had disappeared. Only Pai Shuihan tried many methods, but the fire on his body became even more intense. His whole body was burnt black. The thick smell of burnt meat was emitting. He had to use healing goo to heal his injuries while enduring the burning of the fire. He roared in anger. The pain on his body was even more intense in his heart. The fire spread in his immortal aperture. A large amount of resources were burned to nothing, but he could not do anything to this fire. What do I do? What do I do? Pai Shuihan thought rapidly. He was extremely anxious. Feng Yuan and Free Scholar did not speak. They watched coldly. This was the effect of final afterglow. It was not a complete defense, but it weakened most of the attacks. Even an immortal killer move like River Flow could be weakened by 30%. Right now, most of the demonic path Gu immortals were using mortal killer moves. Being weakened by Kinyang Laojun like this, it was all bark and no bite. Dongfeng Naganori showed joy on his face. This way, the situation was extremely advantageous to him. The Phantom Formation continued to extract the 8 immortal aperture origin cores, fusing them into one and forming the blood veil. The blood veil withstood the attacks. The aura of other people's wills inside was gradually destroyed. Next, it was converted into pure blood energy and injected into Dongfeng Yuliang's body. Dongfeng Yuliang was a rank 5 Gu master. He had a peak stage aperture. Right now, his soul had already been cleansed by Dongfeng Naganori. Dongfeng Naganori's soul controlled his young body, focusing all his attention on his aperture. Under the infusion of blood energy, his aperture burst with a loud bang. Dongfeng Yuliang's aura, however, did not fall but rose instead. An astonishing transformation was happening, transcending mortality, advancing to Gu immortal realm. Crack. In the sky of the outside world, there was a sudden flash of lightning. In a few breaths of time, dark clouds rolled in the clear sky, covering an area of 1,000 li. The earth shook and rumbled. It was like millions of herds of cattle were trampling on the ground, causing dust to rise. Heaven and earth chi were stirred. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were formed. Someone is advancing to Gu immortal inside. What the hell is going on? The Gu immortals quickly stopped their attacks, feeling baffled. Crack, crack, crack. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning was azure gold in color, containing destructive power. The demonic path Gu immortals' expressions changed as they quickly retreated. Incredible. This is a heavenly wind lightning tribulation. How unlucky is this mortal below? He is not favored by heaven and earth. He has just advanced to Gu immortal, but he actually encountered such a powerful heavenly tribulation. What earthly calamity is this? The immortals retreated to the edge. watching from afar. They saw that around the ruined bat's corpse, there were countless round pits on the ground. The pits were unfathomably deep and pitch black. Boom, boom, boom. Pitch black lightning balls flew out of the pits, smashing onto the ruined bat's corpse and exploding. Lightning flashed. The iceberg only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was shattered by the countless lightning bolts, turning into ice shards that flew everywhere. This time, even the free scholar was moved. He was inwardly shocked. The heavenly tribulation is heavenly wind lightning. It is tyrannical and sharp. The earthly calamity is earth ghost lightning. It is unpredictable. These two great lightning tribulations are known as the twin lightning of heaven and earth. Once they combine, their power will rise sharply. Even the current me would have a headache if I were to encounter it. The twin lightning of heaven and earth combined, falling from above and exploding from below. The lightning was dazzling and dazzling, forming a purgatory of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning were densely packed. There were so many that they actually formed a huge lightning forest. The shattered ice shards completely disappeared. Not even a trace of frost energy remained. They were all destroyed by the lightning. This apocalyptic scene made the watching demonic path Gu immortals hold their breaths, their hearts feeling stifled. Inside the ruined bat's corpse, Kenyang Laojun had a solemn expression as he used all his strength to support the immortal killer move, Ultimate Afterglow. This mystical defensive killer move cautiously weakened the power of the twin lightning of heaven and earth. But even with all his strength, Kenyang Laojun could only weaken it by 15%. The red date immortal essence in his body was being expended rapidly. Soon, his forehead was covered in sweat. How can there be such a powerful lightning tribulation? Dongfang Naganori's Nebula muttered with a worried expression. This situation was almost the worst that he had expected. To think that he would encounter it in this possession attempt. His luck was truly terrible. The blood veil was being damaged intensely by the lightning strikes. The losses were so severe that Dongfang Naganori's Nebula felt great heartache. These losses would greatly affect the foundation of Dongfang Yuliang's immortal aperture. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours as time passed. The lightning tribulation not only did not show any signs of weakening, it was even getting stronger. The immemorial desolate beast-level ruined bat's corpse was destroyed beyond recognition. The surrounding space path downmarks were originally densely packed, but now they were all destroyed by the lightning path. Almost all of them were gone. Kenyang Laojun was already in a situation where he could not hold on. The huge loss of immortal essence made his mood heavy. That's right. The heavenly tribulation is so powerful. It is all because of you, Dongfang Naganori. Kenyang Laojun suddenly said. You Dongfang Naganori are already a dead person, according to fate's arrangement. Your soul should return to the door of life and death. How can you still be alive and kicking here? Not only do you want to revive, you even want to possess an immortal's body. This is truly heaven-defying. No wonder heaven and earth are enraged. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula's expression was solemn, but after hearing this he raised his eyebrows and laughed loudly. Ever since Red Lotus Immortal Venerable destroyed fate, the fate of all living beings in this world is in our hands. So what if it is heaven-defying? My fate is not up to heaven. I have planned this for a long time. I have done so much preparation and hard work. I will definitely succeed this time. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud crack. Originally, lightning was raining down and thunder rumbled endlessly, filling everyone's ears. But right now, this sound of thunder suppressed all the other lightning. It resounded in the sky and caused the Gu immortals' ears to buzz. Dongfang Naganori's nebula was shattered. A dazzling white light filled the sky and earth. Fang Yuan, Free Scholar and the other demonic path Gu immortals retreated in panic, and even Kenyang Laojun had no choice but to shut his eyes. Within the white light, a divine lightning suddenly struck down. This divine thunder was incomparably ferocious, sweeping everything in its path. In an instant, it destroyed the afterglow, exploded the blood veil, and headed straight for Dongfang Yuliang. The demonic path Gu immortals beside him were in an even worse state. The surrounding starlight specks were densely packed, attacking them from all directions. One starlight was not a big threat, but what about thousands of starlight specks? What about 100,000, a million, or even 10 million starlight specks? Especially when every speck of starlight contained a star thought. Even if the Gu immortals destroyed the starlight specks, the star thoughts would jump out and drill into the Gu immortals' minds. Even if the Gu immortals had defensive methods, with such endless starlight specks, they would definitely lose out after defending for a long time. Once the star thoughts entered their sea of consciousness, it would be a huge problem. If it was light, it would interfere with their thoughts, while if it was heavy, the thoughts would be destroyed, their movements would become sluggish, or even worse, their own thoughts would be completely suppressed by the star thoughts. Star thoughts would replace thinking, and the Gu immortal would temporarily become Dongfang Yuliang's puppet, being controlled by him. What are you doing? Beside Zhuozhan, a demonic path Gu immortal shouted angrily. Zhuozhan's face turned purple. Sorry, my attack suddenly changed direction. You want to snatch the wisdom path inheritance? You were actually corroded by the star thoughts in such a short time. You are truly a failure. The demonic path Gu immortal was almost hit. He was flustered and exasperated. What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? Zhuozhan was also furious. He shouted at the demonic path Gu immortal. Enough! Are you still fighting among yourselves? The urgent matter is to leave this place quickly. This is Hataru. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it gets. A Gu immortal said anxiously. Another Gu immortal retorted. Leave? What are you afraid of? The other party is ignoring a mere bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortal. We have so many people here, and Lord Free Scholar as well. Why are you so afraid? In my opinion, we should just charge in. Everyone was hesitant. They subconsciously looked towards Free Scholar. Pai Shuihan had already escaped. Fang Yuan was far away. Free Scholar, as the strongest and only rank 7 battle strength, was the leader of the group. This was not because everyone approved of Free Scholar's leadership, but because if the sky fell, the tallest person would hold it up. Free Scholar was the tallest person among them. They would have a higher chance of survival if they followed the strong. Free Scholar was also hesitant. He had fought with Dongfang Naganori before. He was defeated by this Hataru move. After his defeat, he learned his lesson and paid more attention to Dongfang Naganori's information. Thus his understanding of Hataru was much deeper than everyone else. He knew that Hataru was a wisdom path killer move. It had extraordinary power, and was created by Dongfang Naganori. The weakness of this move was hard to find out. Free Scholar only knew that as long as he entered the range of this move, he would be tricked. The Gu immortals' thoughts would form star thoughts. Under the influence of Hataru, these star thoughts would form specks of starlight and attack the Gu immortal. In an intense battle, Gu immortals would naturally have countless thoughts. Their minds would work rapidly and produce even more star thoughts. The more star thoughts there were, the greater their advantage would be. Especially when more Gu immortals entered the formation, more star thoughts would be produced. When the star thoughts corroded the Gu immortal's mind, they would become Dongfang Yuliang's puppet and have to fight for it. Even if they could not reach this level, they would still be affected by the star thoughts and make mistakes. Like earlier, Zhuozhan had almost injured others. Thus, Hataru's move was better at fighting one against many. It was weaker against a single strong enemy. Chapter 801. After making up his mind, the Free Scholar's aura surged as he shouted, "Fight! The other party is just one person. If you are a coward, you can retreat by yourself." 5 www. 23wx. Com. Good, we will follow Lord. As expected of Lord Free Scholar, with you around, what can Dongfang Yuliang do? The demons cheered. The Free Scholar waved his sleeves as a killer move burst out, clearing the surrounding starlight and charging towards Dongfang Yuliang. Come at me. Dongfang Yuliang did not fear the Free Scholar's rank 7 power. Instead of retreating, he went deep into the starlight. At once, starlight surged. It was like the sea of stars was surging. The waves were surging unceasingly. Dongfang Yuliang became the lord of the stars. He controlled countless starlight and created a grand star wave, fighting alone. This wave of slaughter caused the stars to flutter and light to scatter. Dongfang Yuliang was initially outnumbered and in imminent danger. But as time passed, the amount of starlight continued to increase, almost forming a lump. The starlight obscured their vision and interfered with their coordination. Star thoughts invaded their minds. The demonic Pathgu immortals made many mistakes. The more chaotic the battle, the more benefits Dongfang Yuliang had. The immortals were injured many times. They gradually did not dare to cooperate and fought alone. This greatly reduced the pressure on Dongfang Yuliang. Only the free scholar was unstoppable and unstoppable. He was Dongfang Yuliang's greatest enemy. Dongfang Yuliang avoided his attacks and did not dare to fight him head-on. The free scholar was repeatedly obstructed by the demonic Pathgu immortals. He was furious. This Dongfang Yuliang is so slippery. He is so young, but he is even more crafty than Dongfang Naganori. He has no flaws. It is as if he had practiced this killer move since birth. Dongfang Yuliang's inheritance is actually so mystical? Not far away, Kenyang Laojun was also inwardly shocked by Hataru's power. He had been concealing his traces and healing his injuries quietly. His eyes darted around from time to time. He looked at Feng Yuan and the others at the edge of the battlefield. He vaguely guessed Feng Yuan's identity and waited for Feng Yuan to jump into the battlefield. He was not good at chasing. However, with the help of Hataru, the chances of capturing and killing Feng Yuan would increase greatly. But Feng Yuan did not move from the start to the end, watching with folded arms. This made old Lord Kenyang feel anxious. He had to endure patiently. Immortal killer move, Thousand Disintegration. The free scholar couldn't win after a long battle, so he finally used his trump card. Dongfang Yuliang chuckled. He was already prepared for this move. Dongfang Yuliang moved swiftly like a butterfly. He dodged the glare. But at this moment, Dongfang Yuliang's body suddenly stopped, and Dongfang Wanqiu's angry roar came from his body. "Old bastard, I'll die with you." Saying so, Dongfang Yuliang changed direction and charged towards the killer move Thousand Disintegrations. This change was out of everyone's expectations. The power of Thousand Disintegrations was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Dongfang Yuliang charged head-on. This was simply suicide. At once, everyone was stunned and forgot to react. Even the free scholar was stunned as he watched Dongfang Yuliang collide with his killer move. Light of Thousand Disintegrations. It shone on Dongfang Yuliang's head and immediately melted Dongfang Yuliang's hair, then his skull. It went straight into his brain. At the moment of life and death, Kenyang Laojun roared. He could no longer heal his injuries and showed himself. He saved him. He attacked with one hand and defended with the other. The flames surged, setting off torrential heat waves that rushed toward the unfettered scholar. Chapter 804. Hei Lolan's expression became even more excited. She quickly replied, "Little ant, don't worry, I have already entered the pool and dug a hole underground." In the sky, Fairy Lishan suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash of the alliance agreement, but it was still within her bearable range. She casually wiped away the bloodstains and continued to send a secret message to He Lulan. "All right, I will scout for you from the sky. You can sneak over and be careful not to be discovered by other Gu immortals. Especially that fellow Fang Yuan. He is extremely shrewd and scheming. Even Pai Shuihan was toyed with by him. We have set up the Snowy Mountain Alliance with him. The time limit is approaching. You need to be on guard against him." "Of course," He Lulan quickly replied. Fang Yuan descended above the jade pool. His body stirred up strong winds that caused ripples to form on the surface of the pool. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. Although he did not have investigative immortal Gu, his mortal investigative methods were a generation ahead of the surrounding Gu immortals. He looked around and immediately confirmed that there was nothing in this deep pool other than the pool water. "So it is oil water." He frowned slightly. Oil water was naturally not ordinary water. It was a resource that could only be found in the depths of the sea. As a Gu refinement material, it was very common in Eastern Sea. In places like Northern Plains and Western Desert, it was rather rare. Small amounts of oil-water transactions were almost impossible to find in jewel yellow skies. That was because the profits were too low. Jewel yellow skies would take a lot of fees. It was not worth it. If jewel yellow skies had such transactions, it would be a huge portion of the profits, but it would only be earning money through hard work. And because the oil water produced in Eastern Sea was basically consumed by itself every year, this kind of huge transaction was very rare. It was also very rare. Dongfang tribe was not only storing oil water here. Their intention was ingenious. This pool was extremely deep. It was connected to the depths of the earth. It drew out traces of earth qi. Oil water itself was a resource produced in the deep sea, in the Great Earth Trench. The Dongfang tribe built this pool to make use of oil to produce oil. Every once in a while, they will draw fresh water and mix it in. Then they will make use of the earth's energy and the oil to continuously mix, gradually restoring the original density of the oil. Fang Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable. With a turn of his mind, he understood the operating method of the Dongfang tribe. Profits were not easy to obtain. They needed specific Gu worms. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Because of this, he also knew, in Eastern Sea, there was a small group of outstanding Gu masters who specialized in fishing for oil from the bottom of the sea. Gu worm recipes passed down from generation to generation. When used together, they could fish and extract this kind of oil. These people made a living from this. The main point of their Gu worms was to fish for profits. Their battle strength was not strong. However, their social status was relatively high, and they were generally welcomed by the big and small forces of the Eastern Ocean. Fang Yuan had gone to Eastern Sea in his previous life. At that time he had come into contact with an old Gu master who specialized in fishing for profits. The old Gu master was old and only had one granddaughter. She wanted to recruit Fang Yuan as her grandson-in-law and marry into his family. Unfortunately, in the end, Fang Yuan rejected it. Very soon, Fang Yuan's furrowed brows relaxed. He stretched out his index finger, pointing at the surface of the pool. With a light hook of his finger, the pool water surged up like a dragon. It obediently poured into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. On their backs, there was also a row of shark fins that resembled those on a shark's back. These shark fins formed a line that extended from the wolf's head to its tail. Although their speed was not fast, they were often used by Fang Yuan as a solid shield in the wolf formation. Of course, these mortal beasts could no longer attract Fang Yuan's interest. Fang Yuan's burning gaze landed on the leader of the wolf group. This was a huge shark fin wolf, over 10 meters tall. Its body shape was extremely smooth, a perfect combination of strength and beauty. At this moment, this shark fin wolf was crouching, its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp white teeth. Its lantern-like eyes stared fixedly at Fang Yuan, as if at the next moment, it would jump and pounce on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He could not help but want to subdue it. Although he did not have beast enslavement immortal Gu, he could use other methods. He could also slightly control this desolate beast. There was only one beast enslavement immortal Gu. It was kept in Langya Blessed Land. Using this goo to enslave desolate beasts showed its effect in an instant. The desolate beast could advance and retreat at will. This was a supreme masterpiece of enslavement path. Feng Yuan did not have beast enslavement immortal goo. Other enslavement path goo immortals naturally did not have it either. But when goo immortals use goo, they have their own methods and killer moves. It partially replaced the effect of beast enslavement immortal goo. For example, Flying Bear Phantom Goo was a unique method to enslave desolate beasts. Water Path, Fire Path, Light Path, Wisdom Path and others also had different methods. Otherwise, how could Dongfang Naganori control so many virtual beasts in the Battle of Taichio? The various sects were interconnected, but they were also interconnected. Between the sects, they had to learn from each other, interact with each other, and compete with each other. Only then could there be the current situation of goo masters with hundreds of flowers blooming. Even without such means, a desolate beast had been raised from a young age, and had developed feelings for it, only a sense of closeness. It could be used to protect oneself, and it could be released to kill enemies. Qifengyang's 9 Palace Crane Little 9 in the Crane Gate was a classic example of the relationship between man and beast. Of course, these methods could not compare to beast enslavement immortal goo. Enslavement path. Since it was a path, enslavement path's methods to enslave beast groups were naturally superior to other paths. Beside the deep pool, both sides confronted each other for a while, but the desolate beast shark fin wolf did not move. Feng Yuan's aura. It was like facing a great enemy, not daring to act rashly. Since that was the case, Feng Yuan took the initiative to attack. 2 strength path giant hands, one on the left and one on the right pressed down. The desolate beast shark fin wolf roared, and took a step back, a layer of glass water armor appearing on its body. At the next moment, it jumped into the air, even surpassing Feng Yuan's height. It opened its bloody mouth, and Feng Yuan felt a fishy wind assaulting him. Along with the fishy wind, countless water bullets were shot out from the desolate beast shark fin wolf's mouth. Feng Yuan did not dodge or evade. 2 strength path giant hands flew up to meet it. The water bullets rained down on the strength path giant hands, but they only caused a slight delay. These water bullets could not even be called mortal killer moves, let alone immortal killer moves. At the same time, the 2 strength path giant hands that had just flown up grabbed the desolate beast shark fin wolf's hind legs and pulled them down. The pitiful desolate beast shark fin wolf had just jumped into the air, and was still some distance away from its target, Feng Yuan, when it was pulled down. These worms would be nourished in the fish's belly. They would have a high chance of breaking through and becoming goo worms. Thus, air bubble fish had the ability to increase the number of worms producing goo worms. During the 5 Regions War, they became goods that all goo immortals chased after. This air bubble fish group is not small. In terms of the market price of jewel yellow skies, it is already half of the desolate beast shark fin wolf. Feng Yuan looked around. There were no demonic path goo immortals like Zhou Ping. He immediately activated pulling water immortal goo, and took away this group of air bubble fish along with the pool water. This group of air bubble fish became Fang Yuan's third most valuable gain. A bunch of thieves. You dare to rob my Dongfang tribe in broad daylight. At this time, Dongfang Naganori's furious shout spread throughout the whole of Jade Pool Blessed Land. Free Scholar's shout also resounded. Old Dongfang scoundrel, leave your pathetic life behind. Man proposes, heaven disposes. He had made his own arrangements. These demonic Path Gu immortals were far from his match. Even Kanyang Laojun could not escape being used as a chess piece. But the heavenly tribulation's strength was beyond his expectations. Earlier he had only forcefully suppressed the 8 Gu immortals' wills. He had not gotten rid of them completely. Now that the Pros Carp group was taken away by Fang Yuan, Dongfang Ikong's will was provoked by this strong external factor. It broke through the suppression and emerged. Forget about these 8 Gu immortals' wills. But with their support, the original will in this body had gradually accumulated and formed a scale. Even though Dongfang Yuliang's soul was destroyed, the remnant soul fragments were scattered in every corner of his body, forming his will. Thoughts, wills, and emotions had no difference in quality, they were only different in quantity. Dongfang Yuliang's will had already accumulated to about the same level as the other 8 Gu immortals. And most importantly, this body was his to begin with. If his will flared up, the threat it posed would be several times higher than the other Dongfang tribe Gu immortals. Dongfang Naganori let out a deep sigh. He raised Minuscule Mountain, and used the immortal killer move turn big into small to weaken the 6 strength path giant hands, before easily dispersing them. Fang Yuan shouted from afar. What are you waiting for? The other party has already been separated. Why don't you take this chance to kill him? The other demonic Path Gu immortals had rich battle experience. How could they not see the opportunity? Fang Yuan had just shouted when Pai Shuihan, Free Scholar, and the rest had already made their move. Divine Lord Tian Du, Shi Ho, Lu Qingming Hirua, and the rest surrounded and occupied the terrain, sealing off all possible escape routes for Dongfang Naganori. At this point, the demonic immortals had already formed a basic tacit understanding. They could cooperate in basic battle tactics. Even though it was just basic, the pressure it brought to Dongfang Naganori was huge. Kanyang Laojun was about to explode in anger. He did not expect Dongfang Naganori to lose control again. Originally, he and Dongfang Naganori were fighting side by side. They were close to each other and could help each other. But now, Dongfang Naganori charged out alone. He was surrounded by the demonic immortals while he himself was blocked outside. Dongfang Naganori, what happened to you? At the same time, Minuscule Mountain was shaking. The Mini-Mangu immortal's questioning voice could be heard. The shocking turn of events just now had also frightened him. It's fine. Dongfang Naganori replied while dealing with the attacks from both sides. You are quite calm. Can't you see so many people attacking you? The Mini-Mangu immortal was going crazy. Persevere. Kanyang Laojun was extremely anxious. He charged forward and wanted to regroup with Dongfang Naganori. I will stop him. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He chuckled and could not help but laugh. He had just schemed against someone else, but at the next moment he was schemed against by his ally. Although he had signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance with Fairy Lishan and He Lulan, the alliance did not state who could order others around. But right now he was putting on an act in front of everyone. In order to show that he was unfathomable, he had already put on an act several times to make the demons wary. Now was not the time to undermine him, he had to continue acting. On Fairy Lishan's side, her situation was already very dire. She used Wood Path in battle, while Kanyang Laojun was a Fire Path Gu immortal. Be it his fighting style or methods, he countered Fairy Li Shan. Dongfang Naganori understood. In a battle of wills, he could not be discouraged, he could not relax, he could not waver in the slightest. Not only did he not waver, he became even more determined, and his fighting spirit soared. The battle strength of his will rose sharply. This was the indomitable spirit that he had tempered through countless trials and tribulations. The will to fight and resist. It had already fused into his bones. At once his will counterattacked. They surged down from the sea of consciousness, pushing down the defensive line. Both sides used Dongfang Yuliang's body as the battlefield. Dongfang Yuliang's head was the base of Dongfang Naganori's will. Earlier, he was almost forced back to his base by the 9 wills. But now they were pushing down, the defensive line went from his head to his neck, all the way to his chest. The Gu Immortal's wills became even more furious. They formed a defense that was like a tortoise shell, firmly occupying his chest and not moving. The battle of wills fell into a deadlock. 8 Gu Immortal wills surrounded Dongfang Yuliang's will. They were like 8 thick shields, protecting him. Dongfang Yuliang's total will was rising steadily. All 10 wills. Only Dongfang Naganori's and Dongfang Yuliang's wills could continue to recover. This was because the former possessed the body. His soul resided in the body and occupied the sea of consciousness. He could continuously replenish his wills. The latter was the original owner of this body. It was most compatible with the body. The entire body was Dongfang Yuliang's nest. As long as the body did not die, the will would slowly recover. In this dangerous battle of wills, victory or defeat depended on the wills of Dongfang Naganori and Dongfang Yuliang. In comparison, the 8 Gu Immortals' wills were strong and solid. But they had no source. They could see the key to victory or defeat. They chose to sacrifice themselves to protect Dongfang Naganori's will, allowing him to grow stronger. Oh no, I purposely left my heavy injuries untreated. I wanted to slow down Dongfang Yuliang's will's recovery. But if this continues, my will continue to fall, while Dongfang Yuliang's will is recovering. Thinking of this, Dongfang Naganori became even calmer. He was even more indifferent. He knew that if this continued, only death awaited him. Right now he could only fight to the death, using his will to infect the wills and destroy them from the inside. This method was the most vicious among the vicious, the most dangerous among the dangerous. But there is no other way. Then come. Dongfang Naganori shouted in his mind. All of his wills that were gathered together suddenly dispersed, turning into a river that swept over and devoured the other 9 wills, wrapping them tightly. Their wills swayed, their fighting spirit surged. Everyone's persistence collided at this moment. The hatred of killing him is irreconcilable. The Gu Immortals' wills shouted. My Dongfang tribe was destroyed in your hands. Dongfang Yuliang's anger soared to the sky. Dongfang Naganori's will, however, was as calm as ice. As long as I am alive, I can lead Dongfang tribe to rise again. Do you think I do not feel heartache? Do you still remember the story in The Legends of Renzu? In order to walk out of the abyss of normalcy, Renzu could even abandon his own daughter. How could he abandon her? It is clearly self-Gu causing trouble. Dongfang Yuliang's will retorted. Dongfang Naganori sneered. Whose self-Gu is that? That is Renzu's self-Gu. That is Runzu's deepest thought. To escape from normalcy, he can abandon his wife and children, not to mention a mere tribe? Dirty and despicable person, everything he sees is dirty and despicable. The Gu immortals' wills shouted together. After checking the traces, I found that you were not far away, digging an underground cave and hiding here. This was all luck. This is not luck. Dongfang Naganori shook his head. Your immortal killer move can create 30 clones, but it did not stall you for long. I purposely left Chieshermin's corpse untouched, and let go of his immortal goo. The traces were obvious, but you did not chase after them. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. This underground cave's upper level is an ordinary pink flower rabbit nest, but it did not fool you. Your intelligence is far more terrifying than your strength. Strange, why did you not cultivate wisdom path, but strength path instead? Fang Yuan's lips twitched. Heh, is this considered a dying man's words being kind? Dongfang Naganori shook his head again. He smiled. It is a pity you were too late. If you were earlier, just a few breaths of time. I was in a battle of wills. It was extremely dangerous. I could not care about anything else. I could not resist at all. But now, Dongfang Naganori dragged out his words, but his expression showed intense confidence. As expected of the #1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan saw this and praised him. He could not help but praise him. His tone was calm, there was no killing intent in it. As if he had met a good friend, his tone became warmer. Man proposes, God disposes. If this method fails, I will retreat immediately. I will avoid you in the future. Saying so, he took out a person from his immortal aperture. It was a young girl. Her skin was smooth, her eyes were clear like autumn water. She wore a light yellow dress. She was graceful and gentle. This was Dongfang Qingyu. When Fang Yuan used the Strength Path giant hand to capture the Dongfang tribesmen, he accidentally found her and secretly stuffed her into his immortal aperture. Seeing this girl, Dongfang Naganori's expression changed. In an instant, even this physical body reacted. The will that was about to dissipate in his body suddenly became extremely strong. It flew into the sky and instantly seized control. Sister! He shouted. But in just a breath of time, Dongfang Yuliang's will was suppressed again. Dongfang Naganori regained control. His eyes spewed fire as he looked at Fang Yuan with shock and anger. Fang Yuan laughed. He had a plan. Dongfang Yuliang, your sister is in my hands, watch carefully. Saying so, he stretched out his zombie claw and grabbed the girl's left shoulder, ripping it. Crack. Dongfang Qingyu's body shook. She was stunned before letting out a sharp scream of pain. Her entire left arm was torn off. Blood was spewing out from the huge wound. Dongfang Naganori's pupils shrunk to pin size. He shouted, "Damn it!" Before he finished speaking, he lost control again. It was Dongfang Yuliang's turn. Sister. I will kill you. You dared to injure her. You actually dared to injure her. Dongfang Yuliang screamed intensely. He fell into madness. Tears were flowing out of his eyes. Good girl, just like this. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, sending out a Strength Path giant hand. The giant hand was about to grab Dongfang Yuliang, but at this moment, a light pillar appeared from his body. The light pillar blocked the Strength Path giant hand. Dongfang Naganori shouted in fear and anger. A Grand Gu immortal actually attacked a mortal, so despicable. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. His monstrous claw landed. With a muffled sound, he directly pressed Dongfang Qingyu's head into her chest. Sister. Dongfang Yuliang screamed with all his might. He had suffered the most cruel blow in his life. Dongfang Naganori lost control. The defensive light pillar dissipated. Boom. Fang Yuan squeezed with his large hand, turning Dongfang Yuliang's body into meat paste. Dongfang Naganori's soul wanted to escape, but he had just gone through an intense battle. His soul was extremely weak. How could he escape? Feng Yuan easily captured him. He had obtained the inheritance of the current #1 wisdom immortal in Northern Plains. An intense fluctuation erupted. Once a Gu immortal dies, their immortal aperture will land on the ground, turning into an ownerless blessed land. Feng Yuan had expected this. He used his methods to conceal this fluctuation. He squinted as he watched the blessed land form. He did not forcefully enter. When the blessed land completely landed, Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He looked at it deeply before turning around and leaving. Dongfeng Naganori's soul saw that Feng Yuan was still here, and was not lured to Jade Pool Blessed Land. He felt even colder. Feng Yuan's soul searched for a long time this time. Dongfeng Naganori's soul resisted even more intensely. Feng Yuan's soul searching was only a mortal method. It was much more difficult. But Feng Yuan was very patient. If one time did not work, he would do it 10 times, 100 times. After a long time of soul searching, Feng Yuan obtained Dongfeng Naganori's memories of modifying the immemorial ruin bat's corpse. Not only did he know the enslavement path method to control phantom beasts, he even obtained the secret of turning the Gu formation into a phantom. Regardless of which, they were both extremely valuable. Chapter 8:16. The joy on Feng Yuan's face was completely revealed. He did not conceal it. The phantom Gu formation is something that Dongfeng Naganori deduced based on some ancient documents. His phantom path attainment level should be master level. To be able to modify the immemorial ruin bat's corpse into a corpse mountain fortress, his space path attainment level should also be master level. He is truly not simple. Feng Yuan was especially interested in how to control the phantom beast army. Several desolate level phantom beasts, even though they were rank 6, could use their phantom transformation ability to stall rank 7 Gu immortals. Feng Yuan could not help but think. If he had such a large army, his battle strength would definitely rise by a lot. After thinking about it, he found that the method to control the phantom beast army was not very useful. The most important condition was to modify the immemorial ruin bat's corpse into a corpse mountain. After that, he could use the corpse mountain as his base, and use the immemorial ruin bat's identity to control this phantom beast army. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. This Dongfeng Naganori still wants to harm me. He knows that I can pull a mountain. He wants to use the ruin bat corpse mountain to lure me to take the risk. Ever since the ruin bat corpse mountain was mostly destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the aura that deterred all beasts also dissipated. That place has already become a feast for many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts to feast on the ruin bat corpse. If I go to pull a mountain, I will be snatching food from these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. I will not do it with wisdom. Feng Yuan rested for a while before soul-searching Dongfeng Naganori for the 3rd time. Dongfeng Naganori was filled with anger and hatred towards Feng Yuan. It was this person in front of him who made all of his plans go up in smoke. All of his plans to rule over the world disappeared. All of his hard work went up in smoke. It was like a dream. Even though he had great foresight and countless schemes, he had fallen to this point. He had nothing to rely on. The gap between the two was too huge. These two schemes were very crude. They were used to make use of human greed to lure the enemy into making mistakes. This was completely different from Dongfeng Naganori's schemes when he was alive. But Dongfeng Naganori was only left with his soul. It was understandable that he had fallen short. Feng Yuan didn't fall for it. After a good rest, the third soul search began. Finally, he found what he wanted the most, Dongfeng Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. What surprised Feng Yuan was that Dongfeng Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was actually related to star constellation Immortal Venerable. Of course, it was not an inheritance left by star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. If it was the Venerable Immortal himself who stayed behind, Dongfeng Naganori would not end up like this. It turned out that this inheritance was left behind by a rank 8 star path Gu Immortal of the ancient Central Continent Celestial Court. He was skilled in exploring secrets. After obtaining some of star constellation Immortal Venerable's secrets, he analyzed her abilities and imitated them. This Gu Immortal was a star path Gu Immortal, but he cultivated wisdom path. Thus, the foundation of this wisdom path inheritance was star thought Gu, from star to wisdom. It was very close to the star Tao. Even the refinement of star thought Gu used starlight Gu as the main material. The more Feng Yuan understood, the greater the surprise in his heart. He felt that this adventure was worth it. It turned out that this wisdom path inheritance did not have any other strong points, but it was best at deducing and deducing. Dongfeng Naganori relied on this to deduce the phantom formation, controlling the phantom beast army and other methods. Chapter 8:17. Feng Yuan asked the land spirit about the arrangements for Dongfeng tribe's Gu master captives. Although Feng Yuan killed Dongfeng Qingyu and the rest, he still had a group of about 1 to 200 Dongfeng tribesmen. The land spirit replied. She had temporarily opened up an underground prison. It was deep underground, located near a Stoneman tribe. She also asked if she should sell these captives. These people were not easy to control and make use of. They would not listen obediently, forcing them to refine Gu and work like hairy men. If they were not careful, they might be killed and cause trouble. Feng Yuan shook his head, instructing. Land Spirit has already seized all the mortal Gu in their hands and locked them up. Feed them some food every day and treat them like pets. He has other uses for these captives. He is not in a hurry to deal with them. Yes, master. How many immortal Yuan stones do I have? Feng Yuan asked again. 137. Land Spirit immediately replied. Feng Yuan nodded unknowingly. His immortal Yuan stones had broken through the 100 checkpoint. The biggest reason was that the Guts Gu trade had doubled. Not counting the profits, there was a total of 92 immortal Yuan stones in profit every month. Thus, breaking through the 100 checkpoints had become easy. During this period, Feng Yuan instructed the land spirit to pay attention to jewel yellow skies. If there were any cheap fox groups, buy them at a low price and raise them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, fully displaying Hu Immortal Blessed Land's strength and increasing its foundation. Little Hu Immortal made a few moves and bought 2 to 3 batches of fox groups. If not for this, the accumulation of immortal Yuan stones would have been even higher. Doing a monopoly business like Guts Gu, the supply was not enough to meet the demand. Earning immortal Yuan stones was indeed easy. Feng Yuan thought about it. He kept 20 immortal Yuan stones in case of emergencies, and took out 70 to convert green grape immortal essence. The series of battles to obtain the Wisdom Path inheritance had used up his 77 green grape immortal essence beads. He needed to replenish them urgently. The rest was given to Little Hu Immortal. She was in charge of Star Thought Gu refinement. The immortal Yuan stones given to her were to be used to purchase large amounts of Gu refinement materials. Forget about the oil and water. I intend to use it during the early stages of the refinement path convention. Air bubble fish were also not sold. They were used to increase the production of starlight firefly Gu. The prose carp was very valuable, but the quantity was scarce, so he had to wait for a suitable buyer. However, the eerie fire dragon pythons, the regretful spiders, and the dragonfish were all projects that could be managed in large quantities. Especially the arowana. I can sell it directly, Feng Yuan thought. These 3. He appeared at the right time. All along, Fang Yuan only had one source of income. That was the guts goo trade. Monopolizing the trade was like hugging onto a golden thigh. But there was only one guts goo after all. The production of guts goo was limited. Fang Yuan's immortal Yuan stone was being used carefully. Although he had escaped from the dangerous state of becoming an immortal, he had already established himself and achieved a balance of income and expenditure. But he didn't have the strength to go any further. The current Fang Yuan did not dare to refine immortal goo. He didn't have any foundation or strength. Next, Fang Yuan had to move forward. He had to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive. He had to deduce all sorts of goo recipes and killer moves. He had to deal with all sorts of enemies. He had to cultivate wisdom path. He had to do all sorts of things. One source of income could not satisfy his growing needs. You're just throwing your life away by directly using this possession technique. I'm the best example of that. But now that I have the most precious experience, I can modify the method again. I will definitely succeed. In fact, if not for you guys, I would have already succeeded. How about it? We can cooperate. Dongfang Naganori suggested to cooperate with Fang Yuan. He sensed that Fang Yuan wanted to revive. In fact, there was no immortal zombie that did not want to obtain a new life. Before Fang Yuan could speak, he continued. If we cooperate, both of us will benefit. If we separate, both of us will suffer. What are you worried about? I am just a soul. Do you think I can harm you? As he spoke, he kept encouraging Fang Yuan, but also had a hint of provocation. Fang Yuan smiled. As expected of Dongfang Naganori, you were silent earlier. I thought you had completely admitted defeat. I didn't expect you to jump out the moment you saw a chance and hope. This is worth learning from. Oh, I said it before, you and I are the same type of people. We both have ambitions and aspirations. The soul fluctuated again. But Fang Yuan's words changed. Precisely because we are the same type of people, I will not keep you alive. Don't worry, once I squeeze out all of your remaining value, I will destroy your soul and make you disappear from this world. The fewer people like us, the better. Dongfang Naganori's soul was stunned. He did not expect Fang Yuan to have such deep and resolute killing intent towards him. His soul fluctuated again. He did not want to give up. He forced a smile. Ha ha ha, you can't fool me, you are moved. Fang Yuan nodded. Of course I am moved. I believe you have the ability to modify this possession method, because you have master-level blood path attainment, phantom path attainment, grandmaster-level wisdom path attainment, and the most precious possession experience. My attainment level is far from yours. Even if I obtain your wisdom path inheritance, I cannot modify this method. The attainment levels of using goo were divided into 4 levels. They were Ordinary Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster. Master level was to raise the use of goo worms to the level of an art. One had to have abundant talent, as well as continuous training and accumulation to be able to reach this level. Grandmaster level was to have an extremely profound grasp of a path. Their foundation was so deep that they could comprehend other paths by analogy, using their own paths methods to obtain the advantages of other paths. Great Grandmasters were even more amazing. They were people at the peak. Not just in this world, even in the entire history of humanity, it was very rare. Dongfang Naganori was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, Flying Quasi-Grandmaster, Phantom Path Master, Space Path Master, Soul Path Master, Enslavement Path Master, and Blood Path Master. Fang Yuan was a Blood Path Grandmaster, Strength Path Grandmaster, Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster, Flying Quasi-Grandmaster, Enslavement Path Master, and Transformation Path Master. As for Soul Path, Space Path, Time Path, Dream Path, and others, they were all ordinary. He had never touched upon Phantom Path. It was a blank slate. Normally speaking, goo immortals were at least Flying Master. Because flying was very important. Even if they could not grasp it when they were mortals, after becoming goo immortals, they would practice a lot and grasp the ability to fly. Fang Yuan might have 2 paths and was a grandmaster, but one was his 500 years of accumulation in his previous life, the other was his rebirth advantage. He took risks and had many fortuitous encounters to achieve this. Everyone had their own specialties. Fang Yuan's attainment level was not enough to deduce and modify possession techniques. But Dongfang Naganori was a professional. Precisely because of this, Dongfang Naganori could not do it while Fang Yuan could. After the auction, with the rank 8 Gu Immortals as the leaders, all the forces discussed. Northern Plains Gu Immortal world was no longer as chaotic. There were new rules and structures. But because of Shadow Sect and the Central Continent Gu Immortals, undercurrents were still surging. Because of Fang Yuan's disturbance, the super force Dongfang tribe was destroyed. Northern Plains Gu Immortal world did not calm down for long before intense commotion broke out again. At this moment, countless Gu Immortals of the righteous and demonic paths surrounded Jade Pool Blessed Land. It was a mess. Northern Plains' situation could be said to be a mess. In fact, ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, Northern Plains had not stopped. It had completely deviated from its original trajectory. With his previous life's memories as a comparison, this situation made Fang Yuan feel. Northern Plains seemed to have been ruined by him. Fang Yuan took a risk this time. And with luck he obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance. He wanted to peacefully develop for a period of time, and help Hu Immortal Blessed Land undergo tribulation. Using the Wisdom Path inheritance, he comprehended the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. The situation outside was too tense, it was better not to show himself. But White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu's allure was too shocking. Fang Yuan knew that even though he had some methods to maintain it, Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was starving to its limit. It needed White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to feed it. But Immortal Gu are unique. Even though they are precious, Cleanse Soul is not something that I cannot live without. I have Self-Strength Immortal Gu as the core. Even if Cleanse Soul is destroyed, it will not harm me. Of course, if it can be used together with Self-Strength, the killer move Myriad Self's power will double. And it can also strengthen my soul foundation. Fang Yuan hesitated. Cleanse Soul was good, but it was not enough for him to risk his life to save it. Immortal Gu were external objects. His own life was the most precious. Fang Yuan had always been clear on this point. He had never been blinded by greed. A few days later, Northern Plains, near the place where Gu Immortal Si Shermin died. From time to time, Gu Immortals would appear, some demonic and some righteous. After staying here for a while, some left quickly, searching for the remnant Immortal Gu aura in the air. Some tried to explore the blessed land that Xie Shermin left behind, but after failing, they left dejectedly. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were hiding far away, observing the situation while communicating with their divine senses. The target hasn't appeared yet? Since the other party was able to kill Dongfang Naganori, and even made arrangements here to conceal the blessed land left behind by Dongfang Naganori, it's impossible for the other party to kill Dongfang Naganori. He just didn't want to be discovered. It's very likely that he wants to conquer this blessed land. He also knows that a long night is fraught with trouble, so he should be back. That's no longer possible. We have been secretly guarding this place for so many days. Perhaps the other party has already noticed our whereabouts. We might as well take this opportunity to go to Jade Pool Blessed Land, Ling Mei said. Do you think my Black Heaven Temple's signature immortal killer move knows White Defend Black cannot hide from you, and will be easily detected? Old Man Tian Long snorted in displeasure. Fairy Ling Mei was silent. She knew that her words earlier were too rash. Black Heaven Temple was also one of the 10 great ancient sects. Their reputation needed to be protected at all times. They could not be easily offended. Fairy Ao Shui, who was beside Fairy Ling Mei, said, I heard that a 10,000 Li Zoisha horse actually appeared in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Her words were subtle, but the underlying meaning was clear. She was agreeing with Fairy Ling Mei's suggestion. She was also looking forward to the riches in Jade Pool Blessed Land. These mere goods are able to attract everyone's attention? Don't forget what we are here for. This immortal zombie is very suspicious. His strength path battle strength is quite high. He is likely to be the immortal zombie we are looking for. Sha Huang. Kanyang Laojun was hidden at the side, interrupting. Just riches? You speak so casually. Even if Dongfang tribe is inferior to us sex, they are still a superforce. Their foundation is definitely much deeper than ours. Oh, you, Kanyang, gained a lot this time. The rewards for the Crane Gate mission were even more generous. It is fine if you eat your fill, but you want us to starve as well. Isn't this too much? Chen Jinqi was full of resentment. He hadn't even finished his sex mission yet, but something like this had happened, and he had been summoned by Feng Jioga. Many others were in the same situation as him. Others were afraid of Kanyang Laojuan's life-chasing fire, but he was not afraid. He was a flying grandmaster. He had immortal killer moves. Even if he was hit by the life-chasing fire, he could escape it. In Central Continent's Gu immortal world, there was a saying, "Flap my wings to the 9 heavens, come and go in a flash of smoke." Flap my wings to the 9 heavens referred to Chen Jinqi. He could fly high into the immemorial 9 heavens. Heaven and earth could not restrict him. The latter, come and go in a flash of smoke, referred to heavenly lotus sex Gu immortal Buffet Yen. It meant that this female immortal could move freely and agilely. She was like a wisp of nimble and dancing cloud. This time, the female Gu immortal Buffet Yen had also come to Northern Plains. She was representing one of the 10 great ancient sects, Heavenly Lotus Sect, to participate in the investigation of the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. At this time, Central Continent's 2 flying grandmasters were gathered here. Chen Jinqi spoke, but Buffet Yen remained silent. She did not speak. But Old Oracle helped. Jade Pool Blessed Land was easily taken down. The main reason is that the rank 6 immortal Gu House thatched hut went missing mysteriously. It is not that I am jealous of those resources, but I deduced that there are clues to the culprit in this Jade Pool Blessed Land. Thatched hut. I prefer to call it by its original name, Thatched Hut. Speaking of which, this hut was created by 3 thatched demon immortal in the late antiquity era. He spent almost his entire life's fortune on it. In his later years, he used this to move unhindered in Northern Plains, becoming an overlord. 3 thatched demon immortal gave birth to a daughter. He doted on her. At that time, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortal Dongfang Yu fell in love with this woman. He left the righteous path and joined the demonic path. The Central Continent Gu immortals breathed in deeply. These were all experts with great courage. When they heard Feng Jioga's order, they felt a sense of nervousness and excitement that they had not felt in a long time. They quickly increased their speed. Howl! Midway through the flight, an ancient desolate beast suddenly fell from the sky with a wail. The Central Continent Gu immortals quickly dodged. This is the remnant heavenly hound. The immortals recognized the origin of this ancient desolate beast. Their gazes were fixed. With a loud sound, the remnant heavenly hound crashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a huge crater. It struggled for a while before becoming motionless. The remnant heavenly hound actually fell from white heaven. How can the might of a rank 8 be so fierce? Just the aftermath of the battle caused the remnant heavenly hound to die so tragically. Be careful. As soon as the warning sounded, hailstones began to fall from the sky. These hailstones were as large as mountains. They covered an area of 1,000 li. The cold air was bone-chilling. All living beings were frozen to death. The Central Continent Gu immortals had no choice but to take a detour. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, brushing past the sleeves of the Central Continent Gu immortal, Old Oracle. Old Oracle let out a scream. He quickly pulled himself out of the dazzling lightning. His body was almost gone, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. After a while, as they got closer to snowy mountain-blessed land, a small burst of eerie wind blew. The central continent Gu immortals' souls swayed. They were almost falling out of their bodies. The higher the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the greater the difference between one rank. The difference between rank 8 and 7 was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was rare to see a rank 7 fight against a rank 8 since ancient times. For so many years, the huge central continent only had one person like Feng Jioga. The central continent Gu immortals were blown all over the place. They barely managed to avoid being exposed, but their expressions were very ugly. All sorts of signs showed that the battle strength of Northern Plains rank 8 Gu immortals surpassed Central Continent's rank 8s. Central Continent had more rank 8 Gu immortals than Northern Plains. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains had the least rank 8 Gu immortals. This was because Northern Plains had frequent battles. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains Gu immortals had the highest death rate. In Northern Plains, those who could carve a bloody path out of encirclement and stand at the peak of rank 8 were naturally not ordinary people. He had to be a hero among heroes. It was impossible for him to have a single strand of luck. Chapter 822. Feng Yuan was an astute person. He immediately shook his head. These two matters have completely different values. To you, Tai Bai Yunqing's landscape as before is necessary. To us, it can defend against the earthly calamity. Furthermore, snowy mountain-blessed land is under old ancestor Shuehu's control. He Lulan did not join snowy mountain-blessed land. You are only an outsider. You can no longer stay there. You can use the excuse of defending against the earthly calamity to temporarily stay in my Hu immortal blessed land. I have not collected your rent yet, but you want to use this to pay the price of Tai Bai Yunqing's help. Feng Yuan immediately exposed He Lulan's awkward situation. He Lulan had thick skin. She laughed and continued to argue with Feng Yuan. Both sides argued. After a while, they finally came to an agreement. He Lulan would stay with Feng Yuan for this period of time, contributing her strength for free. During this period of time, He Lulan did not have a share in the Guts Gu gains. At the same time, Hu immortal blessed land was facing the earthly calamity. He Lulan had to do her best to help Feng Yuan defend against it. This transaction was completed, but Fairy Li Shan was not in a hurry to leave. She talked to Feng Yuan about immortal materials. Feng Yuan obtained countless immortal materials in the auction. Fairy Li Shan wanted to buy them to deal with old ancestor Shuehu's resource collection mission. Fairy Li Shan obtained minuscule mountain. Old ancestor Shuehu only borrowed it to take a look. He did not take it for himself. After old ancestor Shuehu defeated the 2 rank 8s, snowy mountain blessed land's status immediately rose. Its reputation in the Gu immortal world reached an unprecedented peak. Old ancestor Shuehu summoned Fairy Li Shan. He thought that she blocked Yao Huang and protected minuscule mountain. He requested Fairy Li Shan to increase her contribution points, and gave her many missions to collect immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan was in an awkward situation. He had just obtained Fengsuan Mountain. Although he had asked Tai Bai Yunqing to help him restore Fengsuan Mountain, he still had a large sum of money left. However, he was still heavily injured. Originally, she had used Mountain Pledge Gu to accumulate a lot of savings, and was very wealthy. However, due to the fact that he had invested heavily in He Lulan, his savings had been rapidly depleted, and had already dried up. Cultivating on one's own would consume countless resources. It was already very difficult. Many Gu immortals did not have a source of income. They could not make ends meet. They could only work for others and run around. Even if there was a financial pillar, there would always be profits and losses in business. Things like mountain alliance vows and guts-goo transactions were rare. How could they be common? Most importantly, there were also natural disasters and earthly tribulations. After a single one, many of their operations and efforts would be for naught. Heavenly tribulations and earthly disasters occurred one after another. Even if the Gu immortals made it through, they would usually feel disheartened when they see the ruined immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan was very bold. She supported herself. He also strongly supported He Lulan. He Lulan did not have a source of income. The huge demand for the two of them to cultivate was all on her. No matter how bold she was, her financial resources were also starting to run out. However, other than immortal yuan stone and immortal materials, Fairy Li Shan still had many other things. A lot of precious information. The value was very high. Fairy Li Shan had a lot of connections. She was the most outstanding information collector. The immortal materials that Feng Yuan had. He wanted to use them for the refinement path convention. But since he had enough of them, he could sell some to Fairy Li Shan. Not long after, it spread throughout the 5 regions. Feng Yuan had heard of it in his previous life. It was called Kai. The effect of the killer move was to delay the damage, giving the Gu immortals some time to find a way to heal themselves. For example, if a Gu immortal was implanted with Kai and suffered a fatal blow, the injury would not act up immediately, it would only erupt after some time. This would give the Gu immortal a lot of chances to find help. During this time, the Gu immortal could escape, to get a chance to rest and save themselves, to fly back to their comrades, to get help from others. Even if they had to die, they could give their own cultivation resources to their juniors, placing their blessed land in a hidden location. They would not be helping the enemy. Northern Plains Gu immortals had great battle strength, but they were fewer in numbers than Central Continent. Central Continent had taken the initiative to attack first. They set up traps and killed a group of Northern Plains Gu immortals, causing Northern Plains Gu immortals to be suppressed and defeated. But with the appearance of Kai, Northern Plains Gu immortal casualties fell sharply. It affected the battle situation to a large extent. In the end, it caused Central Continent and Northern Plains to be in a deadlock, causing Central Continent's plan to quickly attack Northern Plains and take over this region to be destroyed. If it is really Night King Z, then Fairy Li Shan's immortal killer move that can delay the damage from violating the oath is probably Kai. Fairy Li Shan's connections really cannot be underestimated. To be able to get this lone cultivator to help, I wonder what price she paid. Feng Yuan felt that this possibility was not small. Among Gu immortals, there were many who hid their tracks. They did not participate in battles. They did not gather. They cultivated in seclusion. Many people, even though they had obtained many astonishing achievements, died and fell. They were not known by the world. For example, the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He had hidden himself deeply when he was alive. His reputation was unknown. Only when Starry Sky Grotto Heaven appeared did his profound cultivation level show. There were actually many such Gu immortals. Rank 6, rank 7. There were even rank 8s. At least, Feng Yuan knew that Northern Plains had more than 5 rank 8 Gu immortals. But they were hidden. Feng Yuan thought of Zishan Makoto. This mysterious Gu immortal did not show any traces of him even during the 5 regions' chaotic war. He could not help but sigh. There are so many rivers and rivers, there are so many experts in the world. Fairy Li Shan did not reveal any information about Night King Z from start to finish. This transaction was settled. No matter what price she had to pay, she had achieved her original goal. Fairy Li Shan brought a batch of immortal materials back to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. In the following period of time, she would focus on recuperating and dealing with the backlash from violating the alliance agreement. She would also go around collecting information on how to raise Miniman tribes, hoping to gain benefits as soon as possible. As for He Lulan, she stayed behind. Feng Yuan brought her along as they flew. In a short while, they arrived at their destination. The two looked down from the sky. They saw that on the wide ground, there were lush green grass, there were 3 gigantic black and gray buildings. These were the 3 stone nests in who immortal blessed land. There were countless rooms in the stone nests. Each room had at least one hairy man who was refining goo continuously. It was bustling with activity and order. This was a large-scale goo refinement base, created using the concept of an industrial assembly line on Earth. Chapter 8:24. Forget it. To be safe, I will use all of these to feed it. Cleanse soul immortal goo is already very hungry. It is very weak. If I don't feed it now, it will starve to death. As for the next feeding, I can only wait for the future. Feng Yuan was a demonic path cultivator. He liked to take risks, but he did not take risks blindly. He had to weigh the benefits and risks. Holding on to a fluke mentality, thinking that his luck was good, and taking risks, he would often be taught a lesson by the cruel reality. Cleanse soul immortal goo was in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. It was only the size of an adult's fist. It was like a tadpole. Its entire body was gray and shriveled. It was lying on the ground motionlessly. Feng Yuan willed, using the power of goo worms, he cut open the white lotus giant silkworm goo, taking out the flesh and blood and sending it to cleanse soul immortal goo. Cleanse soul immortal goo's body shook slightly. It did not have any strength to climb up and eat. Feng Yuan could only place cleanse soul immortal goo on the flesh. Cleanse soul immortal goo moved restlessly for a moment. Before calming down, it quietly swallowed the blood on the flesh bit by bit. After a while, the blood entered its stomach. It finally had some strength. It opened its mouth wider, and started to eat the white lotus giant silkworm goo's tender flesh and blood. It ate more and more. Its shriveled body was like an inflated balloon, gradually recovering its plumpness. His grayish-white body also showed a trace of gloomy luster. When all of the white lotus giant silkworm goo were killed, and cleanse soul immortal goo finished eating their flesh and blood, cleanse soul immortal goo was no longer as weak as before. It could already fly freely in the air. It was like a gray tadpole. Its round head was like a half-blown balloon. Its tail was wagging behind its head. It was swimming slowly. It was like an old man, weak and feeble. It opened its mouth occasionally. Its mouth took up half of its head. Now it could open its mouth completely and make some noises. Feng Yuan knew that it was not satisfied. It still wanted to eat. Unfortunately, the white lotus giant silkworm goo were all used up. Not a single one was left. Even though he could not satisfy cleanse soul immortal goo, Feng Yuan still let out a sigh of relief. At least cleanse soul immortal goo was temporarily out of the awkward situation of starving to death. Feng Yuan had already decided to abandon it. Now that it was still alive, it could be considered a happy ending. More importantly, he had one precious time. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future, but it was indeed full of possibilities. Cleanse soul immortal goo was not full yet. Feng Yuan kept it and tried not to use it. After solving the problem of cleanse soul immortal goo's feeding problem, Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief, but he did not rest. Instead, he made the best use of his time and rushed to the underground cave. In the underground cave, there was a small forest. The tallest Ganoderma lucidum king was over 20 feet tall. He directly pushed against the cave wall. The Ganoderma lucidum was like a giant umbrella, covering the left and right. When Feng Yuan arrived, he found the rank 9 wisdom goo. It was flying around the Ganoderma lucidum king like a child playing. Flapping its wings, it flew up and down in midair. Occasionally, it would hit the Ganoderma lucidum king. It was sent flying by the latter's elastic body. Feng Yuan's heart jumped. He already had many immortal goo, but compared to these immortal goo, the rank 9 wisdom goo seemed to have a lot of intelligence. It was very different from others. Thinking back to the legends of Renzu, wisdom goo, strength goo and others could even converse with Renzu. Of course, this could be a rhetorical exaggeration of fables. But Feng Yuan also knew that wisdom goo could be communicated with.